the meeting is in compliance with the Open Meeting Act.
Thank you. And item 2, approval of minutes, a discussion possible action on September 2024 business meeting minutes. Is there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second. Second. Please call the roll.
Richard Miller,
Yes.
Evan Buchanan,
Yes.
Calvin Prince.
Yes.
Ed Konieczny,
Abstain.
Robert Revis.
Yes.
Motion to approve the September 2024 business meeting minutes has been carried by a vote of 4-1.
Okay. Discussion possible action on September 2024 parole meeting minutes. Is there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Second.
Please call roll.
Richard Miller,
Yes.
Evan Buchanan,
Yes.
Calvin Prince,
Yes.
Ed Konieczny,
Abstain.
Robert Revis.
Yes.
Motion to approve the September 2024 parole meeting minutes has been carried by a vote of 4-1.
Item C, discussion possible action on September 9th, 2024 executive session minutes. Is there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second.
I second.
Please call the roll.
Richard Miller,
Yes.
Evan Buchanan,
Yes.
Calvin Prince,
Yes.
Ed Konieczny,
Abstain.
Robert Revis.
Yes.
Motion to approve the September 9th, 2024 executive session minutes has been carried by a vote of 4-1.
Okay. And item number 3, agency updates, personnel updates.
Yes, Chairman, we still have 2 vacancies, one in the administrative office as well as one in the field. They are both posted and we hope to hold interviews within the next 2 weeks.
Great. Thank you. Field updates. You're on.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. The field is completing the November docket at this time. I wanted to recognize Investigator Trace Briggs has 21 years of state service this month, excuse me. Like Melinda said, we opened the Howard McLeod and MacArthur investigator position. Hope to get it filled as soon as possible. During this meeting, we'll be having some special reviews about program changes requests from DOC, and this will be an ongoing issue. I will explain if you have any questions when we get to section paroles or if you want to cover them anytime. DOC is only placing inmates in programs with assessed needs. This are the classes that will meet. I gave you an updated list of the programs from DOC. You saw that the new changes in the education terms, there will no longer be ABE and GED. It'll be ISAT and stuff like that. You will still see that terminology on the old people that were completed back, say, for this changes, say 2019 and all the back and everything. Also, starting with the all November reports with inmates housed on the STG unit at GPCC. They will have a note in the programs that they cannot attend programs. DOC will not allow them out of the pods to in there. So in your pro report under programs, if they're housed on that unit, it will say they're on the STG unit, Great Plains. This will not affect LCF STG unit. They can go to classes. So you will still, if they're on LCF, when you go there, or if you have questions and you want to assign somebody to a program, just let me know and I can look it up for you, make sure which unit they're on. ICON, as many of you have received emails saying some updates that says disregard them. We are coming online. They're testing the program, so you'll get in, just disregard them until we get you access and training. With the ICON changes, hopefully Melinda's been training on that. I've discussed things about report changes. Hopefully this is going to be November that fully ICON comes on. I don't know any other updates. Melinda might have a close one since she was in there last week. But when we do the ICON changes, the pro reports will change and have new sections in them that will have, like in the program section, it will be changed to that say what programs are assessed, what they have to take. Then they'll have some that are not assessed. Then we'll have a section in there that has tablets and church classes. They'll have their own section and they'll be put in. And if they meet, if DOC changes over to meet any assessed needs with them coming with the new technology, that's just an ongoing situation. Program changes on that. And this probably will come in the 2025 docket since we're already done the November docket and we're starting in the December docket with the old parole reporting system. So getting you informed it's going to be coming. There will be a new look to that new report We'll do some training on it when it fully comes live, so you'll see there'll be difference in like the state statutes on sentencing instead of JNS things, and we'll go over and show that. All right. The new SAS program, which we talked about, coming online slowly. It's a shorter program. You've had, like I talked to the chairman about, had inmates complete it basically in 4 to 5 months instead of taking the normal 9 months course SAT program, but it's not fully out there yet. I'm still gathering information of when it will be out there and when, what is entitled in it. I know that there's a link, it's a going book, how to take it. I haven't get really into it, but I will next month have more training for that. Along with that, and next month, myself and Diedrich will be doing some docketing training for you next month. Maybe hopefully some SAS training for you, and RDAP training next. Everything falls in line. That's everything I got. Questions?
No, thank you very much. Would you please pass on to Tracy our congratulations, and more importantly, our thanks for the hard work that she's done for,
No,
this board.
it's Trace.
Trace.
Yeah, not Tracy, Trace.
Okay, Trace, thank you. Appreciate it.
Oh, sorry, and I forgot about I gave you investigator caseload changes. Saw them. I moved around the districts, the supervisors to get more supervision and for you to see where everybody's housed at now. So if you have any questions or when you see them on the report.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Legal updates. Jones.
Mr. Chairman, so with revocations for the month of September, we had a total of 13. 8 of those waived their executive revocation hearings and 5 received nothing. The next clemency hearing for Kevin Ray Underwood will be Wednesday, December 4th. Those notices went out last Wednesday, and you all should receive your packets on Friday, November 15th. The administrative rules went into effect last month on the 11th. I've kind of been checking just to see if there's been any issues in the commutations and pardons as we're taking in new applications, and so far everything seems to be working well. The website's also been updated with all the current information and our frequently asked questions. And then with policies and procedures, we're still on track to distribute the final drafts for those in December for discussion in January, possible approval or approval in February. Nikki Batt is joining us from the Attorney General's office. She's about to conduct a training on the Open Meeting Act and Open Records Act. We appreciate her coming on relatively short notice. That's all I have for this month.
Thank you. Director's update. Mr. Bates.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would, Leroy touched on the impending transition to ICON. Melinda and Kyle were deeply involved in some work on that last week, some testing. I just bring that to your attention is that as that gets closer and the go live date in November, your executive staff, particularly these 3, are going to be, I mean, that's going to be a big lift for us. So they pride themselves on being very responsive to you as board members, but just keep in mind that November, December, January, if it takes them a few hours or maybe a day to get back to you, that's, you know, we got a lot going on with that transition. The meeting dates for 2025 are in your packet. I've already heard from a couple of you about some issues. You can get back. We will put those on the December docket, on the December meeting for approval, for formal approval. But if you can go ahead and let me know of any concerns that you have, or if you're good with the dates as they stand, that way Ms. Romero can go ahead and get this reserved next year. I was looking at next month's meeting, and I realized it dawned on me that we'll be meeting on Election Day next month. So I just say that so that it doesn't sneak up on you, so you can make the appropriate plans that you need to make to get your vote cast. I would have my executive staff on that as well. And I also thank Nikki for coming today and being willing to do this training. That's all, Mr. Chairman.
Great, thank you very much. Item number 4, training and presentation on the Meetings Act and Records Act. Pat, thank you very much for being here this morning. We appreciate it. And point out to the board members that we have this handout. And the floor is yours. I'll go over it to you. You have as much time as you want.
Good morning, all, and thank you for having me today. You guys are all interested because we're about the open meeting act today. As long as I can figure out how to share my screen, bear with me for just a moment. We're going to talk about the open meeting act and the Public
Hold
Records
that
Act.
microphone as close as you can there, up to your computer that way.
All right, is that better?
Better.
Great, okay, thank you. So we're going to talk about the Open Meeting Act and the Open Records Act. Typically speaking, this would be a 3-hour presentation, so everybody is good for 3 hours, right?
Got it.
I'm kidding, we're going to do
Not
this
sure about the
down.
folks that are sitting.
We're
here.
going
Thank
to
you,
trim
they're
it
here.
down. So I'm going to talk through some of this quickly. We might pass over a slide or two so that you all can digest this in ways helpful to you. If I'm talking about something you have a question, feel free to stop me and ask questions. We want this to be as helpful to you as possible. So to begin with, the intent is to find or to inform the public about what the business of the public body is doing, how you all operate, and the decisions that you're making. So to that end, it's about encouraging an informed citizenry so that people can come and view and know how we operate. So when does the Open Meeting Act apply? It applies when a majority of the public body is together for purposes of discussing the business of that public body. Public body is defined in the statutes, but specifically boards and commissions of our agencies, municipal governing bodies, and committees or subcommittees of a public body that have some sort of de facto or decision-making capacity. And we'll talk more about that in a few moments. There are certain entities that we look at to determine whether or not it's a public body. And those questions deal with, are you supported by public funds in whole or in part? Are you entrusted with spending money of a public body, administering public property, or again, have that actual or de facto decision-making authority? There are certain entities that are exempt from the Open Meeting Act, specifically the judiciary, the legislature, and some of our agencies that have unique features like the Horse Racing Commission. Their body of stewards are exempt from the Open Meeting Act. But importantly, Pardon and Parole Board is not exempt from the Open Meeting Act. And under your statute at 57 OS 332.2P, the statute specifically states that the Pardon and Parole Board will comply with the Open Meeting Act. Your statutes do have some unique features in that there are certain individuals that can be limited, and I'll let your counsel talk to you about those because I'll get over my skis pretty quickly. But just to let you know that there's really no determination with you all. You guys are subject to the Open Meeting Act and the variety of regulations that also apply to the work of this body as it pertains to open meetings. So we talked about the definition of a meeting, and this just sets it out again. Public meeting is defined as when the majority of the members are together to conduct business of the public body. It does not include instances where you might be at an informal gathering where a majority of you could be in the same room, so long as you are not talking about the business of the public body. The Open Meeting Act, a lot of times you'll hear people talk about quorum. really, the Open Meeting Act uses majority. And so generically speaking, we use quorum, but really the factor under the Open Meeting Act is there a majority of members? You all are a 5-member body, and so 3 members would make a majority or a quorum for you under the Open Meeting Act. The conduct of public business includes not only the information that comes before you, but it really encompasses the entire decision-making process. And so there are times when agencies may have an expert witness, for example, come and give information. We've had questions at times. Does this constitute an open meeting for purposes of doing your notice and comment and making sure that the public is invited to attend? And the answer to that is yes, that would constitute business of the public body because an individual is coming to you to give you information so that you can make your informed decision. And so under those situations, it's not just what action have you taken, but it's also what information was presented to you in order to help form that decision. So we're not talking about documentation that you might receive in advance, but we are talking about if you all are together to get information, that would be part of the entire decision-making process. I'm going to skip over this AG opinion, but well, I'll talk about it briefly since I started. So this was a question that one of the legislators posed, and it was when the body is receiving information, is that a violation of the Open Meeting Act? And so with this, you're talking about maybe you have a phone call with one member and then you call another member and so on. And so the question is that a violation of the Open Meeting Act? And the answer is, well, it depends. So like every good lawyer will say, it depends on the facts. And so if you guys are having a discussion to get information or to bounce ideas off of each other, that's okay. You want the body to be engaged and informed and discussing, but it becomes a violation if the intent is to evade the process of the Open Meeting Act. So if you do this in order to not have a public meeting or not take a public vote or to poll and know how everybody's going to come out, under those that scenario, that could be or would be a violation of the Open Meeting Act. Any questions yet? We'll keep going. So we talked about this one, circumventing the act. There's actually, if we talked about before, if you're using, telephone calls, text messages, emails, things of that nature to avoid having an open meeting, that would be a violation. There's an old AG opinion, Attorney General opinion, that focuses on pardon and parole. I looked through the Attorney General opinions in preparation for this presentation today, and I saw actually two. One applies to the open meeting and one applies to the Open Records Act, and we'll talk about that later on. But the one that applied to the Open Meeting Act was whether the Pardon and Parole Board's then practice of voting by mail was a violation of the Open Meeting Act. And of course, you guys don't do this today, but under that Attorney General opinion, it was a violation for that practice to vote by mail. And so we do have to be in person voting for the public to see.
Question real quick.
Yes,
What does in person mean?
as you're sitting here today.
Okay, if you're holding your meeting as it was back during COVID by Zoom, where the members are together but in separate locations, is that considered in person?
It was at the time, because as COVID began, the legislature very quickly got together in one of the special sessions and put into the statutes the ability for boards and commissions to meet electronically. Those statutes have since expired and are no longer in effect. And so while it was a good tool at the time of COVID and it was lawful for you all to meet electronically, that is no longer the case. Let's talk about, we've done a little bit of the overview. Let's talk about what you need to do to hold a meeting. So there's a little bit of upfront work that your team does for you before you all get together. And so the first thing that they need to do is decide the time and place of the meetings that you will have. And it needs to be a time and place that is specified and convenient for the public to attend. So you're not going to hold it in your living room, for example. It's got to be convenient and open to the public, and there has to be advance notice of both the meeting and then also the topics that will be discussed in front of you. This will certainly feel familiar to you, but perhaps it explains why you operate the way that you do. So the first step that's going to take place, and that you, Executive Director Bates touched upon this earlier when he's talking about getting meetings set up and reserving the appropriate room, because all of that work has to be done by December 15th of every year, beginning the next year. So by December 15th of this year, all of your regular meetings will be set out for the 2025 year. And that will be posted on the Secretary of State's website for you all because you are a public body. And get this link to work, that might not be possible. Okay, well, we'll skip that. I was going to show you that what that looks like when your team does go ahead and post your meetings on the Secretary of State's website. But this is a particular website that any of the public can go to search Pardon and Parole Board and to look up each of the meetings that you have scheduled for that year that are regular meetings. Perhaps there comes a time when you need to have a special meeting or an emergency meeting. Those meetings will also be located on the Secretary of State's website so that you and the public can know when you'll be meeting and can attend if they would so choose. Talked about making sure that the meeting is convenient to the public to be able to come and to participate and to view the work of the body. And so just a case that would let you know some of the issues that the courts and these bodies have dealt with in the past. This is one where a public body held a meeting in a locked courthouse on a holiday. And if you could imagine, the court said, no, you can't do that. That's not convenient to the public to be not only on a holiday, but in a locked courthouse. The public can't get to that. And so these are something to consider when you're trying to determine where will we hold our meeting, can the public attend, and is it convenient? There, under the Open Meeting Act, there are 4 types of meetings. The most common type of open meeting is a regular meeting, but you might also encounter a special meeting, an emergency meeting, or a reconvened meeting. We'll talk about each of these briefly. Regularly scheduled meeting is what we just talked about. Those are those meeting dates that are set out by December 15th of the year preceding. And then so you plan that out for the entire year. On occasion, you might need to change your regularly scheduled meeting. And so you can do that so long as you have 10 days of advance notice to repost and reschedule that. Regular meetings are also the one type of meeting where you can take up new business. We'll talk a little bit more about new business, but before we do that, I want to make sure that you know that in addition to posting your notice with the Secretary of State, you will also, before your meeting, post an agenda 24 hours in advance of your meeting, excluding weekends and holidays. We'll talk more about what you need to have on an agenda later on in this presentation. I also mentioned new business, and I've noticed on some of your agendas that is something that you all have put on there before. And so new business isn't a convenience tool. It's not, oh, we forgot to put something on our agenda. New business has to be something that could not have been reasonably known about prior to posting your agenda 24 hours. And so we always have to be careful what we take up in new business. Talked about this, so we'll move on now to special meetings. Special meetings are another type of commonly utilized meeting under the Open Meeting Act. A special meeting requires 48 hours of advance notice posted with the Secretary of State's website. Again, that excludes weekends and holidays. The other thing about a special meeting is you actually can't do new business during a special meeting. Those are reserved only for regular meetings. Otherwise, the work that you do in a special meeting will feel very similar to the work that you do during a regular. And again, on that one, you need to post your agenda 24 hours in advance prior. We'll again talk more about that. The third type of meeting is an emergency meeting. And practically speaking, these are going to be very rare. This is the type of meeting where you really don't have the luxury of providing, 48 hours notice, or you can't wait for your next regularly scheduled meeting. And so you have to just get the group together as quickly as possible. And so under those circumstances, you give as much notice as reasonably possible. But emergency meetings are only for when you have instances where there is essentially a threat to injury, life, or property of the state, some kind of an emergency event that you all need to get together so that you can limit the damage. In Oklahoma, we might see this in one of our schools are damaged by a storm. And so the school district needs to come together quickly so that they can figure out where are these students going to go to school while the building is fixed. How can we go ahead and get the resources deployed so that we can protect the building, protect the infrastructure? Those would be a classic instance of where you might see an emergency meeting. Otherwise, very rare. You also need to, like I mentioned, give as much notice as you possibly can. That might be no notice whatsoever, but you will do your best under the circumstances, and then in your minutes, you'll note what was the emergency that necessitated the meeting to happen so quickly. The final meeting that we have are continued or reconvened meetings. And this is where you have an agenda item. Perhaps you've lost your majority, or you've lost the ability to stay in the space where you had the meeting. There are still agenda items remaining for you. And so prior to concluding that meeting, you would say, we're going to continue this meeting until tomorrow at 9 o'clock, and we will finish out the rest of our meeting. So all you're doing there under that continued reconvened meeting is simply finishing out those agenda items that you have remaining. You can't add anything new unless, of course, you're going to change the type of meeting that you're holding. And that might be, maybe you change it to a special meeting if you need to add topics. But otherwise, that's the way that if you run out of time or you lose your majority, a way that you have some flexibility to finish out the work that you have to do. So looping back a little bit on the COVID question, prior to COVID, we had the ability to do video conferencing or teleconferencing. And really that teleconference doesn't tell the whole story, because I think video conference is the better description of this. But this is the way that when you have a larger body, perhaps you would need to meet. That would give you two locations. So you could meet in your main location, such as here in Oklahoma City, but perhaps you have another body and there's an office in Tulsa, and you might want to do two meeting locations so that you can get all of the members or as many members together as possible. What video conferencing doesn't actually allow you to do is join from your living room or your office, much like we did during COVID. This has to be a location that is also publicly noticed on the Secretary of State's website. It also has to be convenient to the public, as well as in the district where the public body has jurisdiction. So I think a good example of how this is done, the Office of the Medical Examiner, for example, that's a larger body. They have two offices, and so they will hold their main meeting location is in Oklahoma City. But then there is a video conference location, which is the Tulsa office, and then the two groups have to be connected by audio and visual so that you all can see each other, can still engage in discussions, and the public can also view and see you all together doing that work. One exception to this, and we'll talk about executive sessions later on in the presentation, but just a placeholder that you cannot do an executive session by video conference. Any executive sessions need to be done when a majority of the members are together and can hold that executive. All meetings must have minutes that detail what items were discussed actions that were taken, who was present, what public body members were present, and then how notice and the agenda was actually recorded. One of the unique things about executive sessions and that people don't always realize is that when you go into an executive session, you actually have to keep minutes of those executive sessions. They are then typically will have those sealed up and they remain confidential. But in the event that a court or somebody else needs to get access to them, they are available. Public comment. Under the Open Meeting Act, you are not required to provide for public comment. Boards and commissions will sometimes choose to do so. They want to get the public's input on something. And so that is something that if you do decide to use for public comment, we typically advise that you have a policy that you put on your agenda and that let people know that will be limited to a certain number of minutes, maybe 3 to 5 minutes. Items must be relevant to the topics on the agenda. I noticed again when I was preparing for this presentation that the Pardon and Parole Board has some unique rules regarding public comment or getting thoughts from the public. And again, I'll let your counsel talk you through some of those, but you all do have some unique features there. All right, when you take action, this would go back to our talking about voting by mail. I already talked about that. That's not okay. You guys don't. But the thing that you all have to do is each vote has to be publicly cast and recorded. So this is when you guys do your roll call votes. You vote for each item individually so that the public knows who voted and how you voted. That's publicly cast and now let's talk about the agenda. So we've done our notice. We're ready to do, getting close to knowing what we're going to talk about during the meeting. And so we're going to put that on an agenda. This agenda has to be posted again 24 hours in advance of the meeting. And so we're going to talk about all of the business items that will be discussed. To the extent that you intend to hold an executive session, that must be on your agenda. And agendas should be worded in plain language so that everybody can understand what will be discussed. We advise that you avoid acronyms, perhaps that people might not know what that means. You want to make sure that the public understands what you're discussing, not just members of the board or staff. The agenda is really to let individuals know that there's an important item on this agenda that warrants maybe me taking off work, getting childcare to take care of my child or arrange transportation, so that the public can know what will be discussed and is it something that the public would like to view, observe, and to watch. Skip over some of these just in the interest of time. But, the case law comes in here in examples where maybe an agenda item was unclear or the body took action that wasn't set out on the agenda. So any items that you might want to do or action that you might want to take has to be included on the agenda for you to be able to take the action. These are areas where when that's not clearly articulated on an agenda, these are the types of cases that we will see go to the court system. Get through some of these cases in the interest of, let's talk about executive sessions. So executive sessions are the exception to the general proposition that meetings are open. There are statutorily articulated instances where you can do an executive session. Those are set out the Open Meeting Act, But before you do that, before you can go into an executive session, you have to make sure that that is on the agenda. And we say a proposed executive session because before a body goes into executive session, you have to vote to go into executive session, and a majority of the members have to vote in favor of deliberating or retiring into an executive session. No action is taken during executive session beyond discussion. Once you finish your executive session, you'll come back out into public view and take any action necessary under the circumstances. So these are the 8 most common reasons to go into executive session. One is to discuss the employment, hiring, appointment, promotion, demotion, discipline, or resignation of one of the staff members. This is most likely going to be your executive director or higher ranking individuals within the agency. There are also executive sessions for negotiating with employee groups, appraisals of real property, confidential communications between the board and its attorney, under limited instances in which there is a pending investigation, claim, or action. And so your attorney-client relationship is limited as a state body, but when there is some kind of litigation or investigation or action, that is one of the limited instances in which a public body can discuss confidentially with their counsel. The other, there are several that pertain to students, juveniles that would be, or other information that would otherwise be confidential. Maybe you're talking about medical information, mental health information. Those are topics that have their own confidentiality and that would warrant this body then going into executive session to maintain the subject matter confidentially. There are also deliberations when you're in an individual proceeding, which doesn't typically, that's going to usually apply to the Administrative Procedures Act, which is not applicable to your body. Some of the things that we've learned about executive sessions over through Attorney General opinions, you can't use an executive session to just talk about a generic job opening. It has to be specific to an individual that is employed by the Pardon and Parole Board for you all. That doesn't include discussing independent contractors because they are not employed by a public body. And then pending investigations we've talked about, an AG opinion has said that not only can it be something that is actually in litigation, but it can also warrant an executive session if it's just merely anticipated or threatened. So that would be something that your counsel would advise. Legislators, if they have oversight of your body, can attend executive session with you. And let's talk about why you want to comply with the Open Meeting Act. Obviously, you all are public servants, and so you want to make sure that the public knows what you're doing. You in good faith, obviously, do that. But the act also comes with certain financial penalties as well as criminal penalties. So any action that's taken in violation of the Open Meeting Act is invalid. And you would have to go back and redo that action in the event that the court determined that there was an open meeting violation. There are also criminal penalties. So if you knowingly violate the Open Meeting Act or willfully violate the Open Meeting Act, that's a misdemeanor, punishable by a $500 fine or up to a year in jail, or both. And let's talk about that. We talked about a willful violation. So this is the standard of what a willful violation is under case law that we have, but it does not require a showing of bad faith, malice, or wantonness, but is conscious, purposeful violations of the law. So it has to be an intentional, blatant disregard for the Open Meeting Act. We've had cases where this is relevant to the Board of Tests for Alcohol and Drug Influence. This particular meeting was had without giving notice to the Secretary of State, which was simply an accident. That the time that they notified everybody on their distribution list that they would be having a meeting, the Secretary of State's or email address fell off of that notice, and so they didn't actually get that posted with the Secretary of State's office. And so the question became, was that an open meeting violation? And ultimately, the court said that mere negligence is not enough to violate the Open Meeting Act. It has to be willful. How do you correct an invalid open meeting? You can never unring the bell. So the Open Meeting Act was violated, but what's the consequence of that? It is, most critically, it's that whatever action the body took is then invalid. And so the best way to cure that would be to post your meeting notice, post the agenda, and redo the item in earnest, so that you can at least get that action cured, and it will stand whether or not there is an open meeting violation fine or something of that nature. That's the best case. That's the best way to do it. Okay, so we did a quick Open Meeting Act. Before I move into open records, do you all have questions about open meeting or anything I didn't cover? Maybe questions about why you do something the way that you do? Kyle, would you like to talk about any of the open meeting specific items before I move into open records? Okay. Okay, so now we'll do open records. We'll do this one briefly. So again, the Open Records Act is that same policy reason. We want the citizens to be informed about the work of the body and to have access to records so that they can be fully informed about their government. So let's talk about what are records. And records are anything you can imagine, really. Emails, text messages, papers, video recordings, anything that the body has produced, and it represents the work of the body. Talked about electronic communication. Again, we have certain exceptions. The Open Records Act doesn't apply to judges, counsel, and judicial complaints or the legislature, but it does apply to the Pardon and Parole Board. And again, you have that same statute also sets out that the records of this body are public with certain exceptions. Again, those are articulated in statute and in your regulations, and your counsel will talk to you about that as well. Under the Open Records Act, there are a variety of records that are exempt from production. So an individual comes, they ask for a variety of records. These are the categories that can be exempt or not produced. Some of those include information pertaining to the attorney-client privilege or attorney work product, information held by the state parks, certain information held by medico-legal investigations. As you can see, I don't want to read to you, but there are a whole host of categories that can be withheld. These are some of the statutes that apply to you, statutes and regulations that apply to the Pardon and Parole Board. Similar to the Open Meeting Act, the state evidentiary privilege, attorney-client privilege with your counsel is again limited. It applies to pending investigations, claims, or actions. And so we have a little bit of a limited coverage under that particular area, but to the extent that information does involve attorney-client or attorney work product, those are certain items that your staff would withhold likely under any kind of an open records request. Juvenile records are things that would be withheld under an open records request. Law enforcement records are also an area that has a robust protection with regard to certain categories of records. Law enforcement records are really, we come in with a general assumption that everything is open unless there's an exception or an exemption that applies. Whereas law enforcement records are really the opposite. So law enforcement records are presumptively confidential unless they meet certain categories. And so some of those include, yeah, I got ahead of myself. So let's talk about law enforcement records. These are the types of records that are open if they are law enforcement. So arrestee descriptions or mugshots, arrest facts, list of incidents, reports, crime summaries, radio logs, conviction information, disposition of warrants, jail registries, including booking information, as well as audio and video recordings from body and dash cam. So certain law enforcement records can be redacted before they are released, and those are, you know, videos that depict minors or a dead person, body, nudity. This type of information would be redacted from the videos prior to. Before talking about law enforcement records, I skipped over some slides that pertain to personnel records. So personnel records are records that can be withheld at the sole discretion of the public body. So that would take a vote from your board to then exempt or maintain as confidential personnel records of your staff from being released to public. Right. Litigation files are exempt from the Open Records Act. Investigative files are likewise exempt from the Open Records Act. Confidential notes, take notes prior to a decision. Those notes are confidential so long as leading up to the action. Once an action has been taken, if the notes exist, then they are subject to production under an open record. Voluntarily supplied information is subject to an open records request. This might be information that you receive from the public, unless, of course, it is information pertaining to someone's constitutional rights to discuss information or provide information to the public body. Right. Federal records are exempt from the Open Records Act, as well as information pertaining to threats of terrorism and security plans that would address threats of terrorism. Education records. These are exempt from the Open Records Act. One of those instances where they maintain federal confidentiality, and so they're protected not only by the Open Records Act, but also legislation such as FERPA and things of that. The important thing, I think, for any public official such as yourself to know is that when you communicate relative to the business of your public body, that information is subject to an open records request. And it doesn't matter what vehicle you use to communicate. It could be through your agency designated email address or a personal email address. If it pertains to your official acts and in relation to the public body, that information is subject to the Open Records Act. And so that's, I think, the most critical thing for you all to know and to be aware of. Talked a little bit about this information. So I think we actually winding down on this particular side of it, I can always do open records a little bit easier. I just want you guys to know, just your default should be that anything that you do or receive could be subject to an open record. So with that, do you all have any questions of me? I did that one very quickly. I know that you have other business to attend to. So I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Anybody?
No question.
Well, thank you all, and then I will back over to your team here.
Thanks
Thank you
again.
very much. We appreciate you being here.
So you received a handout from me that was kind of a one-page refresher on things that are specific to the Pardon and Parole Board, most of which was just covered, but I'll just kind of go through each one real quick. And if you have any questions, let me know. First is Pardon and Parole Board has to avoid virtual forums through electronic communications. So anytime an email is sent out to you all by any member of staff, we have to ensure we blind copy you all so that there's not a situation where you hit reply all and essentially are conducting a virtual meeting on the topic at hand. I've also got here that direct communications from one board member to another, and this was covered in the presentation, outside of the meeting regarding policies, procedures, et cetera, may not include polling. Any decision on any of that needs to be put on the agenda and discussed during the open meeting. I've got here that group messaging is prohibited under the Open Meetings Act, so through Microsoft Teams or through group chat on cell phones, that would constitute a virtual quorum. And third point under that header would be that even when a quorum is not met, members should refrain from discussing any case that is, has been, or may be before the board outside of a public meeting, just to avoid just the optics up to avoid allegations of impropriety, the appearance of impropriety, and or vote influencing. And then I've enclosed a copy of policy 123. I've got there that board members must avoid discussing cases with supporters and or protesters outside of the Pardon and Parole Board's public meetings. That's regardless of how many board members are present. Even as individuals, you need to refrain from discussing cases with supporters or protesters. And when that comes up, direct them to communicate to the Pardon and Parole Board's office. During the presentation, public comment came up. As you all know, we have specific agenda items for victims and delegates to comment on cases. In order to speak during a business meeting, that requires the approval of the chair. Anybody can request to speak to the board during the business meeting, and we would forward that request to the chair for approval. On the Open Records Act, I've got a couple of things here. First, and this was covered in the presentation, it does apply to personal communications devices, and quite often the records request will specifically request those communications. So that's something you want to be aware of, and I've just got noted there that it's best practice to conduct all business, all communications on state equipment and state communication channels, just to avoid the difficulty of compliance as well as complications that can come up from that, depending on certain circumstances. Communications to and from staff regarding cases should be conducted over email for ease of record location and compliance with Open Records Act, and include the DOC number in the email text. So it's much easier if you've got a question about somebody who's on the docket, go ahead and send that in an email versus through a text message. Not an issue, but just covering it as a refresher. Correspondence that's received from delegates and or victims. This is written correspondence. There's an Attorney General opinion that says that those are exempt from disclosure under the Open Records Act as people expressing their First Amendment rights. And so anytime we receive that kind of request about please produce the victims' letters you received, we just let them know that that's exempt. And on that note, I would say in the meeting, avoid discussing those letters since they are exempt. Avoid discussing even the existence of those. Finally, under related legal considerations, I enclosed a copy of Title 57, 332.15, and specifically subsection C of that states that board members are required to disclose any conflict of interest and recuse from participation. The reason this is relevant in this context is that oftentimes Open Records Act requests are seeking evidence of that kind of conflict of interest, either for a forthcoming case or one that's already occurred. So you want to be mindful of that and follow that statute as required. That reasonable, the standard of that is a reasonable person standard. If a reasonable person would believe that a conflict of interest exists, and it does include the appearance of impropriety. And as I just said, Open Records Act request to the Pardon and Parole Board. as well as to other agencies, public officials and staff that the Pardon and Parole Board or its members may communicate with. Oftentimes, those are utilized by interested parties to, not oftentimes, but possible to establish an appearance of impropriety or at least allege one. And then finally, the second point there is in cases of litigation, interested parties may subpoena additional records and or seek to depose board members regarding those communications. Something to bear in mind, and that's the Pardon and Parole Board specific items I had. You all have any questions for me?
Anyone?
Thank you.
Anything else on the training at all then?
No, sir.
Okay, once again, thank you very much for being with us this morning. We appreciate your time. All right, thank you. Okay. Item 5, new business not known or which could not have been reasonably foreseen before the posting of the agenda. Okay, item number 6, it is now 9:58 a.m. and the business meeting for October is adjourned.
Good one. The 25 pardon. We can go ahead and.
Okay, all right. Okay, it is now 9:58 a.m. and October 2024 meeting of the parole board to order. Please call the roll.
Members present are Richard Miller, Kevin Buchanan, Calvin Prince, Ed Konieczny, and Robert Revis.
Okay, we have discussion, possible action on pardon applications, and for this portion of the meeting, I'll turn it over to Judge.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. This will begin the pardon docket, which will be conducted in a few different phases this morning. But under our procedure, the board will not deny a pardon application without giving the applicant an opportunity to speak to the board. So at this time, the executive director will call roll for those who are not going to make personal appearances.
Yes, sir. We start with docket number 1, Donald Aldridge. Richard Miller,
Yes.
Kevin Buchanan,
Yes.
Calvin Prince,
Yes.
Ed Konieczny,
Yes.
Robert Revis.
Yes.
Pardon is recommended. Number 2, Robert Apperson. Richard Miller,
Yes.
Kevin Buchanan,
Yes.
Calvin Prince,
Yes.
Ed Konieczny,
Yes.
Robert Revis.
Yes.
Pardon is recommended. Number 5, John Carnes. Richard Miller,
Yes.
Kevin Buchanan,
Yes.
Calvin Prince,
Yes.
Ed Konieczny,
Yes.
Robert Revis.
Yes.
Pardon is recommended. Number 8, Brandon Ellis was stricken per attorney request. Number 9, Vincent Gonzalez. Richard Miller,
Yes.
Kevin Buchanan,
Yes.
Calvin Prince,
Yes.
Ed Konieczny,
Yes.
Robert Revis.
Yes.
Pardon is recommended. Number 11, Bruce Harris. Richard Miller,
Yes.
Kevin Buchanan,
Yes.
Calvin Prince,
Yes.
Ed Konieczny,
Yes.
Robert Revis.
Yes.
Pardon is recommended. Number 13, Charles Jones. Richard Miller,
Yes.
Kevin Buchanan,
Yes.
Calvin Prince,
Yes.
Ed Konieczny,
Yes.
Robert Revis.
Yes.
Pardon is recommended. Number 15, Edwin Marks. Richard Miller,
Yes.
Kevin Buchanan,
Yes.
Calvin Prince,
Yes.
Ed Konieczny,
Yes.
Robert Revis.
Yes.
Pardon is recommended. Number 17, Robert Mitchell. Richard Miller,
Yes.
Kevin Buchanan,
Yes.
Calvin Prince,
Yes.
Ed Konieczny,
Yes.
Robert Revis.
Yes.
Pardon is recommended. Number 18, Sabrina Polka was stricken per attorney request. Number 19, Jeremy Ross. Richard Miller,
Yes.
Kevin Buchanan,
Yes.
Calvin Prince,
Yes.
Ed Konieczny,
Yes.
Robert Revis.
Yes.
Pardon is recommended. Number 21, Michael Stafford. Richard Miller,
Yes.
Kevin Buchanan,
Yes.
Calvin Prince,
Yes.
Ed Konieczny,
Yes.
Robert Revis.
Yes.
Pardon is recommended. Number 22, Billy Watson. Richard Miller,
Yes.
Kevin Buchanan,
Yes.
Calvin Prince,
Yes.
Ed Kenyachi,
Yes.
Robert Revis.
Yes.
Pardon is recommended. Number 23, Ramon Wilson, Richard Miller,
Yes.
Kevin Buchanan,
Yes.
Calvin Prince,
Yes.
Ed Kenyachi,
Yes.
Robert Revis.
Yes.
Pardon is recommended. Number 25, David Young was passed to November due to being unable to appear in person.
You see the personal appearances at this time.
Yes, sir. Docket number 3, Marvin Briggs.
All right, have a
Come
seat
to
up
council table, please.
up here with
Oh,
your
wait, sir.
client.
Just pull up another chair, so there's 2 chairs there. If you'd pull that microphone up close to you, we appreciate that, and push the button, it'll turn green. Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Briggs, you're appearing today with your attorney, Mr. Parks. Does he have permission to speak on your behalf this morning?
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Parks, you may begin.
Yes. We have put all of our information in the packet, which has been presented to the board. Mr. Briggs, he has accepted responsibility for the crimes that he's been convicted of and served time. Since he was released from custody, he has exhibited good conduct. He's stayed away from drugs. He's not had any criminal offenses at all. He is a business owner in McAlester, Oklahoma. He has been for several years. He sells cars and boats and motorcycles. And he and his wife own property together in McAlester, Oklahoma. He leases this property and manages it. He is a Navy veteran. He and his wife are active in their church. He and his wife have been married for many, many years, and they have 2 12-year-old twins that they are currently raising together. And he's 61 years old, and I'm not going to state his wife's age. I would get in trouble for that. But he has, again, he's accepted responsibility for the methamphetamine crimes that he was convicted of and served time for. And he has demonstrated good conduct. He's a productive citizen in the McAlester area. And we are here to answer any questions you have. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Parks. Mr. Briggs, is there anything you would like to add to your attorney's presentation?
No, sir. No, that pretty much says it all.
All right. Well, let me compliment you on good behavior since you discharged your sentences. But we normally address the board in the way like, what was going on in your life at that time? Because this is not obviously your true character, these offenses. So maybe you could tell us a little bit about yourself at that time. What led to these offenses?
Yes, sir. It was, I guess you'd call it depression stage in my life. My grandmother had passed away, and I was raised with my grandparents. My grandfather remarried a younger woman and moved off the ranch. I moved in their house. He kept drawing further away from me, and he was like my everything. And my wife for many years couldn't have children, and that was really eating on me. Had a lot of bad things hit me at once. One of my employees introduced me to that. I didn't have any problems. It made me feel like everything was okay. You know, it was just had me.
All right. I appreciate that honesty. Let me ask the board members, do you have any other questions? All right, Melinda, please call the roll.
Richard Miller,
Yes.
Kevin Buchanan,
Yes.
Calvin Prince,
Yes.
Ed Kenyachi,
Yes.
Robert Revis.
Yes.
Pardon is recommended.
And let me tell you, sir, this is a recommendation to the governor. It'll be up to him to either accept the recommendation of the board or to reject it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Good luck to you and keep up the good work.
Thank you, gentlemen. May we be excused?
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Docket number 4, Joseph Browning.
Mr. James. Morning. Thank you. Mr. Brown, you're appearing with your attorney, Mr. James. I assume he has permission to speak on your behalf this morning. We'll listen to his presentation. If we have any additional time and you want to make comments, we'll listen to those too. All right, Mr. James.
Okay. Mr. Browning appears for a pardon. We've got a whole passel of possession charges. I think the one that probably brings us here is the possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony. To give you the basic outlines of that, he had a disassembled 12-gauge shotgun in his vehicle when he was pulled over. He also had methamphetamine in his possession during the time of that arrest. Most of those possession charges you'll see are methamphetamine and marijuana charges. And during that time, he was certainly in the throes of addiction. And for better, he ended up going into custody and serving time in the DOC. So Joe is one of the success stories from going into custody. He spent time in Jim Hamilton. And while he was there, he did the industrial electrical program. And within a week of discharge, he was employed with an electrical contractor. And then he has kind of built his skills and parlayed that to today. He is head of maintenance at American Castings in Pryor. Now, I want to pause for a second because maintenance in an industrial environment, that doesn't sound terribly descriptive. It doesn't sound terribly exciting. But I want to go into a little bit more detail on what he actually does, because this shows the level of trust and the level of responsibility he has today. So underneath Joe, there's about 50 to 57 employees that he oversees. He is at the top of the department and the top of the chain of command for the maintenance department. And maintenance in a casting facility is more than just making sure that the machines are running. To give you a for instance, a couple of weeks ago, they had a induction smelter malfunction. Now, what that is 40,000 pounds of molten steel that has water actively going into the smelting chamber. And that water, when it hits molten steel, it is essentially a bomb ready to go off. So Joe gets the call at 3 a.m. He says, evacuate the plant, get everybody out. He then goes in with 2 other people, and it's his job to basically defuse a 40,000 pound bomb. And as he's describing this to me, I'm saying, well, you're wearing like PPE, personal protective equipment. You've got a volcano suit on, right? And he's like, no, there's not time. You have gloves and you have a face shield. You go and you get it done so this does not blow. He managed to go through, pour out this 40,000 pounds of molten steel and take this whole situation offline so they didn't lose the plant and they didn't lose human life. This is kind of the superhero stuff he does on a day-to-day basis to keep their operation up and running. Now, to step away from the more exciting part of what he does on his day-to-day basis, why it is we're applying for a pardon. He's got about 5 kids. I think when you have that many, it's an about. But he's got one 7-year-old daughter. This is his youngest. He wants to be involved with her school activities. He wants to be able to go and volunteer and do things like that with her classes. He also, at American Casting, they have DOC guys there on work release. They don't work in maintenance because you have a lot of freedom with maintenance, but they work elsewhere in the facility. And he wants to be an example to those guys to show that, hey, if you put your nose down, you work hard, you keep clean, you can get to where he is today and be an example to other guys that are actively incarcerated but on work release. And I'm going to go through, I'm going to handle pretty much everything for him, but if you guys have any questions, we'd be happy to answer for you.
Thank you, Mr. James. Anything you'd like to add to your attorney's presentation, Mr. Browning?
No, sir.
Would you just mind briefly give the board an explanation about what things that were going on in your life? Obviously, for the last 13 years, you've been an outstanding citizen. What was going on in your life when you committed these criminal offenses?
I would say drug addiction, and not,
Very good.
not
Any-
really, not really looking, looking to the future of
You
what
want
it
to,
could cause.
what was the key for you personally overcoming your addiction?
Yeah, I want to be locked up the rest of my life. I wanted to become a productive citizen. It just got old.
Well, you have been. Thank you. Any other questions from the,
How have you maintained sobriety?
Family, church, job.
any other questions? All right, Melinda, call the roll,
I
please.
just want to say, appreciate the presentation, Mr. James.
Oh, no problem. Thanks.
Richard Miller,
Yes.
Kevin Buchanan,
Yes.
Calvin Prince.
Yes.
Ed Kenyachi.
Yes.
Robert Revis.
Yes.
Pardon is recommended.
All right, Mr. Browning, you understand what I've told everyone today is that is a recommendation to the governor's office. He accepts the recommendation, good for you. If he doesn't, that's his prerogative. But you'll be notified of that when he makes his decision. Thank you. You're excused.
Docket number 20, Sasha Sasser.
Good morning, Ms. Sasser. Mr. James is here on your behalf. Does he have permission to speak on your behalf this morning?
Yes, sir, he does.
All right, we'll take your presentation and then listen to any additional comments that your client may have.
Okay, so we're applying for a pardon from a couple of embezzlements. The embezzlements were not horribly complicated. One of them was she'd swiped a few checks from a previous employer, and then one was kind of invalidating some transactions at Burger King and then pocketing the money. The thing that I think probably brings us here are the misdemeanor A and Bs. The first was a domestic abuse A and B. She had gone into her former brother-in-law's employer, I think it was at a fast food restaurant, and punched him in the jaw. This was as her marriage to the victim's brother was falling apart. And then the other A and B, the simple A and B, was a physical altercation with someone that lived near her. Her dog had jumped on the victim's child, and there was an altercation afterward about what had happened with the animal. And so she had pled to that misdemeanor as well. And I didn't realize that greatly reduces and simplifies what we've got, but I've only got so much time. Our reasons for applying for a pardon is because Sasha has exactly 4 children, and I think we're on the other side of that. So with 4 kids, we know exactly how many there are. She is a vet tech. She is wanting to go further in her field of employment. She's been a vet tech since, I think you've been there since 2019. Okay, so she's been there for a while and is wanting to climb the ladder there. Her husband, Denver, who's with us, raised his hand right there. Before he had met Sasha, he was wanting to go into law enforcement and had gone as far as to complete several different programs to work in law enforcement. Obviously, that's a little difficult to do when you have a convicted felon in the home and you can't keep your service firearm in the residence. So this also allows her to free up her husband to pursue what he wants to do. And then we also have just the fact that during this period of time, from 2010 to 2014, as she was picking up these cases, she was a different person. She was with someone and in a relationship that was not good for her, not healthy for her. She's left that relationship. She's obviously with a wonderful husband now, Denver, who is with us. And with that, I'll turn this over to any questions to Sasha.
Professor, is there anything you'd like to add to your attorney's presentation? I'll tell your husband that he's welcome to come and sit behind you down here if you'd like to, sir. Go ahead.
No, there's not.
All right, Sasha, there's crimes of dishonesty, crimes of violence, both against property and people. Tell us what was going on in your life at that time and what you've done to turn it around.
At that time, I was romantically involved with someone that I shouldn't have been. Since then,
You're fine.
Uh,
Take your time.
so I had found out that I was pregnant, and 2 days later, he decided we needed to split. That was kind of the turning point there, I guess, was that being arrested and incarcerated, I gave birth to my son in prison. Missed time with my older son. When I got out, he didn't know who I was. And that's not,
All right, Sasha, thank you for your honesty. I want to ask you about this animal. You're involved with animals now in the veterinary
yes,
business? All right, is it large animals, small animals?
mostly domestic dog, cat,
Okay,
some exotic and pocket pets.
all right. And you want to, I think your attorney used the word climb the ladder, but you want to go a little higher into become like a practitioner.
No, so I am a certified assistant, but I cannot go back to school to be a licensed technician
Okay.
because of my criminal history.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the board members on this case? All right, we'll ask the executive director to take a vote. The deputy director, I'm sorry, promoted you today, Melinda.
Thank you. Richard Miller,
Yes.
Kevin Buchanan,
Yes.
Calvin Prince,
Yes.
Ed Konechny,
Yes.
Robert Revis.
Yes.
Pardon is recommended.
All right, so good luck to you. This will be a recommendation to the governor, and it's his prerogative to accept the board's recommendation or reject it, but you'll be notified of his decision.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good luck to you.
Docket number 24, Thomas Wilson.
All right, Mr. Wilson. Good morning, Mr. Wilson.
Good morning, sir.
Mr. James is representing you. Does he have permission to speak on your behalf?
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. James, you may proceed.
Okay, so this is a pardon for a single count of sodomy that took place in 2009 and was charged in 2011. This is a colorful set of facts. It's a difficult set of facts, so I'll just address it plainly. So in 2009, Tom had completed his Doctor of Veterinary Medicine and was seen on video copulating with a horse that was under his care there at that facility. It was charged a couple of years later in 2011. Our firm actually had the originating case on this. I wasn't working there at the time, but my employer had this thing on the front end. And so it's always nice to have clients come back after they've had a lot of success and try and clean this up on the back end. I want to take you guys to 2012. And so this was resolved on a 5 suspended. And Tom had left the state. And this case, as I described, obviously, the colorful set of facts, it got national and international attention. So he had that on his shoulders, following him around online and on his criminal history. And from 2012 forward, I want to tell you a lot of the stuff that he has achieved and what he has succeeded in, because he has that over his head the entire time. Number one, he managed to stay with his wife, and today they have 2 beautiful little girls together, age 2 and 4. You guys are primarily, not all of you, have been on the law enforcement or prosecution side. You see the devastation from criminal cases on the victim side. Where I'm a criminal defense practitioner in state and federal court, I see the devastation in the families. And I think Tom's family is one of probably 3 or 4 that has stayed together through a difficult case like this one. And so I think that's probably the most remarkable thing. The second thing is, today he is a licensed pharmacist. So he went had to go back to school because obviously he can't practice veterinary arts. And he went to pharmacist school in New Mexico. In 2021, he got his degree. In 2022, he passed his boards, and I'm going to butcher this, for pharmacotherapy. His current title is clinical pharmacy specialist in Albuquerque, New Mexico. Some other extra things that he's done, because I mean, I think that in and of itself was a lot, but some other professional things that he has done is he leads a committee and task force within his own medical group to help pharmacists recognize and treat folks who have opioid addictions. So it's a matter of prescribing and treating folks that have active opioid addictions and having some level of empathy and care to help try and off-ramp them from that dependency, as well as spreading awareness to the physicians and other pharmacists so that his practice group is not a source of the opioid epidemic. In addition to that, during the pandemic, Tom was leading a coronavirus response line. So he was there with the Department of Health. Yep. Okay, the Department of Health, answering phone calls, taking concerns from citizens in New Mexico, trying to help manage that pandemic. And one of the other things that I would point out to today, he is mentoring and he is helping other people within the pharmacy school at the University of New Mexico who are basically going through the pharmacist version of a residency. So the folks who are closest to him in a professional capacity have seen something in him to say, hey, wait a minute. He can serve as an example to help other folks and other students who are going through this program and who are going through this phase to help get them ready to go out and be practicing pharmacists as well. The reason for applying for a pardon, obviously we mentioned he's got 2 daughters, age 2 and 4. He's in New Mexico now, but his family is still in Tulsa. And so he has an eye to bringing his family back and having the parental support and having his complete family together as he raises his kids. And with that, I'll turn it over to Tom for any questions the board may have.
Mr. Wilson, do you have anything to add to your attorney's presentation?
No, sir, I do not.
The ugly offense, any justification or excuse that you're making for it?
I can't make any justification or excuse for committing the offense, sir, but I will say at the time that it occurred, I was certainly suffering from anxiety, depression, and a crippling streak of perfectionism that I was not able to find a way to regulate healthily at the time.
Mm-hmm. And you took some initiative to do that, I assume?
Yes, sir. I've basically been in therapy since the offense occurred in 2009 up to this very day. And I've been able to develop the tools and the support system that I need to be able to help me to basically turn my life around and be able to deal with the anxiety, depression, and the crippling perfectionism that I have had in my nature, but have learned to live with.
I commend you for the initiatives that you're taking. Any other questions from the board members? All right, Linda, please call for a vote.
Richard Miller,
Yes.
Kevin Buchanan,
Yes.
Calvin Prince,
Yes.
Ed Konechny, Robert Revis.
No.
Pardon is recommended.
All right, Mr. Wilson, this is a recommendation to the governor's office. He'll notify you of his decision when it's made.
Thank you
Good
very
luck to
much.
you. Good luck to you. Anything else, Mr. James?
No, sir.
Good luck. Thank you for your presentations this morning.
Docket number 6, Christopher Cleveland.
6,
Yes, sir.
all right, Mr. Cleveland?
Yes, sir.
Are 6 and 7, are these 2 pardons, are they related?
Yes, sir.
Would you like to
My wife?
do them separately?
No, we can do them together. Same
Okay,
time.
then let's invite everybody up to the table. And we'll just, there's some chairs along the wall. I mean, everybody can gather around the council table here. You make yourself comfortable so that you can give the best presentation possible. Okay, sir. Is the attorney David Vincata?
That's correct.
All right, and does David have permission to speak on behalf of Christopher?
David's not here.
Right, Dave was not able to be here this morning.
Would you like to proceed without him, or would you like for the board to consider maybe continuing your case so that your attorney could be here?
We'd like to proceed without him.
Continue without your attorney?
Yes, sir. We have brought our pastor for spokesperson.
Pardon?
We brought our pastor with us for a spokesperson.
Okay, very
Give
well.
him permission to speak for us.
Is your attorney not here because of a conflict or because you?
Oh, our attorney's not here. He had to be in court by another judge.
Okay, so it's a conflict with
Yes,
another
sir.
case and everything.
I can't hear you.
You said, so your attorney's not here because he has a conflict?
That's
with another
correct.
Case.
That's
All right.
correct.
So before we proceed, if you receive an unfavorable vote, it's 5 years? How many years before you can reapply?
3 years.
3 years before you can reapply. I just want to make sure you make an informed decision about continuing without your attorney. If you'd like to reschedule, we can reschedule this a month or two down the road and your attorney can be here with you.
Yeah, we'd like to go proceed.
You want to proceed?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I've spoken with their attorney. They're in communication.
Okay. All right. Good. Just want to make sure that it was an informed decision.
Yes, sir.
Great. Please go ahead.
Same for you, Ms. Cleveland. All right. This is a joint decision. I mean, there are two different cases, but it's a joint decision. We want to make that clear. All right. And your pastor's here. He has permission to speak on your behalf. And then after he finishes, we'll ask you some individual questions, or you can add anything that he doesn't cover. Okay? Sir? Would you announce your name and then present?
My name is John Nathan Holmes. I'm the senior pastor at Greater Canyon Baptist Church here in Oklahoma City.
Thank you, sir.
I think we're all aware of the charges and what took place. Pretty much challenging their parenting skills. I can say, and I guess the best way for me to just say this here, I have 8 children, a whole lot of them.
Congratulations.
I'm very much a protective father. My wife is a protective mother. And I guess the best way for me to start this off is just to tell you how I feel about it. If I had to leave tomorrow and I had to drop off my children with someone, it would be with these two people right here. He is a great father who understands what took place and why they ended up having to deal with what they had to deal with. She is a mother that I wish we had more like her. I understand, and they understand what has taken place. They have made the corrections that they need to make. They have done everything. Not only do I have that kind of confidence in him, he's my assistant pastor at the church. I have a staff of 5 preachers. He's my assistant pastor. And the reason why is because I am very much comfortable with turning over the care of the church and children, families, and everything else over to this young man right here. And when I need help with my children, my daughter, these children right here, my daughter calls her Aunt Wynn. And the reason why is because my daughter goes over there and sometimes we have to go and take her back. That's how comfortable she is with this young lady and her children. And so I realize, and they realize what has taken place. But I think that they've made all corrections. They've done everything that they needed to do to turn this situation around, and they have. And I would like to see them to be able to put this behind them and move on with their life. And I know that's what they're looking to do.
Thank you, Pastor, for coming in, speaking on their behalf. Is there
God bless
anything
you.
that you would like to add, Mr. Cleveland or Mrs. Cleveland? Go ahead.
Yeah, since I've been released from prison, I've been, like I say, assistant pastor at the church. I have a referee business. I do high school basketball, football, softball, for registered with the OSSAA in Oklahoma City. I'm also a volunteer. I go back to the prisons. I teach brief interventions class. Matter of fact, I got to go to Mabel Bassett's at 1 o'clock this afternoon. I usually have two classes, one at 9 o'clock, one at 1 o'clock on Mondays, and I go to Union City on Wednesdays and teach two classes there. And one of the good things that happened is one Wednesday I taught a guy graduated class, and the next Wednesday I was there, he got released. I was able to bring him back to Oklahoma City to the bus station. And I'm also, the reason why we couldn't counsel this or delay this to next month, because on election day, I'm also an inspector at the Oklahoma County Election Board for one of the precincts there. It's gonna be a real busy day on that day. So just like to, I know you probably gonna ask, so at that time, and my crime was committed, I was a new father, went overboard and disciplined my children. But since then, I built relationships with them. I got relationships with my grandchildren, which is their children. And I think we getting along pretty good right now.
Pastor, did you have one more
I'm
thing?
sorry, and he just told you all the things that we know about him, and so common to us that we forget to talk about him, because these are the things that he does all the time. He's also talks to my men group. I have a men group there. He leads and teaches that men group. Let me tell you something. There's a gentleman that just got out of prison, but he was able to influence that young man. That young man has now come and joined the church, and you will be amazed at how it has turned their life around. Guys, a plus to our society.
Thank you.
This lady is a plus to our society.
Thank you. Ms. Cleveland, anything you'd like to add?
I do. So I'm asking for this pardon because I also work with the youth. I was the youth director for Greater Cannon. And during that time, I formed a youth group that is called God's Crew, which is Christians ready, equipped, and willing. So what we do is we teach our children to serve the community, to serve those who have basically nothing. We deliver meals. We rescue or try to help the homeless, deliver packages. We even go to nursing homes as well. And outside of the youth group that I have created and work with, I also work within the Asian community, and I work with the youth there as well with cultural events. Here recently on Class and Drive, as of this weekend, we had a very, very big event that we had put on, and then another one in Norman at Liberty Park as well. So with all the things that we do with my 8 kids, my 6 grandkids, and they're still having kids, we're going to continuously be involved. And I'm asking that this just be released from my back, as we're just going to continuously grow. We're going to continuously reach out to our children and show our youth the right direction, lead them and guide them. So
Thank you very much. Thank you all for coming. I have one question. I just want to explain to you, Mrs. Cleveland. Because of this perjury offense, you've discharged the offense, but it hasn't been 5 years. But I may not hold that against you this morning. I'd just like for you to tell me a little bit about the circumstances surrounding that offense, the perjury. What was it?
well, regarding the perjury, the reason for that was to what I believe was protecting my child at the time, as any parent would do. No matter what the cost was,
Okay.
whatever I had to endure, I would do, because at the time I believed I was protecting my child.
Okay.
And I just go through it.
Okay, so you lied under oath to
I
protect your
did,
child?
I did.
Okay, that's a very honest statement. I appreciate that very much. Any other questions from the board?
So the children, you all still have those children? You
Some
still
of them
parenting
are
those children?
behind us,
Okay,
and then
okay.
some of them are a lot older now, and they have their own children. So because we have 8 children and they have their children. I didn't want to, you know, because sometimes that can be a little chaotic.
I understand.
You mentioned officiating. You also mentioned going into the prisons. Have you been able to do that with criminal history?
Because my criminal history is, it's not, I know it's in DOC is violent, but in, I guess before that violent rule came out, the violent law it doesn't count against me.
Against you with?
Or as, my background. So
Okay.
they do a background to go back in the prisons. They do a background to go, OSSAA to go referee,
Okay.
sports.
Okay. How long you been officiating?
I've been officiating since 2003.
Any other questions?
I just have one for Leroy. Leroy, on docket number 7 on the pardon docket, Ms. Cleveland. And you, on the 2009 605 case, it shows her completion date of 5/25. Does anything show up where that ended sooner than that you can see?
Any other questions? Thank you all for coming. We'll take a vote now. Would you call the roll?
Richard Miller,
Yes.
Kevin Buchanan,
No.
Calvin Prince,
Yes.
Ed Konechny,
Second, please. Supervision terminated.
We are voting on Ms. Cleveland.
correct.
Correct.
Okay. Docket number 6.
Okay.
Yes.
Robert Revis.
Yes.
Pardon is recommended. Docket number 7, Lynn Cleveland, Richard Miller,
No.
Kevin Buchanan,
No.
Calvin Prince,
Yes.
Ed Konechny,
Yes.
Robert Revis.
Yes.
Pardon is recommended.
All right. This is a recommendation to the governor. You, as you know from my other statements, that this is his prerogative. And you'll be notified of his decision when it's made. So the recommendation is for pardon. Thank you.
Melinda, we're going to take, okay. It is now 10:39 and we'll be in recess for 10 minutes. Now, 10:50 a.m. and in session. Three of us continue, please.
So what's our next case for the card docket?
Docket number 10, Eddie Griggs.
All right, Mr. Griggs. Good morning, Mr. Griggs. Okay, this is your employer? All right. And what is your name, sir?
My name's Ryan Herring.
All right, Mr. Herring, we'll listen to your presentation first, and then we'll ask Mr. Griggs if he has anything to add or any questions after that.
Appreciate letting us be here this morning. Eddie came to work for me in 2009 as a laborer. We were just needing to fill a void. Didn't really have any necessary requirements set forth whenever we picked him up. He was kind of a friend of an employee type deal. Since then, we call him Levi, so if I call him Levi, I apologize. I know it's officially Eddie, but since then, Levi has become a very valuable member of the team at Herring Construction. We're a small construction company down in Lawton, Oklahoma. As you guys know, 60 miles in any direction are usually a military base, and we've done work at a lot of those over the years. When we first started putting Levi in a position to where he was employed as a full-time employee, we had to get him a military ID on Fort Sill Army Base. There's a lot of hoops to jump through whenever you got a guy that's got a colorful past. And so we did proposition a lot of the people on Fort Sill and wrote a lot of letters and got a lot of referrals and somehow got it passed through. And so that was a good relief for us because he was a good employee. He showed up every day. He was on time, never had any issues with him. As time went by, Levi became a more important role in Herring Construction. Most recently, in the past 5 years, he's been promoted to a full-time superintendent. I've sent him out of town on projects on other military bases, and I plan to do and continue to do the same thing with him in the years to come. I'm too young to retire, and I need guys in my back pocket that I can count on, and Levi's one of those guys. There's always a black cloud kind of lingering over that there's always going to come an opportunity for someone to do a check that's going to come back as a negative result of one of this felony that comes back, and it's going to cripple us because he is such an important role. I've only got 3 full-time superintendents, and he's one of them. We just, we're here today propositioned for that part, and so that in the event that we do have a situation where a background check shows it up, then it's not an issue for us to get him a pass to get on that base.
Well, thank you for taking the time to come in and speak on his behalf.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Griggs, is there anything you'd like to add to that?
No, sir.
You want to tell the board a little bit about what was going on in your life? This entirely different now, obviously, when you were trafficking and possessing and committing these offenses.
Yes, sir. I started using drugs late in like junior, senior year in high school, friends, weekends, stuff like that, and it just kind of escalated up. And we was selling drugs to supplier habits and stuff like that, and then it turned into a deal for financial gain. A little bit later, I was 21 it was 1999 whenever I caught this case, and so I think I was 23 when I was sentenced to prison. Clean since then.
And you've been a good employee and a contributing citizen, so you have a lot to be proud of too. One thing is this one charge, that trafficking charge, it won't discharge until December 11th it won't have discharged for 5 years until December 11th of this year. Is that correct? 2019 was the date you discharged it?
I believe so.
Right. We do hear from time to time, about the difficulty that good employees and people have contracting with the federal government or working on federal lands and things like that with felonies over their heads. So we're sympathetic to that plight, but we'll ask the board members if there's any questions that they have. All right, Melinda, you want to take discussion?
Yeah, so I know we've got the 5-year, we've been lenient on that in the past. This is not under the new system of rules. He'll discharge that 5 years in a couple of months. And I think given the amount of work that he's done and the holding down of a job since 2009, I think I'm willing to waive that.
Yeah,
So,
we did have a DA post.
Yeah.
it was,
Wow.
yeah.
Anything else? It's from Grady County. It's a generic.
Right. Just, yeah, it was just complications to do.
Okay. If there's no further discussion. Mr. Buchanan, you need any additional time? I see you're looking up something. All right. All right, call the roll then, Mr. Ramirez.
Richard Miller,
Yes.
Kevin Buchanan,
Yes.
Alvin Prince,
Yes.
Ed Kenyachi.
Yes.
Robert Revis.
Yes.
Pardon is recommended.
All right, so you understand this is a recommendation to the governor. It'll be his discretion to either accept it or reject it, but the governor's office will notify you when they make their decision.
Yes, sir. Thank you, gentlemen.
Keep up the good work. Thanks for coming in.
Yeah, thank you.
Docket number 12, Shanta Hudson.
Ms. Hudson? Good morning. Ms. Hudson, you appear today by yourself on your own behalf, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, well, this is your opportunity to tell us honestly what you are asking from the board and why you're asking for it.
I'd like to start by saying good morning. And I'm seeking this pardon because I'm trying to further my employment. I have an opportunity to become a store manager of Casey's. I've been working there for 3 years and I've been working really hard to get this. And it's stopping me from getting the position that I need because of my alcohol and cigarettes. I can't obtain that license. I know I've done several things in the past that I'm very, very sorry for, and I've always been candid with my children about these things to keep them from doing horrible things so they could be well-rounded community people. I've been in the church. I've served countless hours at schools with my daughter. It's kind of hard to go to the things that I want to go to, like the field trips, due to the backgrounds, because they do background checks at schools. So with that opening up, I could be able to do things with my youngest child. I have 5 children. I've placed 1 through college. She's now a realtor. I have 2 more that's in college. 1 is getting ready to go to the Air Force. The other is getting ready to be a nurse. So I'm trying to practice what I preach. So by that being said, Mom, you got a bad history, but I don't want that stickler to be over my head anymore for my children.
Thank you for coming in. Do the board members have any questions of Ms. Hudson?
I noticed there was several needs of restitution being made on these cases. Did you pay all the restitution that was required?
Yes, I did.
Any other questions? Ms. Hudson, is this your daughter behind you today?
Yes, sir.
Is that your youngest?
No, that's the one that's going to the Air Force. She's one of my twins.
Very, very good. Well, all right. Any other questions or any discussion? All right, we'll call for a vote then.
Richard Miller,
Yes.
Kevin Buchanan,
Yes.
Alvin Prince,
Yes.
Ed Kenyachi.
Yes.
Robert Revis.
Yes.
Pardon is recommended.
All right, Ms. Hudson, you've earned this recommendation. We'll see what the governor does with it, but his office will notify you, okay?
Thank you, gentlemen.
Good luck to you.
Docket number 16, Melvin McDaniel.
Melvin McDaniel. Good morning, Mr. McDaniel.
Good
Is this your wife appearing with you?
No, this is my partner.
Okay, she can sit up here at the table with you or right there, wherever you want. Just make yourself comfortable. This is your opportunity to address the board this morning. And tell us, what you're asking for and why you're asking for it, things that you've done.
Yes, sir. I would like to ask for a pardon to clear my name and get that stigma off my family's name.
The family did not deserve that. I did that all on my own. And I have kids and grandkids coming up that'll be carrying my name also. I'd like for it to be a clear record. Also, live out on a farm, have a cow-calf operation. And where we live, there's cougars, bobcats, badgers, pigs. I need to be able to protect my farm. I'd like to clear my record, and I'd like to have all my rights as an American citizen back as original.
All right, Mr. McDaniel, what about the alcohol and drug problem? Was that something you cleaned up, or how did you do it?
Yes, sir. I moved up in the oil field very early. I left college in 1976, and by 1981, I was a superintendent. With that, of course, left me at 25 years old, running with people a lot older than me. And I guess I picked up some bad habits. I make no excuses for what I did. But I'll tell you this, 1984, I had a traumatic head injury, oil field accident. A year later, I had an out of control alcohol problem and cost me my job, my family. That's covered, soon after that, I got it back together and incorporated my own consulting business in 2006. Spent over 40 years in the oil field, over 20 years consulting, over 25 years consulting. Also own a hotshot trucking company and a cow-calf operation.
Those are good things, Mr. McDaniel. How long have you been, are you completely sober? Do you drink occasionally? What's the status now?
I'm not gonna tell you I don't drink a beer after a hard day's work out the farm, because I do. But I don't get in the truck and drive nowhere either.
All right, very good. Any questions from the board members?
I wanted to follow up on the 2002, I'm sorry, the 1997 domestic situation. Do you have any contact with that person anymore? None. And were there any injuries at that time of any nature? Did you do any counseling or anything about that? Yes, sir, I did.
Ed Konechny,
Yes.
Robert Revis.
Yes.
Pardon is recommended.
Mr. McDaniel, you've heard what I've said to everyone.
Yes,
This
sir.
is
Do you have
rec-
any idea of the time frame on that?
No, we don't really. I mean,
I've been 18 months getting to this point.
yeah, I understand, but it is what it is.
Sure it is.
We make these recommendations and sometimes they're acted on expeditiously and fast, and then other times they review the record. It takes more time.
Yes, sir. Thank you for your time today, gentlemen.
Good luck.
Docket number 14, Robert Law. Yeah, he's not on Zoom.
Who is this?
Robert Law, number 14.
Okay, thank you.
They're not on Zoom.
No, sir.
They're not here.
Earl Buckholz, his attorney, still, Kyle? You get notice of the hearing? I mean, pardon?
And they're not on. Kyle, do we vote to pass? Okay. I'd make a motion, we vote to pass.
All right. I'm in favor.
Linda, call roll.
Linda, you can call
the
on
roll on that one. Pass. Okay. Okay, let's mark it as passed then. Thank you. Is that all the pardons?
All right, Mr. Chairman, it's back to you now.
Thank you very much. Item 3 on the parole agenda, discussion possible action on jacket reviews, commutations, nonviolent, violent, stage 1, reentry, medical, aging, parole, stage 2, commutation, stage 2, violence, special reviews, admin, parole, and SEER docket. Well, Linda, can we go ahead and do the, here?
Docket number 286, Wayne Thompson.
Yeah, we're taking this out of order. The press is here, and there'll be something more important for them to cover this afternoon. Okay, call.
Richard Miller,
No A and E.
Kevin Buchanan,
Yes.
Calvin Prince,
This is just-
Yes.
Ed Konechny,
Yes, stage 2.
Robert Revis,
Yes.
sorry, Robert Revis,
To stage 2, yes.
passed to stage 2.
Okay, now where do we need to go now?
Commutation, stage 1.
Okay,
Stage 1.
commutations. Stage 1 commutations. And this is where you had one you wanted to discuss, Mr. Buchanan, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, when we get to that, just, mention. Okay. Go ahead, Melinda.
Docket number 1, Miguel Adams was stricken. He was denied in August. Number 2, Jacob Anderson. Richard Miller.
No.
Kevin Buchanan.
No.
Calvin Prince.
No.
Ed Konechny.
No.
Robert Revis.
No.
Denied. Number 3, Jesus Avila. Richard Miller.
No.
Kevin Buchanan.
No.
Calvin Prince.
No.
Ed Konechny.
No.
Robert Revis.
No.
Denied. Number 4, Stacy Bellis. Richard Miller.
No.
Kevin Buchanan.
No.
Calvin Prince.
No.
Ed Konechny.
No.
Robert Revis.
No.
Denied. Number 5, Eric Berry. Richard Miller.
No.
Kevin Buchanan.
No.
Calvin Prince.
No.
Ed Konechny.
No.
Robert Revis.
No.
Denied. Number 6, Roy Bauman. Richard Miller.
Yes.
Kevin Buchanan.
No.
Calvin Prince.
Yes.
Ed Konechny.
Yes.
Robert Revis.
No.
Passed to stage 2. Number 7, Robert Burchett. Richard Miller.
No.
Kevin Buchanan.
No.
Calvin Prince.
No.
Ed Konechny.
No.
Robert Revis.
No.
Denied. Number 8, Roger Cook. Richard Miller.
No.
Kevin Buchanan.
No.
Calvin Prince.
Yes.
Ed Konechny.
No.
Robert Revis.
Yes.
Denied. Number 9,
You flag that one, please, I'm sorry.
number 9, Alami El Mansuri. Richard Miller.
No.
Kevin Buchanan.
Yes.
Calvin Prince.
No.
Ed Konechny.
Yes.
Robert Revis.
Yes.
Passed to stage 2. Number 10, Jerome Ursland. Richard Miller.
No.
Kevin Buchanan.
No.
Calvin Prince.
Yes.
Ed Konechny.
Yes.
Robert Revis.
Yes.
Passed to stage 2. Number 11, Rodney Evans. Richard Miller.
No.
Kevin Buchanan.
No.
Calvin Prince.
No.
Ed Konechny.
No.
Robert Revis.
No.
Denied. Number 12, Keandre Fields. Richard Miller.
No.
Kevin Buchanan.
No.
Alvin Prince.
No.
Ed Kenyachi.
No.
Robert Revis.
No.
Denied. Number 13, Jeremy Finch. Richard Miller.
No.
Kevin Buchanan.
No.
Alvin Prince.
No.
Ed Kenyachi.
No.
Robert Revis.
No.
Denied. 14, Manuel Herrera Castro. Richard Miller.
No.
Kevin Buchanan.
No.
Alvin Prince.
No.
Ed Kenyachi.
No.
Robert Revis.
No.
Denied. 15, Ken Hun. Richard Miller.
No.
Kevin Buchanan.
No.
Alvin Prince.
No.
Ed Kenyachi.
No.
Robert Revis.
No.
Denied. 16, Eric Jeffrey. Richard Miller.
No.
Kevin Buchanan.
No.
Alvin Prince.
No.
Ed Kenyachi.
No.
Robert Revis.
No.
Denied. 17, Damian Johnson. Richard Miller.
No.
Kevin Buchanan.
Yes.
Alvin Prince.
No.
Ed Kenyachi.
Yes.
Robert Revis.
Yes.
Passed to stage 2. 18, John Johnson. Richard Miller.
No.
Kevin Buchanan.
No.
Calvin Prince.
No.
Ed Kenyachi.
No.
Robert Revis.
No.
Denied. 19, William LaFoon. Richard Miller.
No.
Kevin Buchanan.
No.
Calvin Prince.
No.
Ed Kenyachi.
No.
Robert Revis.
No.
Denied. 20, Quentin Nelson. Richard Miller.
No.
Kevin Buchanan.
No.
Calvin Prince.
No.
Ed Kenyachi.
No.
Robert Revis.
No.
Denied. 21, Kevin Osborne. Richard Miller.
No.
Kevin Buchanan.
No.
Alvin Prince.
No.
Ed Kenyachi.
No.
Robert Revis.
No.
Denied. 22, Fleming Powell. Richard Miller.
No.
Kevin Buchanan.
No.
Alvin Prince.
No.
Ed Kenyachi.
No.
Robert Revis.
No.
Denied. 23, Benny Pride. Richard Miller.
No.
Kevin Buchanan.
No.
Calvin Prince.
No.
Ed Kenyachi.
No.
Robert Revis.
No.
Denied. 24, Jeffrey Rackley. Richard Miller.
No.
Kevin Buchanan.
No.
Calvin Prince.
No.
Ed Kenyachi.
No.
Robert Revis.
No.
Denied. Number 25, Brianne Risher. Richard Miller.
No.
Kevin Buchanan.
No.
Calvin Prince.
No.
Ed Kenyachi.
No.
Robert Revis.
No.
Denied. 26, Wilbert Rivers. Richard Miller.
Yes.
Kevin Buchanan.
No.
Calvin Prince.
Yes.
Ed Kenyachi.
No.
Robert Revis.
Yes.
Passed to stage 2. 27, Tommy Rolland. Richard Miller.
No.
Kevin Buchanan.
No.
Calvin Prince.
No.
Ed Kenyachi.
No.
Robert Revis.
No.
Denied.
28 is the one I'd like to discuss briefly.
28, Gabriel Solis.
Mr. Solis, I've got his basic claim is he's being held under the wrong statute number. And the difference is the one he claims he's held under is 10-year maximum. One that DOC is holding him under is up to life. The only judgment and sentence that was attached to his application actually references Title 21, 243.1. There is no such statute. But it appears to me it's reasonable to believe somebody was trying to put 843.1 on the JNS. And this was the first JNS. This is my problem that I've talked about in the past with us not being able to see everything that we'd like to. I can't see the original information on OSCN. It's not there. But when you go to his case on OSCN, it says that he was convicted under 843.1.
That's the 10-year or life.
No, that's the 10 years.
Okay.
Yeah. So the docket on the computer says his conviction is under 843.1. This JNS says 243.1. There are several Court of Criminal Appeals opinions that say he was convicted under 843.5. By the time Mr. Solis actually raised this issue with the Court of Criminal Appeals, they said that he had waived it. He should have brought it up earlier. I printed off that
unpublished opinion. The odd thing to me, having read hundreds and hundreds of opinions where they say the defendant waived that issue, typically they'll say it's waived, but even if it wasn't, it doesn't have any merit. They did not say that in this. Now, I may be reading something into it that's not there, but they literally just say this issue is waived. They do not discuss the issue at all in the opinion. So I don't know, there's one amended information that appears on the docket. I can't open it, I can't read it, so I don't know what it says. But this is the one that we have. This would be the first JNS. He was resentenced later by another judge. This is the first JNS. They're trying to put 843.1 on it. The docket says 843.1. To me, at least, it's a claim that should be investigated.
Why? That's why we vote on these things, and I appreciate you pointing that out.
That's my comment.
Do you believe that if there was a favorable vote, that it would give us more access, give us the opportunity to have access to that information?
If it came right down to it, I can go to the Oklahoma County Courthouse and go pull the record and look at the documents myself. There may be some attorney that might want to take a look at that on his behalf. It would be very simple to resolve, but we board members don't have access to the Oklahoma County docket in where we live. And right now, at least facially, there's an apparent claim that should be investigated, and it may be correct and it may not be. But and I will say, I talked with Mr. Counts about this, and he has a handwritten DA narrative that says the crime was 843.5. But it goes with this JNS we're looking at that says 243.1. So that, to me, they're in conflict. And after he pled guilty on the first JNS, the statute under which he's charged couldn't be changed. Couldn't have happened later down the road.
If we vote to stage 2, then there'll be further information.
That is why I will be voting for yes.
Call the roll, Melinda, please.
Richard Miller,
Yes.
Kevin Buchanan,
Yes.
Calvin Prince,
Yes.
Ed Konieczny,
Yes.
Robert Revis,
Yes.
passed to stage 2. 29, Tommy Stevens, Richard Miller,
No.
Kevin Buchanan,
No.
Calvin Prince,
No.
Ed Konieczny,
No.
Robert Revis,
No.
denied. 30, Keith Sweeney, Richard Miller,
No.
Kevin Buchanan,
No.
Calvin Prince,
No.
Ed Konieczny,
No.
Robert Revis,
No.
denied. 31, Kendall Thompson, Richard Miller,
No.
Kevin Buchanan,
No.
Calvin Prince,
No.
Ed Konieczny,
Yes.
Robert Revis,
No.
denied. 32, Lawrence Watts, Richard Miller,
No.
Kevin Buchanan,
No.
Calvin Prince,
Yes.
Ed Konieczny,
No.
Robert Revis. I didn't,
No, I'm sorry.
thank you. Denied. 33, Carol Weaver, Richard Miller,
No.
Kevin Buchanan,
No.
Calvin Prince,
No.
Ed Konieczny,
No.
Robert Revis.
No.
Denied. 34, Roy Williams, Richard Miller,
No.
Kevin Buchanan,
No.
Calvin Prince,
No.
Ed Konieczny,
No.
Robert Revis.
No.
Denied. 35, Chester Ziegler was stricken from the docket. Go back to stage 2. Docket number 2, Derico Adams. Richard Miller,
No, D and E.
Kevin Buchanan,
No, B and E.
Calvin Prince,
No B and E.
Ed Kenyachi,
No D and E.
Robert Revis,
No E.
denied. Number 6, Nicholas Ames, Richard Miller,
No B and E.
Kevin Buchanan,
Yes.
Calvin Prince,
No B and E.
Ed Kenyachi,
No B.
Robert Revis,
No B.
denied. Number 9, Larry Andrews, Richard Miller,
No A.
Kevin Buchanan,
No A.
Calvin Prince,
No A.
Ed Kenyachi,
No A.
Robert Revis,
No A.
denied. 23, Braden Birdsong, Richard Miller,
No A and B.
Kevin Buchanan,
No B and E.
Calvin Prince,
No B and E.
Ed Kenyachi,
No B.
Robert Revis,
No B.
denied. 24, Hannah Burks, Richard Miller,
You say 24?
yes, sir.
No A and B.
Kevin Buchanan,
No B.
Calvin Prince,
No B and C.
Ed Kenyachi,
No B.
Robert Revis,
No B.
denied. 33, Winford Bustle, Richard Miller,
No A.
Kevin Buchanan,
Yes.
Calvin Prince,
No A.
Ed Kenyachi,
Yes.
Robert Revis,
No A.
denied. 34, John Butler, Richard Miller,
No A and B.
Kevin Buchanan,
No B.
Calvin Prince,
No B.
Ed Kenyachi,
No B.
Robert Revis,
No B.
denied. 35, Juan Canales, Richard Miller,
No A.
Kevin Buchanan,
Yes.
Calvin Prince,
No A.
Ed Kenyachi,
No A.
Robert Revis,
No A.
denied. 38, Christopher Carrion, Richard Miller,
No A.
Kevin Buchanan,
No A.
Calvin Prince,
No A.
Ed Kenyachi,
No A.
Robert Revis,
No A.
denied.
Hey, Melinda,
Yes, sir.
will you flag 33? You flag that one.
33?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Make an announcement. As cases are called for people that you are here in support of, obviously this is an open meeting, you're free to stay, but you're also free to leave. You don't need to wait until a break. There to excuse.
Number 41, Joshua Caudle, Richard Miller,
No D.
Kevin Buchanan,
No B, C, and D.
Calvin Prince,
No B and C.
Ed Kenyachi,
No E.
Robert Revis,
No B and E.
denied. Number 51, Donnie Cole, Richard Miller,
No C and E.
51.
Kevin Buchanan,
Give me that number again.
51,
No A and C.
Calvin Prince,
No D and C. D and E.
Ed Kenyachi,
No C and E.
Robert Revis,
No C.
denied. Number 52, Floyd Collins, Richard Miller,
No A, C, and D.
Kevin Buchanan,
No B, C, and E.
Calvin Prince,
No D.
Ed Kenyachi,
No E.
Robert Revis,
No D.
denied. Number 54, Dustin Comstock, Richard Miller,
No A and E.
Kevin Buchanan,
No D and E.
Calvin Prince,
No E.
Ed Konechny,
No E.
Robert Revis,
No D.
denied. Number 55, Raul Concha, Richard Miller,
No A and E.
Kevin Buchanan,
No C and E.
Calvin Prince,
Yes.
Ed Konechny,
Oh, C.
Robert Revis,
Yes.
denied. Number 57, Robert Connor, Richard Miller,
No A and E.
Kevin Buchanan,
No A.
Calvin Prince,
No A.
Ed Konechny,
No A and E.
Robert Revis,
No A.
denied. Number 59, Elizabeth Cornett, Richard Miller,
Yes, stage 2.
Kevin Buchanan,
No A.
Calvin Prince,
Yes, stage 2.
Ed Konechny,
Yes, stage 2.
Robert Revis,
Yes to stage.
passed to stage 2. 63, Rodney Crawl, Richard Miller,
No A and C.
Kevin Buchanan,
No A.
Calvin Prince,
No A and E.
Ed Konechny,
No A and E.
Robert Revis,
No A, D, and E.
denied. Number 64, Jason Colwell, Richard Miller,
No A and D.
Kevin Buchanan,
No C and D.
Calvin Prince,
Yes, stage 2.
Ed Konechny,
No D and E.
Robert Revis,
No D.
denied. 67, Bridget Daniel, Richard Miller,
No C.
Kevin Buchanan,
Yes.
Calvin Prince,
Yes.
Ed Konechny,
Yes.
Robert Revis,
Yes.
passed to stage 2. 71, Stephen Davis, Richard Miller,
No A.
Kevin Buchanan,
No A.
Calvin Prince,
No B.
Ed Konechny,
No A.
Robert Revis,
No A.
denied. 77, Herma Ebert, Richard Miller,
Yes to stage 2.
Kevin Buchanan,
Yes.
Calvin Prince,
Yes.
Ed Konechny,
Yes.
Robert Revis,
Yes to stage 2.
passed to stage 2. 79, Roger Ellis, Richard Miller,
No A.
Kevin Buchanan,
No E.
Calvin Prince,
No E.
Ed Konechny,
No E.
Robert Revis,
No E.
denied. 83, Ralph Evans, Richard Miller,
No D and E.
Kevin Buchanan,
No C and D.
Calvin Prince,
Yes, stage 2.
Ed Konechny,
No C and E.
Robert Revis,
No C.
denied. 87, Brian Fernandez, Richard Miller,
No A.
Kevin Buchanan,
No A.
Calvin Prince,
No E.
Ed Konechny,
No E.
Robert Revis,
No E.
denied. 89, Sequoia Fletches, Richard Miller,
Yes to stage 2.
Kevin Buchanan,
No D.
Calvin Prince,
Yes, stage 2.
Ed Konechny,
Yes.
Robert Revis,
Yes.
passed to stage 2. 93, Brandon Fulton, Richard Miller,
Yes to stage 2.
Kevin Buchanan,
Yes.
Calvin Prince,
Yes.
Ed Konechny,
Yes.
Robert Revis,
Yes.
passed to stage 2. 96, Rodney Gaines, Richard Miller,
Yes to stage 2.
Kevin Buchanan,
No B.
Calvin Prince,
No B.
Ed Konechny,
Yes.
Robert Revis,
Yes.
Passed to stage 2. 100, Justin Gellner. Richard Miller.
See, what number was?
100.
No to stage 2, A and B.
Kevin Buchanan.
No, B and F.
Calvin Prince.
No B.
Ed Konieczny.
No B.
Robert Revis.
No B.
Denied. 101, Coco Gilbert. Richard Miller.
No, B and D.
Kevin Buchanan.
No, B and D.
Calvin Prince.
No B and D.
Ed Konieczny.
No B.
Robert Revis.
No B and D.
Denied. Number 104, Richard Gordonier. Richard Miller.
Yes to stage 2.
Kevin Buchanan.
Yes.
Calvin Prince.
No D.
Ed Konieczny.
No D and E.
Robert Revis.
No D and E.
Denied. 105, Jimerson Gold. Richard Miller.
No A and D.
Kevin Buchanan.
No, C and D.
Calvin Prince.
No D.
Ed Konieczny.
No E.
Robert Revis.
No D.
Denied. 108, Lamarin Greham. Richard Miller.
No D.
Kevin Buchanan.
No E.
Calvin Prince.
No E.
Ed Konieczny.
No E.
Robert Revis.
No E.
Denied. 110, Billy Gauntz. Richard Miller.
No A and B.
Kevin Buchanan.
No B.
Calvin Prince.
No A and B.
Ed Konieczny.
No B.
Robert Revis.
No B.
Denied. 116, Bradley Hardman. Richard Miller.
No C and E.
Kevin Buchanan.
No, C and D.
Calvin Prince.
No C and E.
Ed Konieczny.
Yes.
Robert Revis.
Yes to stage 2.
Denied. 117, Philip Harmon. Richard Miller.
No A and D.
Kevin Buchanan.
No, C and D.
Calvin Prince.
No D and E.
Ed Konieczny.
No E.
Robert Revis.
No D.
Denied. 118, Jason Arndt. Richard Miller.
No A and E.
Kevin Buchanan.
No A.
Calvin Prince.
No E.
Ed Konieczny.
No A and E.
Robert Revis.
No A and E.
Denied. 120, Anthony Harvey. Richard Miller.
No D and E.
Kevin Buchanan.
No A.
Calvin Prince.
No E.
Ed Konieczny.
No D.
Robert Revis.
No E.
Denied. 122, Tristan Haynes. Richard Miller.
No A.
Kevin Buchanan.
Yes.
Calvin Prince.
Yes.
Ed Konieczny.
No B and E.
Robert Revis.
Do you have a misconduct there? Me. Okay, no B.
Denied. 123, Brandon Henry. Richard Miller.
No A and B.
Kevin Buchanan.
No D and E.
Calvin Prince.
No B and C.
Ed Konieczny.
No B, D, and E.
Robert Revis.
No B.
Denied. 125, James Henson. Richard Miller.
No A and D.
Kevin Buchanan.
No A.
Calvin Prince.
No A and E.
Ed Konieczny.
No A.
Robert Revis.
No A.
Denied. 126, Jason Henson. Richard Miller.
No C and D.
Kevin Buchanan.
No C and D.
Calvin Prince.
Yes, stage 2.
Ed Konieczny.
No C and E.
Robert Revis,
No C and D.
denied. 127 is Isdro Hernandez. Richard Miller,
Yes to stage 2.
Melinda. Like that one. Due to the fact he's not violent, so he should.
What are we doing?
He's nonviolent. So it needs to be moved to, be allowed to have delegates speak on his behalf, so it needs to be passed to next month.
That's Hernandez.
Yes.
130 Tavis Hoffman. Richard Miller,
Yes to stage 2.
Kevin Buchanan,
Yes.
Calvin Prince,
Yes.
Ed Kenyachi,
Yes.
Robert Revis.
Yes.
Passed to stage 2. 131 William Hogan. Richard Miller,
No D and E.
Kevin Buchanan,
No C and D.
Calvin Prince,
No D and E.
Ed Kenyachi,
No E.
Robert Revis. Denied. 132 Donald Hopkins. Richard Miller,
No A and D.
Kevin Buchanan,
No C and E.
Calvin Prince,
Yes, Steve.
Ed Kenyachi,
No E.
Robert Revis.
No D.
Denied. 135 Tyland Hughes. Richard Miller,
No A.
Kevin Buchanan,
No A.
Calvin Prince,
No. A and E.
Ed Kenyachi,
No A.
Robert Revis.
No A.
Denied. 136 Jim Husky. Richard Miller,
Yes to stage 2.
Kevin Buchanan,
Yes.
Calvin Prince,
Yes.
Ed Kenyachi,
Yes.
Robert Revis.
Yes.
Passed to stage 2. 137 Stephen Hutchins. Richard Miller,
Yes to stage 2.
Kevin Buchanan,
No F.
Calvin Prince,
Yes.
Ed Kenyachi, Robert Revis.
Yes.
Passed to stage 2. 138 Ahmed Jassim. Richard Miller,
No A and C.
Kevin Buchanan,
No C and E.
Calvin Prince,
No D and E.
Ed Kenyachi,
No E.
Robert Revis.
No A and D.
Denied. 139 Carolyn Jackson. Richard Miller,
No D and E.
Kevin Buchanan,
No C and D.
Calvin Prince,
No D.
Ed Kenyachi,
No E.
Robert Revis.
No D.
Denied. 140 Harlamisha Jefferson. Richard Miller,
No D.
Kevin Buchanan,
No F.
Calvin Prince,
No B.
Ed Kenyachi,
No E.
Robert Revis.
No D.
Denied. 141 Jonathan Johnson. Richard Miller,
Yes to stage 2.
Kevin Buchanan,
No E.
Calvin Prince,
Yes.
Ed Kenyachi,
Yes.
Robert Revis.
Yes.
Passed to stage 2. 143 Michelle Johnson. Richard Miller,
No B.
Kevin Buchanan,
No B, C and E.
Calvin Prince,
No B.
Ed Kenyachi,
No B.
Robert Revis.
No B.
Denied. 146 Samaya Johnson. Richard Miller,
No D and E.
Kevin Buchanan,
No C and D.
Calvin Prince,
No D and E.
Ed Kenyachi,
I'm sorry, give me the number again.
46.
No E.
Robert Revis.
No D and E.
Denied. 149 Stephen Jones. Richard Miller,
Yes to stage 2.
Kevin Buchanan,
Yes.
Calvin Prince,
Yes.
Ed Kenyachi,
Yes.
Robert Revis.
Yes.
Passed to stage 2. 153, Naisha Kinnon. Richard Miller.
No B and D.
Kevin Buchanan.
Yes.
Calvin Prince.
No B.
Ed Kniechny.
No B.
Robert Revis.
No D and E.
Denied. 154, Richard Kessler. Richard Miller.
No A and D.
Kevin Buchanan.
No C and E.
Calvin Prince.
No D.
Ed Kniechny.
No E.
Robert Revis.
No D.
Denied. 155, Michael Kettles. Richard Miller.
No D.
Kevin Buchanan.
No C, D, and E.
Calvin Prince.
No D and E.
Ed Kniechny.
No E.
Robert Revis.
No D.
Denied. 156, Jarrell King. Richard Miller.
No D.
Kevin Buchanan.
No F.
Calvin Prince.
Yes to stage 2.
Ed Kniechny.
No D and E.
Robert Revis.
Yes.
Denied. 157, Robert Kubica. Richard Miller.
Yes to stage 2.
Kevin Buchanan.
Yes.
Calvin Prince.
Yes.
Ed Kniechny.
Yes.
Robert Revis.
Yes.
Passed to stage 2. 158, Brian Kyle. Richard Miller.
No A.
Kevin Buchanan.
No A.
Calvin Prince.
No A.
Ed Kniechny.
No A.
Robert Revis.
No A.
Denied. 162, Steve Liana. Richard Miller.
No D.
Kevin Buchanan.
No D and E.
Calvin Prince.
No D.
Ed Kniechny.
No E.
Robert Revis.
No D.
Denied. 163, Daryl Lee. Richard Miller.
Yes. Stage 2.
Kevin Buchanan.
Yes.
Calvin Prince.
Yes.
Ed Kniechny.
Yes.
Robert Revis.
Yes.
Passed to stage 2. 165, James Lewis. Richard Miller.
No A.
Kevin Buchanan.
Yes.
Calvin Prince.
Yes.
Ed Kniechny.
Yes.
Robert Revis.
No A.
Passed to stage 2. 167, Cassandra Livermore. Richard Miller.
No D and E.
Kevin Buchanan.
Yes.
Calvin Prince.
Yes to stage 2.
Ed Kniechny.
No C.
Robert Revis.
Yes to stage 2.
Passed to stage 2. 171, Jacob Lopez. Richard Miller.
No A and D.
Kevin Buchanan.
No C and D.
Calvin Prince.
No D and E.
Ed Kniechny.
No E.
Robert Revis.
No E.
Denied. 172, Jose Lopez. Richard Miller.
No B and D.
Kevin Buchanan.
No B and D.
Calvin Prince.
No B and E.
Ed Kniechny.
No B.
Robert Revis.
No B and D.
Denied. 180, Sean Mathis. Richard Miller.
Yes to stage 2.
Kevin Buchanan.
Yes.
Calvin Prince.
Yes.
Ed Kniechny.
Yes.
Robert Revis.
Yes.
Passed to stage 2. 181, Larry Maxwell. Richard Miller.
No A and D.
Kevin Buchanan.
No C and E.
Calvin Prince.
No E.
Ed Kniechny.
No E.
Robert Revis.
No E.
Denied. 183, Will Mays. Richard Miller,
No A&E.
Kevin Buchanan,
Yes.
Calvin Prince,
Yes.
Ed Kenyachi,
No E.
Robert Revis,
No E.
denied. 186, Mary McGee, Richard Miller,
No A and B.
Kevin Buchanan,
No B and D.
Calvin Prince,
No B.
Ed Kenyachi,
No B.
Robert Revis,
No B.
denied. 193, John Means, Richard Miller,
No A and E.
Kevin Buchanan,
No E.
Calvin Prince,
Yes to stage two.
Ed Kenyachi,
No E.
Robert Revis,
No E.
denied. 194, Michael Meeks, Richard Miller,
No A and D.
Kevin Buchanan,
Yes.
Calvin Prince,
No B.
Ed Kenyachi,
No B.
Robert Revis,
I was yes, but I'm a no B.
denied. 199, Stormy Munns was stricken from the docket. 202, Scenario Navarro, Richard Miller,
No D and E.
Kevin Buchanan,
No C and E.
Calvin Prince,
No B and C.
Ed Kenyachi,
No E.
Robert Revis,
No B.
denied. 203, Michael Nelson, Richard Miller,
Recuse.
Kevin Buchanan,
Yes.
Calvin Prince,
No B and E.
Ed Kenyachi,
Yes.
Robert Revis,
No E.
denied. 206, Marcus Niles, Richard Miller,
No B and D.
Kevin Buchanan,
No B and D.
Calvin Prince,
No B.
Ed Kenyachi,
No B.
Robert Revis,
No B.
denied. 208, Wendell Nolan, Richard Miller,
No B and D.
Kevin Buchanan,
No B and C.
Calvin Prince,
No B and C.
Ed Kenyachi,
No B and E.
Robert Revis,
No B.
denied. 209, Diana Almost Muniz, Richard Miller,
Yes to stage two.
Kevin Buchanan,
Yes.
Calvin Prince,
Yes.
Ed Kenyachi,
Yes.
Robert Revis,
Yes.
passed to stage 2. 212, Justin Page, Richard Miller,
No A and D.
Kevin Buchanan,
No C and D.
Calvin Prince,
No D and E.
Ed Kenyachi,
No E.
Robert Revis,
No D.
denied. 213, Luis Palacios, Richard Miller,
Yes to stage two.
Kevin Buchanan,
No A and E.
Calvin Prince,
Yes to stage two.
Ed Kenyachi,
Yes.
Robert Revis,
Yes.
passed to stage 2. 214, James Parker, Richard Miller,
No D and E.
Kevin Buchanan,
No C and D.
Calvin Prince,
No C and D.
Ed Kenyachi,
No D and E.
Robert Revis,
No D.
denied. 215, Matthew Partain, Richard Miller,
No B.
Kevin Buchanan,
No B and E.
Calvin Prince,
No B and E.
Ed Kenyachi,
No B.
Robert Revis,
No B.
denied. 218, Nicole Peard, Richard Miller,
No A and B.
Kevin Buchanan,
No C and D.
Calvin Prince,
No B and D.
Ed Kenyachi,
No B.
Robert Revis,
No B.
denied. 220, Misty Perry, Richard Miller,
No way.
Kevin Buchanan,
No way.
Calvin Prince,
No way.
Ed Kenyachi,
O, A, and E.
Robert Revis,
No way.
denied. 228, James Ramos, Richard Miller,
No A and D.
Kevin Buchanan,
No C and D.
Calvin Prince,
No D.
Ed Kenyachi,
No E.
Robert Revis,
No D and E.
denied. 229, Christopher Ransom, Richard Miller,
Yes to stage 2.
Kevin Buchanan,
Yes.
Calvin Prince,
Yes.
Ed Kenyachi,
Yes.
Robert Revis,
Yes.
passed to stage 2. 235, Emily Reinhardt, Richard Miller,
Yes to stage 2.
Kevin Buchanan,
Yes.
Calvin Prince,
Yes.
Ed Kenyachi,
Yes.
Robert Revis,
Yes.
passed to stage 2. 236, Braden Rhodes, Richard Miller,
Yes to stage 2.
Kevin Buchanan,
Yes.
Calvin Prince,
Yes.
Ed Kenyachi,
Yes.
Robert Revis,
Yes.
passed to stage 2. 239, Nathan Robertson, Richard Miller,
No A and E.
Kevin Buchanan,
No A.
Calvin Prince,
No way.
Ed Kenyachi,
No A.
Robert Revis,
No way.
denied. 245, Cheyenne Rawson, Richard Miller,
No D.
Kevin Buchanan,
No C and D.
Calvin Prince,
No C and D.
Ed Kenyachi,
No E.
Robert Revis,
No D.
denied. 247, Ruben Ruiz, Richard Miller,
No A and C.
Kevin Buchanan,
No C and E.
Calvin Prince,
No D and
Ed Kenyachi,
No E.
Robert Revis,
No A.
denied. 248, Zachary Rumsey, Richard Miller,
Yes to stage 2.
Kevin Buchanan,
No C and D.
Calvin Prince,
yes at stage 2.
Ed Kenyachi,
Yes.
Robert Revis,
Yes.
passed to stage 2. 250, Douglas Sanders, Richard Miller,
No B and E.
Kevin Buchanan,
No B.
Calvin Prince,
No B and D.
Ed Kenyachi,
No B.
Robert Revis,
No B and D.
denied. 253, William Scott, Richard Miller,
No A and E.
Kevin Buchanan,
No C and E.
Calvin Prince,
No C and D.
Ed Kenyachi,
No E.
Robert Revis,
No C.
denied. 254, George Sebastian, Richard Miller,
No A.
Kevin Buchanan,
No A.
Calvin Prince,
No A and E.
Ed Kenyachi,
No A.
Robert Revis,
No A.
denied. 255, Marvin Shoemake, Richard Miller,
Yes to stage 2.
Kevin Buchanan,
Yes.
Calvin Prince,
Yes.
Ed Kenyachi,
Yes.
Robert Revis,
Yes.
passed to stage 2. 257, Matthew Shockley, Richard Miller,
No A and E.
Kevin Buchanan,
No F.
Calvin Prince,
Yes.
Ed Kenyachi,
No E.
Robert Revis,
Yes.
denied. 258, Asher Short, Richard Miller,
Yes to stage 2.
Kevin Buchanan,
Yes.
Calvin Prince,
Yes.
Ed Kenyachi,
Yes.
Robert Revis,
No A.
passed to stage 2. 259, James Simpson, Richard Miller,
No D and E.
Kevin Buchanan,
No C and D.
Calvin Prince,
No C, D and E.
Ed Kenyachi,
No D and E.
Robert Revis,
No D.
Denied. 262, Roxy Smith. Richard Miller.
No B and D.
Kevin Buchanan.
No B and D.
Calvin Prince.
No B and D.
Ed Konieczny.
No B and E.
Robert Revis.
No B.
Denied. 264, Joshua Smith. Richard Miller.
No D and E.
Kevin Buchanan.
Yes.
Calvin Prince.
Yes.
Ed Konieczny.
Yes.
Robert Revis.
Yes.
Passed to stage 2. 266, Preston Smith. Richard Miller.
No A and D.
Kevin Buchanan.
No A and D.
Calvin Prince.
No A.
Ed Konieczny.
No D and E.
Robert Revis.
No A and D.
Denied. 268, Michael Schneider. Richard Miller.
Yes to stage 2.
Kevin Buchanan.
Yes.
Calvin Prince.
No A.
Ed Konieczny.
Yes.
Robert Revis.
Yes.
Passed to stage 2. 270, Alton Springer. Richard Miller.
Yes to stage 2.
Kevin Buchanan.
Yes.
Calvin Prince.
Yes.
Ed Konieczny.
Yes.
Robert Revis.
Yes.
Passed to stage 2. 272, Angelique Stephen McNeese. Richard Miller.
No D.
Kevin Buchanan.
No D.
Calvin Prince.
Yes to stage 2.
Ed Konieczny.
No D and E.
Robert Revis.
No D.
Denied. 274, Brent Stevens. Richard Miller.
Yes to stage 2.
Kevin Buchanan.
No D and E.
Calvin Prince.
Yes.
Ed Konieczny.
Yes.
Robert Revis.
Yes.
Passed to stage 2. 275, Taryn Stevenson. Richard Miller.
No D and E.
Kevin Buchanan.
No C and E.
Calvin Prince.
Yes to stage 2.
Ed Konieczny.
No E.
Robert Revis.
No D.
Denied. 280, Christopher Stovall. Richard Miller.
No D and E.
Kevin Buchanan.
Yes.
Calvin Prince.
No D.
Ed Konieczny.
No B.
Robert Revis.
No B.
Denied. 281, Ricky Swain. Richard Miller.
Yes to stage 2.
Kevin Buchanan.
No F.
Calvin Prince.
Yes to stage 2.
Ed Konieczny.
Yes.
Robert Revis.
No B. I'm sorry, no.
Passed to stage 2. 282, Shane Sumter. Richard Miller.
No D. C.
Kevin Buchanan.
No C and D.
Calvin Prince.
No D and E.
Ed Konieczny.
No D and E.
Robert Revis.
No D.
Denied. 284, Carrie Tate. Richard Miller.
No B and D.
Kevin Buchanan.
No B.
Calvin Prince.
No B.
Ed Konieczny.
No B and D.
Robert Revis.
No B.
Denied. 287, Gerard Brett. Richard Miller.
No B and D.
Kevin Buchanan.
No B and D.
Calvin Prince.
No B and E.
Ed Konieczny.
No B.
Robert Revis.
No C.
Denied. 291, Nathan Tompkins. Richard Miller.
No A and C.
Kevin Buchanan.
No C and D.
Calvin Prince.
No D and E.
Ed Konieczny.
No E.
Robert Revis.
No D and E.
Denied. 294, Robert Turner. Richard Miller.
No A.
Kevin Buchanan.
No A?
Calvin Prince.
No A.
Ed Kenyachi.
No way.
Robert Revis.
No.
Denied. 296, Brent Undernear. Richard Miller.
No A and D.
Kevin Buchanan.
No C and D.
Calvin Prince.
Yes. Stage 2.
Ed Kenyachi.
No D.
Robert Revis.
No C.
Denied. 301, Stephen Webb. Richard Miller.
Yes to stage 2.
Kevin Buchanan.
Yes.
Calvin Prince.
Yes.
Ed Kenyachi.
Yes.
Robert Revis.
Yes.
Passed to stage 2. 302, Tillman Wells. Richard Miller.
Yes to stage 2.
Kevin Buchanan.
Yes.
Calvin Prince.
Yes.
Ed Kenyachi.
Yes.
Robert Revis.
28, this is 302?
Yes.
Yes.
Passed to stage 2. 307, Danny Williams. Richard Miller.
No A.
Kevin Buchanan.
Yes.
Calvin Prince.
No A and E.
Ed Kenyachi.
No E.
Robert Revis.
No A.
Denied. 308, Deontay Williams. Richard Miller.
No C and E.
Kevin Buchanan.
No E.
Calvin Prince.
No E.
Ed Kenyachi.
No E.
Robert Revis.
No E.
Denied. 310, Brandon Williamson. Richard Miller.
No D and E.
Kevin Buchanan.
Yes.
Calvin Prince.
No D.
Ed Kenyachi.
No E.
Robert Revis.
No D and E.
Denied. 314, James Young. Richard Miller.
No A and D.
Kevin Buchanan.
No C and D.
Calvin Prince.
No C and D.
Ed Kenyachi.
No E.
Robert Revis.
No D.
Denied. Include stage 2.
It's, you don't want to work through that. Work through it. Okay, yep. Yay.
Victims and DA.
Yeah. We're gonna do, victims first, Melinda. Okay. Okay, docket number 25, Preston Black. Is Isabel Miller here? Would you please come to this table, ma'am? Docket 25.
Would you like me to stand or sit?
No, please sit, please, thank you. And understand you are here to protest the parole of Preston Black, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Share what you'd like the board to know, please.
So, hello, my name is Isabella Miller. I'm the victim in this case. Preston Black is my cousin, and I was 14 years old when Preston began sexually assaulting me. I first met him in my hometown.
Hey, Isabella, slow down a little bit, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Would you like me to start over? 'Cause I can't.
No, I just want to slow down so we can hear you.
Okay. Preston Black is my cousin, and I was 14 when Preston began sexually assaulting me. I first met him in my hometown of Ada when I was 9 and he was 21. He relocated from OKC to Ada after he was accused of sexually assaulting a 16-year-old girl When he started living in Ada, he temporarily lived with his older brother right down the street from my house, with his on and off again girlfriend. In 2014, his girlfriend had his child, and shortly after, in 2015, he was charged for domestic violence and required to complete anger management classes. During this time, Preston started living in my mom's house. We became close. He called me his little sister. He attended my birthday parties from ages 9 years old to 13, babysat me, walked me to school, etc. I wanted to share a personal story of mine. I was molested by my half brother from ages 4 to 8. Because of this traumatic event, I felt very uncomfortable around men, and my brother and I were no longer close. My dad died in April of 2015 from an overdose, and I found his body while getting ready for school. A month after he died, my sister got custody of me and relocated to Oklahoma City. I went to 8th grade at John Marshall, and while living with my sister, I decided I wanted to live back with my mom in Ada. In May of 2016, I moved back to Ada. Preston started coming back around in July of 2016. My mom informed me Preston will be living with us and he'll share a room with me. Shortly after we shared a room, he started asking me personal questions such as if I was on my period, do I know what climaxing is, am I sexually active? I genuinely thought he was asking me these questions because he cared about me and wanted me to be safe. I told him no and that I've never been sexually active. He then explained what climaxing is. He started asking me if I wanted to engage in sex. I was very uncomfortable and confused why he would even ask me this. I told him no, and multiple days after, he kept asking and pressuring me to engage, and I said yes because I was scared. Before he started penetrating me, he told me that we had to keep this a secret and no one needed to know. This little secret started on July 19th, 2016, and ended in September 2016. You might be asking, why is there a gap between September until February? The abuse started July 19th until the middle of September when I told my mom. Preston stopped coming around until December. I informed my mom in September of 2016 that the abuse was happening under her roof, and she got upset with me, called me out of my name, and promised me not to tell anyone, especially the police that she knew, because she's a good mother, and it wasn't her fault and she shouldn't be held accountable for me being fast. In January of 2017, I got tested at the Ada Health Department because I started having random health problems and gross sores on my body. After I was tested, I was informed that I tested positive for gonorrhea. I had never been sexually active until I was sexually abused by Preston. That's when my mom shared to my sister, my legal guardian at the time, that I was assaulted and I tested positive for an STD. In February, my sister, who had custody of me, but I was living with my mom, decided to take action and took me to the Ada police station, and I filed a report. While I was filing this report, the police asked me if anyone was aware of the abuse, and I lied to protect my mom and told them that she wasn't aware of the abuse. Preston was arrested and bailed out. The court hearings didn't start until late 2017. Based on Preston's confession, evidence from the health department, that he had positive STD results that correlated to mine, as well as me sharing details of the abuse. He was charged with second-degree rape and sodomy. In 2018, he was sent to prison to serve his full sentence of 7 years. Before he was sent to jail, he was informed that he would be placed on the sex offender list. The lawyer and judge explained to him that there were certain things that he couldn't do, such as be on school grounds, have a social media account, and be around children, contact me, etc. In 2021, he was released from prison for good behavior, only after serving 2.5 years of the 7 he was supposed to serve. After being released in 2021, he refused and failed to register as a sex offender for 3 years, ultimately leading to his arrest in March of earlier this year. After he was released, in 2021, he started living with a girl that he was dating that had 2 toddlers. And I actually sent y'all an email with this letter, and I also attached some photos of Preston's social media. So below, I've attached photos from Preston's personal Facebook that he started uploading in 2022. The photos include pictures of him and his child while his son is practicing football at his middle school, as well as pictures of Preston being on his son's campus. I'm showing you these photos not to speak on his son, but to show his father's problematic behavior. We would never be aware of these photos or Preston's personal social media if he would have never created it. He's aware that he couldn't create a social media nor be anywhere near school grounds, and he deliberately ignored it because he does not care. This behavior goes to show that Preston ignored the expectations of following the rules of being a registered sex offender. He has never held himself accountable for his actions, nor does he see himself as a sex offender he is. The crimes he has committed include incest, grooming, and rape. These are heinous and disgusting crimes, and they should be taken more seriously. Yes, Preston might be exuding good behavior in prison, but it's due to the supervision of guards and correctional officers. Of course, he has good behavior in prison because there's no minors for him to harm. It is crucial to distinguish between his behavior in confinement versus his actions once he is released in society. Preston should have never been released until he fully served those 7 years. Him being released early enabled his behavior. As far as him coming up for parole, that should not even be considered based on his crimes and his behavior when he was released. I personally think he should serve the 4 remaining years of his original sentence, and then maybe the possibility of him being released can be a conversation. The traumatic event that happened when I was 14 still affects me, and I'm about to turn 23. Having being a minor and not having support from family, I was never allowed to speak on the situation, so I never spoke at any hearings regarding this case until now. Oftentimes, we hear stories of people close to the defendant sharing how they're a good person, they would never cause harm to anyone, or we hear people bashing victims of sexual assault by saying comments such as, well, what was she wearing? What did she say to seduce him? She asked for it and she got what she wanted. In this situation, I was a child and I could not consent. I was very vulnerable. I was molested by my own brother, and my dad had recently died. There's nothing I could have said or done to avoid being groomed. It's easy to defend a person when you haven't been personally affected by their harm. We punish victims for recounting and sharing their experiences of abuse more than the person causing harm, and we need to do better. So thank you so much for considering my statement, and ultimately, the implications of allowing someone like Preston to re-enter society. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Miller.
Thank you.
The board appreciates how difficult this is, and we appreciate your courage to come and appear before us. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you all.
Ms. Sherry Oram, hi, you wanted to make a statement, is that correct, ma'am? This is regarding Jamie Farley, number 85, commutation.
Oh, my name is Sherry Oram, and I am the victim of James Farley III. 30 years ago, Mr. Farley seriously injured me. I walked in on him in the process while he was burglarizing my home. As I fled to get away, he ran after me, shot me 3 times in the back. I suffered greatly for my injuries, was on life support for a month. It was another 4 months before I was able to return to work full time. I just wanted to say that this was 30 years ago that this happened. I have managed to rebuild my life. I have a wonderful husband. I've lived a happy life, though I continue to suffer from the injuries that I received on that day. But I know that Mr. Farley also has suffered these last 30 years of his incarceration. I know that his record in prison will be a part of your consideration also. But I do believe that he has paid his debt to me for what he has done. 30 years is a long time. And I feel that his application for commutation of sentence should be approved for time served. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Farley, may I ask you a quick question?
Yes, sir.
Did anyone encourage you to come here today and make a statement on behalf of Mr. Farley, or was this a decision of your own?
No, sir, I have spoken to no one. I have given this great thought, and I certainly had my years of being very resentful towards Mr. Farley, but I realized I was only hurting myself. I have forgiven him. He was 18 at the time. He was scared. And he shot me with a gun that he had found in my house while burglarizing it. I believe that he made one almost deadly, very stupid mistake on the spur of the moment. I don't believe that he was there with any intention of doing me harm. But I do feel that many people who have done worse have spent far less time in prison. And I do honestly believe that his debt has been paid. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you. All right, we'll move on to the GA protests. Are any of them on Zoom or they're all here in person? Okay, Mr. Turner, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. We can see you also, sir. Thank you for being with us today. You're here to protest on Justin Boren, docket 28. Is that correct, sir? Is that correct? You're frozen.
That is correct. Yeah.
Okay, good. There you are. All right, great. Go ahead and tell the board what you'd like us to know. Docket 28.
All right. Well, this computer works. Generally is, Jefferson, Stevens, Grady, Caddo County, the jurisdiction I'm in, District 6. We look back on this case is that Mr. Boren on his own LSI score had a 29 and high level or high risk of reoffending. And that was just back on August 18th of 2023. And here we are 1 year later. And in his own offender version of the offense, it still does not comport with the facts that was in the instant case itself, which is that the pickup that he was claiming was stolen, it was registered over a month prior to when this incident occurred. He saw this truck and became enraged and rammed it. And we look at that and it's like the victim in this matter at the time that was in the car when it was rammed was a 17-year-old. His own statement at that time, I think, is concerning. He said that nobody was in the vehicle when he pushed it with his because he's not dumb and knew that would be assault with a deadly weapon and he would not get out of prison for 10 years. Thinking through that, knowing his priors and where he is, level of reoffense, this is serious. And we do not believe that he should be let out. Simply put, is that he has not spent enough time to understand and appreciate the gravity of the situation, the risk that he posed to a young adult who was in their vehicle in the middle of broad daylight. And with that is, we will not agree and we can't understand why it'd be appropriate for him to have any sort of early release given this narrative. And there was already enough grace with the 5N that was offered. And with that, the state has nothing further at this time.
Great. Thank you very much. I'm going to see if any of the board members have any questions. Anyone? Okay. All right. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you being with us today.
Thank you, board, and have a great afternoon.
Adam Sham, is that right?
We cannot find him, so Samantha Baggett will be joining.
Yes, you're with us here. SCHAM, is that correct?
No, it should be SAM.
Okay. Hold on 1 minute, Samantha. Okay. The other person that we didn't have on Zoom is here in person, so we're going to hear from them first. Okay. Thank you. Just give me a minute. You're here on Toby. All right, please come to council table. This is docket 289.
Thank you, members of the board, for allowing me to speak today on behalf of my community, my district, and on behalf of the victim, who at the time's name was Clarice Gray. I'm Adam Sharn. I'm the District 18 First Assistant District Attorney. I first came across this case not in July when it came up on the parole board, but in 2018 when Mr. Toby filed a motion for concurrent sentences. Back then, what really struck me as shocking and what made me passionate about making sure that Mr. Toby does not get paroled, or doing my part to ensure that he does not get paroled, were some of the things that he wrote in that motion in 2018. As an immature man, he was convicted of a plea of guilty for crimes while under the extreme circumstances of Mr. Toby's parents being separated sometime before the offense happened. He was forced to go live with his older sister, who was only 24 years old at the time. Even back then, he wrote about this as though he had broken into a car or stole something from a gas station. Not that he had stalked a woman as she left from work, followed her, ran her off the road, armed her at gunpoint, pulled her out of the car, drove her around in her area of Stewart for an extended period of time. I believe crashed his car at some point. She was able to escape. He ran after her, punched her so hard in the face that she went dizzy and was unable to fight back, then took her back to his car, sodomized her, then ripped her clothes off, raped her, and then told her to put her clothes back on and drove her back to her car as though they had just had a date. The horrific and shocking nature of that crime prompted the judge, after a jury trial, in this motion he says he pled guilty, not to this case. This case, he made her go through a preliminary hearing and a jury trial. The jury found him guilty and sentenced him to 20 years on each of the robbery and sodomy and 10 years on the kidnapping and life on that rape. The judge, Judge Bob Layden, sentenced him for all sentences to run consecutive, life plus 50 years. He has discharged the robbery, the kidnapping, the sodomy, and of course back then there wasn't Section 13.1 to make these 85% crimes. But he's only technically 23 years into that life sentence. He's not even at retirement age. And this is not a case that is forgotten by time. I have employees who still remember this case. I have employees who remember the other case that he was involved in, where he broke into a woman's house and raped her. And he did that because he got such a rush from this first case, the case that we're here on today. So on behalf of my community, on behalf of all the citizens of Pittsburgh County, the DA's office thought it was important not only to object, but to appear in person to address the board, and I appreciate allowing me to do that. As far as Clarice Gray, I'm not sure what her last name is now. Very difficult for us to track her down. We actually have not spoken to her because the superintendent of Stewart Public Schools finally helped us find her and called us today and said she's a nurse in San Diego. So she has been able to move on and have a productive life. And I can only think that part of that was knowing that this man who did these horrific things to her is gone forever. Not that he was going to get out when he's, as I said, not even at retirement age yet. And he won't even be supervised by the Department of Corrections in this state or any other state. He'll just be shipped off back to Thailand, where he could reoffend again, and there will be no structure there. So thank you for your time, and wait questions.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Any questions from the board?
I have a question. Do you know if he still has any connections to the community?
I do not believe so.
Family members, or does he own property, or any of those types of things?
He went to prison when he was 18. I believe his mother had already, or at least was in the process of moving back to Thailand. In the motion from 2018, one of the points that he made was, I have an ICE detainer and my mom and family live in Thailand, so I'll just go back there. So I do not believe he has any ties left.
All right, thanks.
Any other questions? Thank you, sir. Appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Baggett, you still there for us?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you for your patience. I appreciate it. We'll just go down with these in order. Our docket number 14, Ismail Abia.
Yes, sir.
All right, go ahead. Just tell us what you'd like us to know. Docket 14.
Thank you, sir. So for Mr. Avila, you have in our letter that in 2019, I apologize, he pled guilty to trafficking 5,500 grams of methamphetamine and received a 20-year sentence. At the time this occurred, he was a Texas resident who also had federal charges out of, I'm going to butcher this, but I guess it's Segoville, Texas. He has served approximately 5.5 years of that 20-year sentence. I could not find any other criminal charges here, but obviously I can't search Texas. Given the manner in which this crime was committed, as well as the amount of methamphetamine that was found, our office is requesting that his request of parole be denied due to, in part, the length of his sentence and the amount that he has served, as well as the amount of drugs that were found in his vehicle.
Great, thank you. Any questions from the board? Docket number 15, Michael Bailey. Whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Okay. With respect to Michael Bailey, this was a Cleveland County case from 2023. As noted in ADA Barnes's letter, he has served 8 months out of his 3-year sentence. He has a violent history from when he was charged and convicted as a YO of attempted rape, kidnapping, sexual battery, and A and B deadly. This incident happened 2 weeks before he was set to be released from that juvenile facility and involved a facial laceration and a loose tooth to the employees at that juvenile detention facility. Given that he has only served 8 months out of 3 years, the state is asking that his request for parole be denied.
All right, thank you. Docket 22, Chad Berg.
So I would like to make one correction to our letter. Our letter notes that convicted of felony domestic A and B. It was actually domestic A and B by strangulation. That was at a non-jury trial in front of Thad Balkman back in 2022, I believe was when that, no, I'm sorry, 2021. He was sentenced by the court to 10 years in DOC. He has a prior history of domestic assault and battery. Looking at OSCN, he has multiple cases in multiple counties that were either dismissed or adjudicated based on domestic assault and battery allegations, as well as many VPOs taken out against him by multiple women. In 2022, he petitioned the Oklahoma Court of Crims to modify his sentence. That was denied. And in May of this year, he applied for post-conviction relief, which was denied by Judge Balkman September 19th of this year. He has a violent history involving women and other people in our community. He is clearly not taking any kind of accountability for his actions. And our office would object to his early release.
Okay. Any questions from the board?
Yes, sir.
Going to be his projected release date without any infractions is going to be this December. Sometimes the board gives these cases as like, okay, he's going to be released in December after Christmas, or perhaps we could put some restrictions on him and recommend a parole. What's your opinion on that kind of?
I'm sorry, sir. I'm having trouble hearing you. If you could restate.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's my fault. He's going to be released, or his projected release date is December of this year, right after Christmas. Sometimes the board looks at these type of cases and thinks, well, maybe we should put some restrictions on him that would last at least, say 12 months. What's your opinion on those type of decisions? I mean, we can do nothing and he can be released in December, or we could recommend something and he could be under supervision for an additional 12 months.
Sure. I think additional supervision is warranted with Mr. Berg. He has had prior convictions for domestic assault and battery. Given that, it can be presumed that he has already gone through that 52-week batterers intervention program, that if he were to be released, I assume one of the conditions would be that program. My office has not found that he has learned anything from that program. And so we are concerned about him being released early in order to have more community supervision. That's really my office's only concern. I understand he gets out at the end of this year. But in the meantime, if something were to happen to someone else while he's released, that's what our office is concerned about.
I understand. Thank you for your answer.
Anything else? All right, docket number 48, Joseph Click.
Okay. Mr. Click is serving a 10-year sentence for trafficking. That's running CC to 2 counts of Berg 3, all out of Cleveland County. He has been in since November of 2021 and served 30% of his sentence. As noted in our letter, he has 11 prior felony convictions beginning in 2007. And he has been sanctioned multiple times while he has been in DOC for possession of contraband. His LSI score shows that he is at a high risk of reoffending. So given his conduct in the community and in DOC, as well as the charge for which he is currently incarcerated, my office would object to any early release.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? All right, move on to docket 66, Jared Dale.
Okay. Mr. Dale is currently serving 10-year sentence for a Berg 2 out of Cleveland County. He was revoked to that term of incarceration based on being terminated from the Cleveland County Drug Court program. He had new law violations, which were felony bogus check cases, and was sentenced to the 10-year sentence. Based on a summary order that I found from that revocation, his charge in this case was to be run CC to that bogus check case as well as a federal charge. I don't have a specific case number or charge for you other than just what was on that summary order. His multiple drug crimes history, including other charges for second-degree burglary and possession of stolen property. He was given an opportunity at drug court and continued to commit crimes. And so we would object to his early release.
Okay, questions from the board? All right, move on to docket 95, Richard Furman II.
Sure. Mr. Furman is currently serving 10 years for a drive-by shooting in Cleveland County. That case is running concurrently with an Oklahoma County case also for drive-by shooting. He has criminal history spanning back to 2000 in Tulsa County for possession of marijuana. It's concerning to the state that he failed to return the questionnaire so that this board and the state could know better about where he is mentally on remorse or not with respect to this charge. He has a prior conviction and arrest for rape and assault and battery. Given the nature of these two crimes, my office objects to an early release.
Good question from the board. Okay. Docket number 159, Devin Kyle.
Mr. Kyle is serving 15 years for trafficking out of Cleveland County. This is his second time being in DOC. He has 11 prior felony convictions. In his last stint of incarceration, he was ordered to complete the drug offender work camp. He failed to complete the balance of his suspended sentence from that conviction before he picked up the current offense of trafficking. He has disciplinary record while in DOC for substance-related issues, as well as testing positive for meth while he has been in DOC. It's clear to the state that he has not learned from his actions, and we would object to an early release.
Great, thank you. Questions from the board? All right, we'll move on to docket 179, Jesus Martinez Jr.
So Mr. Martinez is serving a 5-year sentence for possession of firearm AFC. He has a juvenile history. His adult history started in 2012 in Oklahoma County with KCSP and Berg 2 charges. He has 12 felony convictions. While he has been in jail, he tampered with a lock, leaving his cell. He has a history of violent behavior while he was a juvenile for rape 1, lewd acts, and forcible sodomy. This case has been allowed to be run concurrent to 2 Oklahoma County cases. And so we would object to any early release.
Okay, any questions? Docket number 230, Derek Reed.
Mr. Reed is serving a 5-year sentence for larceny of farm equipment and conspiracy to commit a felony. He was sentenced to 5 years to do, he was sentenced initially to 5-year suspended sentence and then revoked based on new law violations. And that was in July 24th of 2023. He's been given the opportunity at probation on several other cases and was unsuccessful on each of those for the reason of picking up new charge or violating his rules and conditions of probation. He has possessed illegal substances while in DOC. He has five prior felony convictions. And so we would object to an early release based on his criminal history and conduct while in the community.
Okay, great. Any questions? All right, docket 233, Misty Reed.
Miss Reed is serving a 10-year sentence for trafficking in methamphetamine out of McLean County. She sold 28 grams to our drug task force officers. She has also pled guilty to trafficking in Garvin County. Given the fact that she committed the same crime in 2 different counties, we are objecting to an early release.
Okay, great. Any questions? And docket 295, Russell Turner.
Mr. Turner is serving a 7-year sentence that he entered into August 23rd of 2022. He has 5 convictions for possession of CDS, convictions for causing a fire, Berg 2, battery, concealing stolen property, and joyriding. He has been given probation at least 10 times before being sent to DOC in this case. As ADA Harmon notes, he has victimized 2 young girls in this current offense. While he has been in DOC, he advised that he would fail a drug test. He has only served 2 of the 7 years that he has signed on for. He's been written up multiple times. And so given his criminal history and his conduct while in DOC, my office would object to an early release.
Great. Thank you. Any questions? Anything else you'd like to share with us?
No, sir.
All right. Appreciate your time being with us this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Where are we going next?
You have 7 dockets left, approximately an hour of jacket review.
Yeah. Okay.
2 hours.
All right. It's 12:38. We're going to take a 10-minute recess.
How long yet?
Okay, it is now 12:50 and reconvene the October meeting. Linda, where are we going?
We are going to go to the reentry docket.
Okay.
Start with number 11, Joshua Armstrong. Richard Miller,
No, C and D.
Kevin Buchanan,
No, C and D.
Calvin Prince,
Yes, that.
Ed Konechny,
No, C and D.
Robert Revis,
No, C and D.
denied. Number 21, Jacob Benavides. Richard Miller,
Yes.
Kevin Buchanan,
No, A.
Calvin Prince,
No, A.
Ed Konechny,
Yes.
Robert Revis.
Yes.
Parole is granted. Number 27, Joshua Booth. Richard Miller,
27, I'd say yes with the stipulation to complete substance use treatment and at least 12 months of UAs.
Stipulation
Yes.
is PRD 624.
Next June.
That PRD's next June.
Okay, well, let's make it a condition then. I didn't have that, I still had the 2026 date.
Okay. So condition of SAT, 12-month UA.
Yes, sir.
Kevin Buchanan,
I had yes with the stipulation that he complete 6 months of GPS without conduct and a condition that 12-month year.
I agree with that.
Calvin Prince,
Yes, same as,
Ed Konechny,
Yes, with all that.
Robert Revis.
Yes, the same.
Complete 6 months of GPS with no misconducts, then parole to the street with a substance abuse evaluation. Follow those treatment recommendations and 12 months of UAs. Number 29, Johnny Bolton. Richard Miller,
Say yes with substance use treatment, CBT, and 12 months of UAs. is good.
Kevin Buchanan,
No D.
Calvin Prince,
I'm a yes with Judge Miller, but I want to add 12 months of interlock.
Agreed. I agree with that.
Ed Konechny,
No E.
Robert Revis.
I'll agree with the recommendation of Judge Miller and Calvin Prince.
Parole is granted with a substance abuse evaluation. Follow those treatment recommendations, CBT, 12 months of UAs, and 12 months of interlock. Number 50, Jack Oleron. Richard Miller,
What number?
50.
50. No, C and D.
Kevin Buchanan,
I'm a yes with a stipulation that he complete the assessed CBT and a condition of SAT.
Calvin Prince,
Yes, same.
Ed Konechny,
Yes, with those conditions.
Robert Revis.
Yes, with those conditions.
Just the conditions or the?
Everything that.
Okay. Upon completion of CBT, parole is granted to the street with a substance abuse evaluation. Follow those treatment recommendations and 12 months of UAs. Number 53, Richard Colson. Richard Miller,
Yes, with substance abuse evaluation, CBT, and a 12-month.
Kevin Buchanan,
Yes, the same.
Calvin Prince,
Yes, same.
Ed Kenyachi,
Yes, same.
Robert Revis.
Yes, same.
Parole is granted with a substance abuse evaluation. Follow those treatment recommendations, CBT, and 12 months of UAs. 61, Camille Cox. Richard Miller,
No B.
Kevin Buchanan,
No A.
Calvin Prince,
No B.
Ed Kenyachi,
No B.
Robert Revis.
No B.
Denied. Number 62, Walter Cross. Richard Miller,
52.
62.
62. No E.
Kevin Buchanan,
No C.
Calvin Prince,
No A and E.
Ed Kenyachi,
No C and E.
Robert Revis.
No C.
Denied. 68, James Darnell. Richard Miller,
Yes, with substance use evaluation, CBT. Follow recommendations.
Kevin Bu-
No C and D.
Calvin Prince,
Yes, same as.
Ed Kenyachi,
No C and E.
Robert Revis.
I'll go with the recommendation of Mr. Miller and Mr. Prince, yes.
Parole is granted with a substance abuse evaluation. Follow those treatment recommendations and CBT. Number 69, Christopher Davenport. Richard Miller,
Yes, with substance use evaluation, 12 months UAs, follow recommendations. Of mental health treatment.
just a substance abuse and a mental health.
Yeah, and
months
for
UAs.
UAs.
And, okay. Thank you. Kevin Buchanan,
No D.
Calvin Prince,
I'm gonna say yes to those, conditions for Miller and add 12 months interlock.
Agree.
Ed Kenyachi,
Yes, with all of
Robert Revis.
Yes, with all those conditions.
Parole is granted with a substance abuse and a mental health evaluation. Follow those treatment recommendations, 12 months of UAs and 12 months of interlock. Number 73, James Dement. Richard Miller,
Yeah, is he in RTP at this time?
Just
Okay.
to complete it,
I-
Mr.
Okay, I'll, yes, with stipulation that he completed RTP. And then 12 months of UAs.
Kevin Buchanan,
Yes, same as Mr. Miller.
Calvin Prince,
Yes, same, add interlock, 12 months.
Agree.
You may have to.
Ed Kenyachi,
Yes, with everything. Prince added.
Robert Revis.
Yes. Same.
Upon completion of RTP, parole is granted to the street with 12 months of UAs and 12 months of interlock. 76, Stephanie Deal. Richard Miller,
Yes, with substance abuse evaluation, follow treatment, and 12 months UAs.
Kevin Buchanan,
No F.
Calvin Prince,
This is where I would like to be able to send them back to drug.
Failed drug court and DOC.
Yeah.
I'm a yes. Conditions of SAT, 12 months of UAs.
Ed Kenyachi,
Yes, same.
Robert Revis.
Yes, same.
Parole is granted with a substance abuse evaluation. Follow those treatment recommendations and 12 months of UAs. Number 78, Brandon Eggleston. Richard Miller.
No with D and E.
Kevin Buchanan.
No D.
Calvin Prince.
No D.
Ed Konechny.
No D&E.
Robert Revis.
No D and E.
Parole is denied. Number 80, Kendall Ingram. Richard Miller.
No D.
Kevin Buchanan.
Yes, with a stipulation of 6 months misconduct-free GPS.
Okay, I'll agree with that.
Calvin Prince.
Yes, same. That's Mr. Buchanan.
Ed Konechny.
Yes, same.
Robert Revis.
Yes, with those.
Parole is, upon completion of 6 months with no misconducts on GPS, parole is granted to the street. Number 84, Rodney Evans. Richard Miller.
No D and F.
Kevin Buchanan.
No F.
Calvin Prince.
Yes, condition of anger management.
Ed Konechny.
No D.
Robert Revis.
No C and D.
Denied. 99, Chris Garwood. Richard Miller.
No D and E.
Kevin Buchanan.
Yes, condition of SAT and 12-month UAs.
Calvin Prince.
Yes, same.
Ed Konechny.
No E.
Robert Revis.
No D.
Denied. 106, Clinton Green. Richard Miller.
Clinton Green.
Yes.
Yes.
Kevin Buchanan.
I'm gonna get a yes, with a stipulation they complete 7 months GPS without misconduct. Condition of 12 months.
I agree.
I apologize. What was the stipulation?
12 months of good behavior, or
7.
7 months of GPS behavior, and then 12 months of UA.
Calvin Prince.
Yes, same.
Ed Konechny.
Yes, same.
Robert Revis.
Same.
Upon completion of 7 months on GPS with no misconducts, parole is granted to the street with 12 months of UAs. 109, Jensen Grove. Richard Miller.
No D and E.
Kevin Buchanan.
No C and D.
Calvin Prince.
No C, D, E.
Ed Konechny.
No E.
Robert Revis.
No C and D.
Denied. 119, Roderick Harris. Richard Miller.
Yes, with conditions of substance evaluation, CBT, 12 months UAs.
Kevin Buchanan.
No C and D.
Calvin Prince.
Yes, same as Mr. Miller.
Ed Konechny.
No D.
Robert Revis.
Yes, with Mr. Miller and those recommendations.
Parole is granted with a substance abuse evaluation. Follow those treatment recommendations, CBT, and 12 months of UAs. 129, Daniel Hines. Richard Miller.
Yes, with substance evaluation, followed treatment recommendations, 12 months.
Which one is this?
120.
Kevin Buchanan.
Yes, same.
Calvin Prince.
Yes, same.
Ed Konechny.
Yes, same.
Robert Revis.
Yes.
Parole is granted with a substance abuse evaluation. Follow those treatment recommendations and 12 months of UAs. 133, Ronald Howell. Richard Miller.
Yes.
Kevin Buchanan.
Yes, 12-month UAs.
I agree.
Calvin Prince.
Yes, same.
Ed Konieczny.
Yes, same.
Robert Revis.
Yes, the same.
Parole is granted with 12 months of UAs. 152, Stephen Keenum. Richard Miller.
No B, D, and E.
Kevin Buchanan.
No B and D.
Calvin Prince.
No B.
Ed Konieczny.
No B.
Robert Revis.
No B.
Denied. 160, Matthew Linquin. Richard Miller.
Yes, with CBT.
Kevin Buchanan.
Recuse.
Calvin Prince.
Yes, stipulate, CVP, 12 months UA.
I agree.
Ed Konieczny.
Going to impersonate Mr. Buchanan. Yes, with 6 months of clear conduct on GPS and then the other.
I agree with that.
I concur.
He was just
You
trying
think
to help
that's-
out his fellow.
That's like.
Robert Revis.
Same. 6 months of GPS, 12 months of UA.
Upon completion of 6 months of clear conduct on GPS, parole is granted to the street with CBT and 12 months of UAs. 168, Joe Locke. Richard Miller.
No D and E.
Kevin Buchanan.
No B, D, and E.
Calvin Prince.
No E.
Ed Konieczny.
No D.
Robert Revis.
No D and E.
Denied. 174, Evan Lucy. Richard Miller.
Yes, with substance use evaluation and follow treatment recommendations and 12 months UAs.
Kevin Buchanan.
Yes, the same as Mr. Miller.
Calvin Prince.
Yes, same.
Ed Konieczny.
Yes, same.
Robert Revis.
Yes, same.
Parole is granted with a substance abuse evaluation. Follow those treatment recommendations and 12 months of UAs. Number 175, Farah Maggie. Richard Miller.
No A, C, and D.
Kevin Buchanan.
No A.
Calvin Prince.
Yes. With, that CVP, evaluation, 12 months UA. Mental health.
Ed Konieczny.
Yes, same as Mr. Prince.
Robert Revis.
Yes, same.
Parole is granted with a substance abuse evaluation. Follow those treatment recommendations, CBT, a mental health evaluation, and 12 months of UA. 182, Terrell Mayfield. Richard Miller.
No D.
Kevin Buchanan.
No C and E.
Calvin Prince.
No D and E.
Ed Konieczny.
No D.
Robert Revis.
No D.
Denied. 191, Tucker McMahon. Richard Miller.
No B and D.
Kevin Buchanan.
No B and C.
Calvin Prince.
No B.
Ed Konieczny.
No B.
Robert Revis.
No B.
Denied. 210, Joshua Osborne. Richard Miller.
Yes, with substance use evaluation, follow recommendations, CBT, 12 months UAs.
Kevin Buchanan,
No, D and E.
Calvin Prince,
Yes, same as Mr. Miller.
Ed Konechny,
The same.
Robert Revis.
Same.
Parole is granted with a substance abuse evaluation. Follow those treatment recommendations, CBT, and 12 months of UAs. 211, Heather Owens. Richard Miller,
Yes, with a CBT, substance use evaluation, follow the recommendations, 12 months.
Kevin Buchanan,
Yes, but I would add SAT to that.
You added what, Mr. Buchanan?
I think she had it.
I had
I
that.
think he had it. I think he had it on.
Are you stipulating that he do it inside or?
No, it's condition.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, he had,
had
that
it
was
on.
Judge Miller's recommendation.
Already done it? All right, well, then I'll withdraw that.
Calvin Prince,
Yes, same.
Ed Konechny,
Yes, same.
Robert Revis.
Yes, same.
Parole is granted with CBT, a substance abuse evaluation. Follow those treatment recommendations and 12 months of UAs. 222, Christian Primo. Richard Miller,
No D and E.
Kevin Buchanan,
No C and D.
Calvin Prince,
No D.
Ed Konechny,
No B and E.
Robert Revis.
No D.
Parole's denied. 223, Bruce Puente. Richard Miller,
No B and E.
Kevin Buchanan,
No B and D.
Calvin Prince,
No B and E.
Ed Konechny,
No B and E.
Robert Revis.
No B and D.
Denied. 226, Eugenio Ramirez. Richard Miller,
Yes, with 12 months UAs.
Kevin Buchanan,
No F.
Calvin Prince,
Yes, with addition of SAT, anger management, 12 months UA.
I agree.
Ed Konechny,
Yes, same.
Robert Revis.
No B.
Parole is granted with a substance abuse evaluation. Follow those treatment recommendations, anger management, and 12 months of UAs. 243, Sequoia Rossborough. Richard Miller,
No B and D.
Kevin Buchanan,
No B and D.
Calvin Prince,
No B and C.
Ed Konechny,
No B.
Robert Revis.
No B.
Denied. Number 285, Mitchell Thomas. Richard Miller,
Yes.
Kevin Buchanan,
No A.
Calvin Prince,
Yes, condition of CBP.
I agree.
Ed Konechny,
Yes, with CBP.
Robert Revis.
The same.
Parole is granted with CBT. 303, Kimberly West. Richard Miller,
No D.
Kevin Buchanan,
Yes, with a condition of SAT, 12-month UAs, and complete the assessed CBT.
Calvin Prince,
Yes, same as Mr. Buchanan.
Ed Konechny,
Yes, same.
Robert Revis.
Yes, same.
Parole is granted with a substance abuse evaluation. Follow those treatment recommendations, 12 months of UAs and CBT.
But if you're saying yes.
Regular parole
Okay.
docket.
Hold on 1 minute. Who are you all here for?
special review.
Oh, okay. Okay. When do we do a special review?
At the end of the jacket reviews.
Okay. It's gonna be just a little bit of a while before we get to that one. All right, sorry. All right, thanks. Okay, where we going?
Regular parole
All righty.
for 4, Anthony Alvarez. Richard Miller,
No B and D.
Kevin Buchanan,
No B and F.
Calvin Prince,
No B and D.
Ed Konieczny,
No B and A.
Robert Revis.
No B and D.
Denied. Number 7, Anthony Anderson. Richard Miller,
No B and D.
Kevin Buchanan,
No B and D.
Calvin Prince,
No B.
Ed Konieczny,
No B.
Robert Revis.
No B and D.
Denied. Number 17, Cecilio Barajas. Richard Miller,
Yes, with substitute valuation, follow recommendations of 12 months UAs.
Kevin Buchanan,
Yes, the same, except I would add mental health.
Agree.
Calvin Prince,
Yes, same.
Ed Konieczny,
Yes,
Robert Revis.
Yes, the same.
Parole is granted with a substance abuse and a mental health evaluation. Follow those treatment recommendations and 12 months of UAs. Number 19, Raymond Batiste. Richard Miller,
No B and D.
Kevin Buchanan,
No B and D.
Calvin Prince,
No B and D.
Ed Konieczny,
no B.
No
Robert Revis.
B and D.
Denied. Number 37, Ashawn Carr. Richard Miller,
No B and D.
Kevin Buchanan,
No B and D.
Calvin Prince,
No B.
Ed Konieczny,
No B.
Robert Revis.
No B.
Denied. Number 46, Deborah Clayton. Richard Miller,
No A and B.
Kevin Buchanan,
No B.
Calvin Prince,
No B and D.
Ed Konieczny,
No B.
Robert Revis.
No B.
Denied. Number 60, Jason Corvalier. Richard Miller,
Number 50.
60.
Oh, 60. No B and D.
Kevin Buchanan,
No B and D.
Calvin Prince,
No B.
Ed Konieczny,
No B.
Robert Revis.
No B and D.
Denied. 75, Timothy Dennis. Richard Miller,
No way.
Kevin Buchanan,
No B and E.
Calvin Prince,
Yes. Stipulate CBT, condition that mental health eval, 12 months UA.
I'll agree with that.
Ed Konieczny,
No E.
Robert Revis.
I'm gonna accept the recommendation. Yes, with those conditions and stipulations.
Upon completion of CBT, parole is granted to the street with a substance abuse and a mental health evaluation. Follow those treatment recommendations and 12 months of UA. 81, Ryan Estep. Richard Miller,
No A and B.
Kevin Buchanan,
No B.
Calvin Prince,
No B and D.
Ed Kenyachi,
No B.
Robert Revis.
No B.
Denied. 92, Juliana Freeman. Richard Miller,
Yes, with subsidies valuation. Follow the recommendations, stipulation to CBT, the complete CBT. 12 months UA. He's in anger management now, isn't he?
That's a she, 92.
92?
Yeah.
Okay. That's my recommendation.
Kevin Buchanan,
Yes, same.
Calvin Prince,
Yes, same.
Ed Kenyachi,
I think he's in anger management, or she.
There's nothing in Icon saying she is. The
Oh,
only
okay.
thing is, it says she's participating in Bible study and tablet classes.
Yes, with the 12 months.
Robert Revis.
Same.
Upon completion of CBT, parole is granted to the street with a substance abuse evaluation. Follow those treatment recommendations and 12 months of UA. Number 97, Michael Guyona. Richard Miller,
No B and E.
Kevin Buchanan,
No B, C, and D.
Calvin Prince,
No B and C.
Ed Kenyachi,
No B.
Robert Revis.
No D.
Denied. 102, Tommy Goines. Richard Miller,
No B and D.
Kevin Buchanan,
No B and C.
Calvin Prince,
No B and D.
Ed Kenyachi,
No B.
Robert Revis.
No B.
Denied. 103, Jeffrey Goodnight. Richard Miller,
No B and D.
Kevin Buchanan,
Apply to December misconduct, I'm going to say yes with SAT and 12 months UA.
Is that on 1 year of good conduct, did you say?
Post date? No.
Oh, because, I mean, it was in December. But, police date's in April.
Calvin Prince,
Yeah. I'm gonna say yes, same as Mr. Buchanan.
Ed Kenyachi,
No B and C.
Robert Revis.
I'm a no B. It wasn't egregious, but he's had other stuff. No B.
Denied. 114, Wayne Hall. Richard Miller,
No D.
Kevin Buchanan,
No C and D.
Calvin Prince,
No D.
Ed Kenyachi,
No C and E.
Robert Revis.
No C and D.
Denied. 115, Marquette Hankins. Richard Miller,
No B and D.
Kevin Buchanan,
No B.
Calvin Prince,
No B.
Ed Kenyachi,
No B.
Robert Revis.
No B.
Denied. 147, David Johnson. Richard Miller,
No B and C.
Kevin Buchanan,
No B and C.
Calvin Prince,
No B and D.
Ed Kenyachi,
No B.
Robert Revis.
No B.
Denied. 166, Brian Lindsay. Richard Miller,
No B and D.
Kevin Buchanan,
No B and D.
Calvin Prince,
No B and C.
Ed Kenyachi,
No B.
Robert Revis.
No B.
Denied. 169, Christopher Lofton. Richard Miller,
No B and D.
Kevin Buchanan,
No B and D.
Calvin Prince,
No B.
Ed Kenyachi,
No B.
Robert Revis.
No B.
Denied. 177, William Marquez. Richard Miller,
No B.
Kevin Buchanan,
No B and C.
Calvin Prince,
No B.
Ed Kniechny,
No B.
Robert Revis.
No B.
Denied. 188, Joshua McKenzie. Richard Miller,
No B and D.
Kevin Buchanan,
No B and C.
Calvin Prince,
No B and D.
Ed Kniechny,
No B.
Robert Revis.
No B.
Denied. 192, Michael McMaster. Richard Miller,
No B.
Kevin Buchanan,
No B and E.
Calvin Prince,
No B and C.
Ed Kniechny,
No B.
Robert Revis.
No B.
Denied. 198, Timothy Miller. Richard Miller,
No A and B.
Kevin Buchanan,
No B.
Calvin Prince,
No B, D, and E.
Ed Kniechny,
No B.
Robert Revis.
No B.
Denied. 201, Stephon Murphy. Richard Miller,
Yes, with substance evaluation, complete CBT, and 12 month UAs. Oh, wait a second, complete SAT. It's in SAT now, right?
That's what I have.
Okay, yeah, excuse me, misreading my notes. Stipulation to complete SAT, then the street was CBT and 12 month UAs.
Kevin Buchanan,
Yes, same.
Calvin Prince,
Yes, same.
Ed Kniechny,
Yes, same.
Robert Revis.
Same.
On completion of SAT, parole is granted to the street with CBT and 12 months of UAs. 224, Adrian Casada. Richard Miller,
No B and D.
Kevin Buchanan,
No B and D.
Calvin Prince,
No B and D.
Ed Kniechny,
No B.
Robert Revis.
No B and D.
Denied. 240, Ricky Rodriguez. Richard Miller,
Stipulate that the TFC street with 12 month UAs and substance evaluation.
Kevin Buchanan,
No C and D.
Calvin Prince,
No C and D.
Ed Kniechny,
Yes, same.
Robert Revis.
Yes, with the stipulation that he complete thinking for a change and into the street. The substance abuse evaluation, 12 months.
Upon completion of TFC, parole is granted to the street with a substance abuse evaluation. Follow those treatment recommendations and 12 months of UA. 241, Jackie Rogers. Richard Miller,
No C and D.
Kevin Buchanan,
No C and D.
Calvin Prince,
Yes, condition of SAT, CBT, 12 months UA.
Ed Kniechny,
No C and E.
Robert Revis.
No C and D.
Denied. 252, Waylon Schrader. Richard Miller,
No B and D.
Kevin Buchanan,
No B and D.
Calvin Prince,
No B.
Ed Kniechny,
No B.
Robert Revis.
No B.
Denied. Number 260, Augustin Skaggs. Richard Miller,
Yes, with abuse evaluation. All the recommendation, 12 months.
Kevin Buchanan,
No A.
Calvin Prince,
Yes, same as Mr. Miller.
Ed Kniechny,
Yes, same.
Robert Revis.
Yes, and
Parole is granted with a substance abuse evaluation. Follow those treatment recommendations and 12 months of UAs. 261, Christopher Smith.
261.
Yes, sir. Richard Miller,
No B and D.
Kevin Buchanan,
No B and D.
Calvin Prince,
No B and E.
Ed Kenyachi,
No B.
Robert Revis,
No B and D.
denied. 263, Jimmy Smith, Richard Miller,
No way.
Kevin Buchanan,
No C and D.
Calvin Prince,
No B and D.
Ed Kenyachi,
No G and
Robert Revis,
No D.
denied. 279, Aubrey Stout,
270.
Richard Miller,
No B and E.
Kevin Buchanan,
No B and D.
Calvin Prince,
No B and D.
Ed Kenyachi,
No B.
Robert Revis,
No B and D.
denied. 311, Leroy Wilson, Richard Miller,
No B and D.
Kevin Buchanan,
Yes, stipulation of SAT.
Stipulation of that?
Yes.
Calvin Prince,
No B.
Ed Kenyachi,
No B and E.
Robert Revis,
No B.
denied. Container docket. Yes, we start with number 5, Christopher Ames. Richard Miller,
No B and D.
Kevin Buchanan,
No B and C.
Calvin Prince,
No B and C.
Ed Kenyachi,
No B.
Robert Revis,
No B.
denied. Number 10, Jose Arburo Diaz. Richard Miller,
No A and B.
Kevin Buchanan,
No B and F.
Calvin Prince,
No A and B.
Ed Kenyachi,
No B.
Robert Revis,
No B.
denied. 32, Keith Brown. Richard Miller,
No C and D.
Kevin Buchanan,
No D.
Calvin Prince,
No D.
Ed Kenyachi,
No E.
Robert Revis,
No D.
denied. Number 40, Brian Catt. Richard Miller,
No A and B.
Kevin Buchanan,
No B and D.
Calvin Prince,
No B.
Ed Kenyachi,
No B.
Robert Revis,
No B and D.
denied. Number 47, Rusty Clear. Richard Miller,
No B and E.
Kevin Buchanan,
No B and C.
Calvin Prince,
No B.
Ed Kenyachi,
No B.
Robert Revis,
No B.
denied. Number 56, Shannon Conley. Richard Miller,
No B and D.
Kevin Buchanan,
No B and C.
Calvin Prince,
No B and D.
Ed Kenyachi,
No B and C.
Robert Revis,
No B.
denied. 72, Zakari Diener. Richard Miller,
No D and E.
Kevin Buchanan,
No B and D.
Calvin Prince,
No B and D.
Ed Kenyachi,
No B and D.
Robert Revis,
No B and D.
denied. 113, Brandon Hall. Richard Miller,
No A and B.
Kevin Buchanan,
No B.
Calvin Prince,
No B.
Ed Kenyachi,
No B.
Robert Revis,
No B.
denied. 124, Joshua Henry. Richard Miller,
No D and E.
Kevin Buchanan,
No C and D.
Calvin Prince,
No D.
Ed Konechny, Robert Revis.
No D.
Denied. Number 128, Robert Hernandez, Richard Miller,
No B and D.
Kevin Buchanan,
No B and D.
Calvin Prince,
No B.
Ed Konechny,
128, no B.
Robert Revis.
No B.
Denied. 145, Rollin Ridge Johnson, Richard Miller,
No D and E.
Kevin Buchanan,
D and E.
Calvin Prince,
No D.
Ed Konechny,
No E.
Robert Revis.
No D.
Denied. 150, Sarah Jurgensen, Richard Miller,
Yes, D. Yes, to detainer?
Yes.
Okay, yes to detainer.
Kevin Buchanan,
I'm a yes, but with a stipulation to test for ABE. I don't know if that's the right thing to say, Leroy, anymore, but. Anyway, test for ABE, then to detainer, valid, and then condition of SAT, 12 months.
I agree.
what were your stipulations, sir? For the detainer if valid?
Stipulation test. Condition of SAT.
Okay. Calvin Prince,
Yes, same.
Ed Konechny,
Yes, same.
Robert Revis.
Yes.
Test for ABE, then parole is granted to the detainer if valid. If not, parole to the street with a substance abuse evaluation. Follow those treatment recommendations and 12 months of UAs. 173, Dakota Lovelady. Richard Miller,
No D.
Kevin Buchanan,
No C and D.
Calvin Prince,
Yes, with conditions. That. DBT. Patient. 12 months UA.
I'll go ahead and agree with that.
Yeah, the Texas detainer. Yeah, Texas detainer.
Okay. Yes to detain.
Ed Konechny,
No C and E.
Robert Revis.
No C, D, and E.
Denied. 176, Anthony Mahey. Richard Miller,
No B and D.
Kevin Buchanan,
No B and E.
Calvin Prince,
No B.
Ed Konechny,
No B.
Robert Revis.
No B.
Denied. 189, Brett McKinney was stricken from the docket due to misconduct. 196, Victor Mendez. Richard Miller,
No B and D.
Kevin Buchanan,
No B and D.
Calvin Prince,
No B and C.
Ed Konechny,
No B.
Robert Revis.
No B.
Denied. 227, Rafael Ramirez. Richard Miller,
Yes to ICE.
Kevin Buchanan,
Yes to detainer.
Calvin Prince,
Yes to detain.
Ed Konechny, Robert Revis.
Yes, to detainer.
Parole is granted to the detainer. 232, James Reed. Richard Miller,
Yes to see yes.
Kevin
do we-
Buchanan,
I'm not sure I understand this.
Yeah, how do we do
Yes,
a detainer?
Wouldn't they be on the CS first, or?
He is a consecutive and then a detainer.
So that,
Ready to vote for it either way.
yeah, you can still vote for it. We just,
I was gonna say yes to see yes.
Calvin Prince,
no, D&E.
Ed Kenyachi,
Yes to CS.
Robert Revis.
Yes to the CS.
Parole is granted to the consecutive case. 234, Braxton Reed. Richard Miller,
No D&E.
Kevin Buchanan,
No F, I'm sorry.
Calvin Prince,
No, C and D.
Ed Kenyachi,
No D.
Robert Revis,
No D.
denied. 242, Jake Roman. Richard Miller,
No C.
Kevin Buchanan,
No C and D.
Calvin Prince,
No C.
Ed Kenyachi,
No C and E.
Robert Revis,
No C.
denied. 244, Devon Rosen. Richard Miller,
No D.
Kevin Buchanan,
No B and D.
Calvin Prince,
No D.
Ed Kenyachi,
No E.
Robert Revis,
No D.
denied. 246, Clayton Roughface. Richard Miller,
No D&E.
Kevin Buchanan,
Yes to detainer if valid, then condition that 12 months. Interlock.
like 12 months.
I'm sorry, yes.
I'll agree.
Calvin Prince,
Yes, same as Mr. Buchanan.
Ed Kenyachi,
No C and E.
Robert Revis,
Yes, with those conditions.
parole is granted to the detainer if valid. If not, parole to the street with a substance abuse evaluation. Follow those treatment recommendations, 12 months of UAs and 12 months of interlock. 251, Robert Scallion. Richard Miller,
No B and D.
Kevin Buchanan,
Number again?
251,
No B and D.
Calvin Prince,
No B.
Ed Kenyachi,
No B and E.
Robert Revis,
No B and D.
denied. 265, Nakishia Smith. Richard Miller,
Yes.
Kevin Buchanan,
No D.
Calvin Prince,
Yes, to detain.
Ed Kenyachi,
Just to detainer if valid.
This one?
Robert Revis,
No. D.
Hold on a second. Then we vote.
His original thing.
It was
Is a her.
accelerated, revoked, and
Deferred, accelerated. Vote partly again.
I'm going to change my vote to no too.
D.
No D for me, please.
Parole's denied. 269, Benito Soto. Richard Miller,
No A and E.
Kevin Buchanan,
Yes to detainer.
Calvin Prince,
No, A and E.
Ed Kenyachi,
No.
Robert Revis,
No. D.
denied. 276, Zania Stevenson. Richard Miller,
No B and D.
Kevin Buchanan,
No B and D.
Calvin Prince,
No B and D.
Ed Kenyachi,
No B and D.
Robert Revis.
No B.
Denied. 277, Derwin Stewart. Richard Miller,
No C and D.
Kevin Buchanan,
No C and D.
Calvin Prince,
No C and D.
Ed Kenyachi,
No C and E.
Robert Revis.
No D.
Denied. 283, Johanna Mana. Richard Miller,
No B.
Kevin Buchanan,
No B.
Calvin Prince,
No B.
Ed Kenyachi,
No B.
Robert Revis.
No B.
Denied. 305, Brock Wilcutt. Richard Miller,
No B and D.
Kevin Buchanan,
No B and D.
Calvin Prince,
No B and D.
Ed Kenyachi,
No B and D.
Robert Revis.
No B.
Denied. 313, Tommy Wyatt. Richard Miller,
No A and D.
Kevin Buchanan,
No D.
Calvin Prince,
No C and D.
Ed Kenyachi,
No E.
Robert Revis.
No E.
Denied. We will go to the docket delegate reviews with no delegate.
Good idea.
We will start with docket number 14, Ishmael Avila. Probably wrong.
Good afternoon, Ms. Hill.
Good afternoon.
Passing this portion of the meeting off to Mr. Prince.
I thought you might. The docket 14. Okay, so, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Prince. Mr. Avila was received into DOC custody in 2019. He is under that old trafficking statute, meaning he's doing 100% of his time day for day, and he will not discharge this nonviolent crime until 2037. In the just over 5 years that he's been in, he's only received one misconduct, and he's actually had clear conduct since 2020. It is his first incarceration. According to the investigative report, he was not assessed for any programs. He does not have any instances of documented violent behavior, and he does have a federal detainer. Upon release, he does plan on returning to Texas. He will be living with his father in Royce City. His father also owns a mechanic shop, which is where he will be employed if he is to be released. I did see the DA protest letter. I heard the DA protest today. I mean, it's really just repeating the facts. Like, we're very aware that Mr. Avila was trafficking drugs, and that's why he was sent to prison. I didn't see any indication of why he should actually be denied parole other than he committed a crime which he was sent to prison for. He will have that federal detainer to deal with, so I'm not sure that he will be going home once released from Oklahoma DOC. And I do want to ask the board to weigh his good behavior inside of DOC appropriately, and the fact that it is his first incarceration with the against the DA protest. And we will do what we can to stay in contact with him and then provide some reentry resources to him when he does make it back to Texas.
Thank you. Any questions by the board?
Is the state charge and the federal charge, are they the same case?
I couldn't tell that from the information I have, but I don't think it should be. I know, I think he caught, from the
Those are two
dates, my guess would be he caught that federal case and then he caught this one pretty soon after.
Wasn't his first offense?
No.
Another one.
Any other questions? Discussion? Call for a vote.
Richard Miller,
No way.
Kevin Buchanan,
No way.
Alvin Prince,
No way.
Ed Kenyachi,
No A&E.
Robert Revis.
No way.
Parole is denied. Number 43, Aaron Christopher.
Okay, Ms. Hill.
Thank you, Vice Chairman. Mr. Christopher has completed anger management. He has also worked in the kitchen at Davis Correctional. He expressed interest in entering a sober living program upon release, so Project Commutation will reach out to him and ensure that he does have a sober living house or transitional house he can discharge to in the Norman area, which is where he intends to return. He has already secured employment there doing HVAC work. He hopes to further his education and actually become licensed in HVAC. And we will do what we can to ensure he has that safe and appropriate housing and then other resources in the Norman area.
You aware of his misconduct?
Yes.
Any questions? Discussion? Call for a vote.
Richard Miller,
No B and D.
Kevin Buchanan,
No B and D.
Alvin Prince,
No B and D.
Ed Kenyachi,
No B.
Robert Revis.
No B.
Parole is denied. For 58, Anthony Cook.
Commutation? Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. First, I do want to acknowledge that Mr. Cook is not here today for his personal appearance, and that is due to a misconduct because this is the second stage commutation hearing. This is his first misconduct of his entire incarceration. He was received in 2019 and went 5 years without one. He did tell us about the misconduct and he does take responsibility for it. Essentially, what he reported to me is that he was on his unit and he asked someone not to slam the ice maker door because it might break. That upset that person. That person ran up on him and Mr. Cook did shove this man to get back away from him. That was the end of it. However, Warden watched the camera and saw it, and Mr. Cook pled guilty. He's not trying to fight this. It happened in late July. He takes full responsibility. He did push that person. While I very much understand why this board takes misconduct so seriously, I just ask you to still consider a time cut that would allow him to come up for, or to have a year of clear conduct before he comes up for parole. His sentences are excessive under current Oklahoma law. There's just no ifs, ands, or but about that. First, knowingly concealing a stolen property with value less than $1,000 is now a misdemeanor, which means he is serving well over the maximum of 1 year in county jail. Even if it was over $1,000, which it was not, it can be enhanced to double his max. So at the very most, he should be serving about 4 years and he got a 20-year sentence. Next, the trafficking statute in Oklahoma has substantially changed, especially for crack cocaine. Mr. Cook was convicted under the old trafficking for crack cocaine when the threshold for that was 5 grams. It is now 28 grams. Mr. Cook reports to us in several instances that he only had just over 5 grams at the time. I know that the ADA who wrote the protest letter states that he had 25 grams. Either way, still not 28, which means still not a trafficking charge under current Oklahoma law. And there were many, many reasons that crack cocaine was focused on so heavily when changing the laws. And so I would definitely ask the board to keep that in mind. Mr. Cook is doing day for day 100% of his sentence on this nonviolent drug crime, and he won't discharge until 2039 when he is 75 years old. The range of punishment on firearm charges has not changed. His 20-year sentences on those 2 gun charges are within range. I think his range on those actually are 4 to life. So again, I would just argue that those are excessive concurrent charges to his drug charges. Since Mr. Cook's incarceration, he has done well. He completed Thinking for a Change, and then he also got a certificate for the Global Leadership Summit. He's worked as a pod orderly, and if he is released, he does plan on living with a cousin in Tulsa, Oklahoma. He has prior employment experience in farming, and he's passionate about returning to that. Mr. Cook has been able to achieve his sobriety, and he is currently 60 years old and reports to us that he is determined to stay sober for the remainder of his life. I acknowledge that Mr. Cook does have prior convictions, and the ADA really harped on this in the objection letter. I just want to point out that none of those are violent, and actually, I counted 8 of the priors he has would now be misdemeanors. And again, none are violent. It's very clear from his priors and his past, he's long struggled with addiction. I don't think anyone here is to argue anything different than that. And those priors do stem from his long run with addiction. I again would ask the board to consider commuting Mr. Cook's sentences to something more in line with the current Oklahoma law, as his 2 KCSP sentences are well out of range. And he would not even have a trafficking charge if charged today.
Ms. Hill, has he not been able to get in any substance abuse program? I mean, I know he hasn't, and I know he was assessed for it.
He didn't indicate to us one way or the other. I mean, I don't even know if he is on the waiting list for those, Mr. Prince.
That much time to do, he'd be low priority, wouldn't you think?
Yeah, until he gets down much closer within a couple years. I mean, he's still looking at 2039. I don't see how, because he's level 1 also with, you stay level 1 under that old trafficking.
Well, I'm just not, I mean, he was assessed for it. So it was a program that is going to be made available to him. Other questions?
How old is he, Mr. 60?
Mhm.
Other questions? Discussion?
Well, he hadn't, all these times he hadn't completed substance use. He had a misconduct in July. And, the last drug offense was committed when he was 53. So his first drug offense was 1988. So he's had a long history.
I'm not going to hold against him.
And
He's had other opportunities and other incarcerations, I'm sure.
Well, so under current law, the 3 grams short of being trafficking. 25 grams.
If you commuted 17 years for that much, the amount, still a lot. Still a lot of years for that amount, the current law. But to be honest, I was thinking about the commute to 15. Then he gets this violation, his fault, nobody's fault, got a violation. Then I was thinking, well, I'll go to the commute to 17. That's where I'm at.
That's on the controlling.
Yes. And that's parole date of May of next year.
Further discussion?
What would you do on like this? 17.
Yes, because they're.
Anna? Call for a vote.
Richard Miller,
No, D, C, and D.
Kevin Buchanan,
No, B and C.
Alvin Prince,
Say yes, commute to 17. And then on the controlling and the CC.
Ed Konieczny,
Yes, I'm a commute to 17, I'm controlling at 17.
Robert Revis.
Yes, the same. Hey.
Commutation has been recommended to commute to 17 years. Number 197, David Miller.
What's the next case, please?
197. Okay, Ms. Hell.
Thank you, Mr. Prince. Mr. Miller has maintained clear conduct since his reception. He's currently enrolled in anger management in a reentry class. He reports to us that he has been able to get sober actually before coming back to DOC, and he has been sober for 1 year now, and he's very determined to keep this up so that he can be there for his 3 sons. It was also reported to us that he did choose to leave his prior affiliation, and he has since covered up those gang-affiliated tattoos. Unfortunately, Mr. Miller does have a 10-year CS case. This is actually really interesting. It was supposed to be completely suspended, but it was left off of the JNS. I have the plea paperwork stating it was supposed to be suspended. The court minutes both reflect that it was a 10-year suspended sentence. We will be filing a nunc pro tunc, just meaning hopefully getting that JNS amended to say the correct thing. But I think his best hope today is going to be paroled to his CS case. And then if he is paroled to that CS case, he will be released onto the suspended case once we can resolve this issue. I do have those court documents if the board would like to see them. This charge, the inciting a riot, was apparently a group of people in the county jail were kicking doors, being loud, causing a ruckus over rotten food being served.
In the county jail?
Yes. If Mr. Miller is released, he will live with his mother, who is located in Stroud, Oklahoma. He has prior employment experience in construction, welding, and renovations, and then we will work closely with him to provide reentry and reentry support and resources, and we'll be able to do that, work closely with him in the Stroud area.
Thank you. Any questions by the board?
He says he's no longer affiliated, but it's only been since 2023. I mean, we're talking not even a year.
He just happened to put in his paperwork, which is not always the case, because we don't usually ask about STG status. We, find that out through DOC, but he just told us, he said, I was affiliated before I came back to DOC. I had covered and left it. Yes.
Other questions? Discussion? Call for a vote.
Richard Miller,
Yes to CS.
Kevin Buchanan,
Yes to CS.
Alvin Prince,
Yes to CS.
Ed Konieczny,
Yes, to see it.
Robert Revis.
Yes.
Parole is granted to the consecutive case. For 298, Titus Vincent.
Okay, Ms. Hill.
Thank you. Mr. Vincent has no misconducts. He has completed several programs on his tablet, and he is currently enrolled in Life Skills program and the VOTEC for welding. He reported that he would have graduated the VOTEC right before his parole date. I don't know if that actually happened. Leroy might have an update on that. He has actively tried to be placed into thinking for a change since it was assessed for him. However, I do have paperwork where he asked DOC if he can enroll in that course, and they told him no, he does not have enough days, even though he was assessed for it. And I can also show that to the board if you are interested. He put in a request to staff asking them to be placed in thinking for a change, and it was responded to in June. And they said in June, we don't think you'll have enough time. We can't guarantee you'll complete it, so we're not going to put you in it. If he's still not in it by today, then if they were saying that in June, then I certainly don't think that they'd put him in it now. But that's, I'm not sure. I just wanted the board to be aware I do have that. Mr. Vincent has applied to the Oxford Sober Living House in Oklahoma City. He applied in August, so it's likely that he has already been accepted by now, and we just don't know it yet. But we will definitely follow up and make sure he has a bed there and somewhere to go. Mr. Vincent plans to get a welding job and then finish the technology courses that he was enrolled in prior to his incarceration. He will surround himself with sober and positive people to maintain his sobriety. He has found that being surrounded by these types of influences help him stay accountable. This will be Mr. Vincent's last opportunity for parole, and Project Commutation will do what we can and provide those reentry resources and support.
Okay. Go ahead.
May I see the, I want to.
Leroy, are you looking up his programs?
Thinking for a change before July the 10th. Looking at it.
I don't have anything with PRD now since you got completed, ready for all them classes that you have. Statement was 6/27/25. Because when I sent that update yet, they had not got all the credits yet.
Discussion?
So
He's at Enid Community Correctional Center, so I don't know what that reflects.
This was ECCC. With you being in CT welding, it would interfere with TFC. Had 976.
Roy, do parolees like this have the ability, they have access to these classes?
TFC?
They do thinking for a change?
You guys been stipulating CBT is same thing. If you want to stipulate them on street to do that, you'll see what I have to find them. Good. Or tell us that they can't find them.
I think for him, though, we want specifically for thinking.
say that again, Calvin.
Specifically, thinking for a change is what I think.
Oh,
Hearing.
Let's see, where's he going to?
Hearing
Also?
discussion.
Where's he going to?
Oklahoma City.
Oklahoma City.
Yeah.
Are you saying it as a condition?
So that'd be available then.
Yes, I believe so.
Stipulation.
Well,
No, it's not. So we're just gonna drag it out for 30 months.
Condition.
There's a condition.
Other discussion? Call for a vote.
Richard Miller,
Yes, with condition of CBT and 12 months UX.
Kevin Buchanan,
I would, mine's almost the same, except I would specify thinking.
Calvin Prince,
As
As Mr. Buchanan.
okay. Ed Konechny,
Same as Mr.
Robert Revis,
Yes, the same, specifically for thinking for a change, but if it's not available, I would be all for the cognitive behavior therapy.
parole is granted with thinking for a change and 12 months of UA. Number 20, Florinda Bearden,
Which one? 20. Good afternoon, Mr. Doyle.
Good afternoon.
You may begin.
Ms. Bearden has maintained clear conduct since her reception into DOC. Ms. Bearden was not assessed any programmatic needs by DOC, but has worked hard to complete programs that will help her with her reentry. She's completed substance abuse education, Christians Against Substance Abuse, parenting, career tech OSHA certifications, career readiness, and also additional career tech programs. Ms. Bearden has also maintained employment while in DOC and has worked in the laundry and education and is currently the golf cart driver where she transports the staff around her facility. Ms. Bearden will seek employment upon her release from DOC. She will use her new skills from working through career tech to find employment, working distribution in a warehouse. Ms. Bearden will maintain her sobriety after her release by continuing to attend meetings and finding a sober group of friends to spend time with. Ms. Bearden has applied for a spot in the Amnesty House Sober Living Facility in Altus. She would like to release to a sober living facility, but can stay with her parents if she needs to. Ms. Bearden's projected release date is in January of 2025, so this will be her last time in front of the board for parole consideration. And I do urge the board to grant Ms. Bearden's parole. She's maintained clear conduct since her reception, has used her time productively to gain marketable job skills, and does not have any programmatic needs that need to be addressed before her release. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Doyle. Questions for Mr. Doyle?
What's her release date, Leroy?
As soon as she just completed transition to community, so she got 30 days, so 123 to 25.
123, January. What was the violation on her 4 year?
Let me check.
I understand 50% date.
I don't have that
You don't know?
information.
Honestly, I don't know why this one has a 50% date since 2009 case since we're parole. Figured it was.
All in the same boat.
So she was paroled
Then
and then revoked.
Right. And then got
And then
revoked. Do you know what the underlying, what the revocation is?
Okay, any other discussion? Call for a vote.
Richard Miller,
No DNF.
Cannon,
No DNF.
Calvin Prince,
No D.
Ed Konechny,
no DNF.
Robert Revis.
No F.
Denied. For 161, Robert Leach.
161.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Doyle.
Mr. Leach has maintained clear conduct since his reception into DOC. Mr. Leach currently works as the boiler room operator at his facility, and he is testing for his Class 4 boiler operator license. Mr. Leach said that this certification will allow him to continue to work in this field when he is released, and it will give him an opportunity for long-term employment opportunities. Mr. Leach has been working while in DOC, but he did report that he has been unable to get into his recommended programs. Mr. Leach is open to any substance abuse treatment options that are available to him, both inside of DOC as well as when he is released from DOC. Both Mr. Leach's parents were drug addicts, and he was exposed to drugs as a child. The only environment Mr. Leach has ever known has been drugs, and he would like to receive help and treatment so that he can learn how to live sober and associate with sober individuals. Mr. Leach plans to take full advantage of whatever resources he can when he is released. Mr. Leach is interested in going to a sober living facility, and Project Commutation will help him apply and secure housing in a sober living facility. I do urge the board to grant Mr. Leach's parole. He's maintained clear conduct, has been working a job that keeps his facility functioning, and has given him new skills for a long-term career, and he's open to any treatment that he can get into. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions by the board?
He has to go do the detainer, correct? And he's got 90 days of county jail time to do.
But it says.
I believe there's a motion to revoke.
Other questions? Discussion? Call for a vote.
Richard Miller.
No A and C.
Kevin Buchanan.
No A and C.
Calvin Prince.
No, C and D.
Ed Konechny.
No C and E.
Robert Revis.
No C and D.
Carlos denied. 221, Colin Powell.
$21. Go ahead, Mr. Dole.
Mr. Powell has maintained clear conduct since his reception into DOC. Mr. Powell is currently enrolled in Trauma Talks and will complete that in November. Trauma Talks is a 16-part series designed to educate prison residents about childhood trauma in hopes that they can find resilience, learn tools to help calm their nervous system, reduce prison aggression, and become productive members of society upon their release. Mr. Powell has also taken a number of Adobo classes on his tablet that will help him with his reentry. These include Thinking for a Future, Anger Management, Preparing for Success After Prison, Rising Strong, a substance use recovery course, and Howard Schultz Business Leadership. In regards to the DA protest letter, Mr. Powell is 28 years old. So I do find it hard that he has already been labeled as a habitual offender, that we should just lock up instead of help. Mr. Powell was not given a chance for treatment in Oklahoma before he was sent to prison. He's taking classes inside that will help address the underlying issues that can lead to substance abuse, and he has not received a single misconduct during his incarceration. Mr. Powell does plan to live in a sober living facility upon his release. He has already secured a spot in the Common Solution Experience Sober Living Facility in Ozark, Missouri. Mr. Powell is a certified welder, and he will seek employment upon his release. There is a letter of support from Mr. Powell's welding instructor that highlights how hard of a worker Mr. Powell is, and the skills that he has that can lead him to a long-term career. In addition to living in a sober living facility, Mr. Powell will attend AA meetings regularly when he is released. I do urge the board to follow the parole investigator's recommendation and grant Mr. Powell's parole to his detainer. He's not had a single misconduct. He has a detailed reentry plan that prioritizes his sobriety, and has very marketable job skills that will help keep him employed and focused when he is released. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dole. Now, on our paperwork, number 5, other relevant information, talks about a incident, misconduct, but not written up as a misconduct. 3 orders was given to move and refuse. How are we looking at that? August. The case note was August 22nd of 24. Leroy?
That's at your discretion. They demoted him instead of writing misconduct.
That's their discretion.
It's at your discretion on how you want to handle it. DOC just took his days and made him level 1 where he's not. Until he gets promoted to level 2.
So day for day
Just
would
PRD
be
now.
properly reflected as that 11/25/25?
Now it's,
Okay.
So he's got time to complete trauma talks?
I've got him at, right now in October, at today, he's got 370 days. Should be able to complete that.
Other questions?
Is there a estimate when trauma talks would be completed?
I have no idea what that program even is, so I don't, tablet or what. I've never heard of it.
Do you have any idea?
Not a DOC program.
It's not a DOC program. I did look it up. It's a 16-part series designed to kind of deal with the childhood trauma and then the substance abuse issues that come after that, and give them new tools to cope.
He's not.
Sorry, Kevin, what'd you say?
Yeah, it's not DOC, so you cannot stipulate him to complete it.
Okay,
Yeah.
we can't
No,
make
no.
that a stipulation, okay.
Any other discussion? Call for a vote.
Richard Miller,
No, A and B.
Kevin Buchanan,
No B.
Calvin Prince,
No B.
Ed Konechny,
I was a yes to the detainer and then valid if not.
Robert Revis,
Yes to the detainer if valid, if not, condition of substance abuse evaluation 12 months a year.
both denied. For 233, Misty Reed,
Is that 233? 233.
Okay, Mr. Dole.
This is Miss Reed's first incarceration, and Miss Reed has 1 year and 8 months of clear conduct. Miss Reed has completed all of her assessed programmatic needs while inside of DOC. Miss Reed is very proud of her educational achievements in particular. She has worked extremely hard and completed adult basic education. Then she moved on to successfully earn her GED and has gone on to complete career readiness as well. Miss Reed has also completed substance abuse education, anger management, Genesis 1, AANA, Ideas for Better Communication, Christians Against Substance Abuse, Celebrate Recovery, Parenting from Prison, Christianity 101, and Walking by Faith, Not by Sight. Miss Reed did try to enroll herself into RTP, but she was told that she could not get into the program because she was not assessed a substance abuse need. Miss Reed is planning on moving to Oklahoma City and will be living in an Oxford House sober living facility. This will not only give her a fresh start with new people, places, and things, but it will also give her access to more reentry resources that she is eager to take advantage of. In response to the DA protest, I believe that Miss Reed is an addict. In the investigative report, she admits to daily meth use from ages of 11 to 35 and daily opioid use from 30 to 35. Miss Reed was in the throes of serious substance abuse and has done everything in her power while inside to address her substance abuse and better herself however she can. Additionally, the parole investigator uses Miss Reed's substance use history as a reason for denying Miss Reed's parole. Yet Ms. Reed was not assessed any substance abuse programmatic needs and has been denied entry into the most serious substance abuse program at her facility. Ms. Reed has been proactive in taking whatever classes she can and has worked hard without the full support of DOC to get sober, maintain her sobriety, and thrive in her sobriety. I've been meeting with Ms. Reed regularly since October of last year, and she's continuously told me how much happier she is in her sobriety. She wants to maintain that. Her mind is clear, and she's been putting in the work to maintain her sobriety and plans to do the same when she is released. Ms. Reed has never been in this position before. This is her first incarceration, and she's coming out of this with a GED, new tools from her programs to better address the issues that can lead to substance abuse, and is releasing to a structured sober living facility that will help her to maintain her sobriety. I do urge the board to grant Ms. Reed's parole. She has over 1.5 years of clear conduct, has completed all of her assessed programmatic needs, and has gone beyond what was recommended to address her substance abuse, and will reside in a structured sober living facility when she is released. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions by the board? Discussion?
Vote the same.
On McLean County, she has 260.
Different. Other discussion?
Or any specific recommendations anybody wants to make?
Yeah. Call for a vote.
Richard Miller,
No, A and D.
Buchanan,
No, A.
No A and D.
Technician, Robert Revis.
No D.
Parole is denied. Docket number 30, DeAndre Bradford.
Thank you. Still. 312. Do that one. Oh, okay.
I'm sorry, I missed that one. I apologize.
We'll do one more, Mr.
Go ahead.
Mr. Woods.
Yes, David Wood. Docket 312.
Mr. Woods has maintained clear conduct since his reception into DOC. He has over 6 years of clear conduct. Mr. Woods was not assessed any programmatic by DOC, and without any programmatic recommendations, paying off all of his fines and fees within 1 year being released. He plans to live with his father when he is released from DOC so that he can help take care of his aging. Parents. Additionally, Project Commutation will help connect Mr. Woods with any reentry resources in his area. I strongly disagree with the parole investigator's recommendation and urge that the board grant Mr. Woods parole. Mr. Woods has not had a single misconduct, was not recommended any programs by DOC, and is doing his sentence day for day and will not release until 2035 unless paroled. Thank you.
Questions by the board? Discussion? Call for a vote.
Richard Miller,
Recuse.
Kevin Buchanan,
Yes, with a condition.
Alvin Prince,
No, C and D.
Ed Konechny,
He's been in and out a lot, but he's been in a lot now. What, 7 years now, you say, Mr. Buchanan?
I calculate right now like 7 years and 8 months.
He can either be institutionalized and get used to living in prison, or you can get this chance and try to turn things around. I'm going to give him a chance.
That.
I'll go yes with SAP 12 months.
Robert Revis.
Same for me.
Parole is granted with a substance abuse evaluation. Follow those treatment recommendations and 12 months of UA. Docket
Thank
number
you.
30, DeAndre Bradford.
Hello, Ms. Boone.
Oh,
May begin.
thank you. This is Mr. Bradford's first incarceration. While he's been in DOC custody, he has completed the transition to community program, and he's also worked on the yard crew and in the kitchen to keep himself busy. Upon his release, Mr. Bradford does plan to live with his mother in Tulsa. He has work experience in construction, and he will seek employment upon his release. He does have 2 young children he is eager to reunite with, and he plans to spend as much time as possible with them and his family to help him stay on the right path. And as always, Project Commutation will continue providing him resources.
Aware of the misconduct.
Yes.
February. Comments?
He did not provide us an explanation of it, unfortunately, so I don't have any information.
Okay. Any questions by the board?
No.
Discussion? Call for a vote.
Richard Miller,
No, B.
Evan Buchanan,
No B.
Alvin Prince,
No B.
Ed Konechny, Robert Revis.
No B.
Parole is denied. For 170, Aiden Lopez.
Okay, Ms. Boone.
Thank you. While Mr. Lopez has been incarcerated, he has maintained completely clear conduct. He has been unable to enroll in the programs that are on his case plan, but he has still kept himself busy and has completed Ideas for Better Communication, Understanding and Reducing Angry Feelings, Unlock Your Thinking, the Team Reentry Program, Building Social Networks, Financial Literacy, and more. He's also worked in the kitchen as a cook. This will also be Mr. Lopez's last opportunity to be released on parole with conditions, as he will discharge his sentence early next year. Upon his release, Mr. Lopez does plan to live at the Oxford House in Oklahoma City, where he's already been accepted. He does have work experience in the oil field as a mechanic, as a welder, and as a tree trimmer, so he will have ample job opportunities when released. Project Commutation will, of course, continue providing resources as well.
Thank you. Questions by the board?
What's the release date?
December 19th came in our, 2 months from now.
What I thought. Double check and make sure I had it down correct.
Okay. Discussion? Call for a vote.
Richard Miller,
No, D and F.
Evan Buchanan,
No F.
Alvin Prince,
No D.
Ed Konechny,
No F.
Robert Revis.
No F.
Denied. 187, Cyprian McIntosh.
Okay, Ms. Boone.
Thank you. Mr. McIntosh has maintained clear conduct for over 2 years, and he has only ever received 1 misconduct. Although his trafficking case has made it difficult for him to participate in programs due to the amount of days he has left on his sentence and the fact that he's serving a day for day, he has completed Motivation 101 and the Life Skills program. He's also tried keeping himself busy by working and has spent his time working on the yard crew. Mr. McIntosh is currently incarcerated on a marijuana case from 2002. He was previously paroled on this case, and he had over 7 successful years on supervision where he maintained full-time employment and was living a productive life. Takes full responsibility for the circumstances of his revocation. Regarding the DA protest, I do disagree with their narrative, stating that he should have to serve the full term of his sentence. If you do look at Mr. McIntosh's prior criminal history, all of his prior felony convictions are well over 20 years old. While he did pick up this charge in 2021 that was from Ohio, in Oklahoma, this is a possession charge that's considered a misdemeanor. If he were to be released, Mr. McIntosh does plan to return to Ohio and stay in Ohio to live with his family, friends, and he will be there for his aging father. He is a certified electrician and certified in HVAC, and he had a very successful career doing these, and he will be able to return to that when released as well. And Project Commutation will do what we can to connect him to resources in the Ohio area if needed.
Any questions by the board? Discussion. Call for a vote.
Richard Miller,
No, A and D.
Kevin Buchanan,
No D.
Calvin Prince,
No D.
Ed Kenyachi,
No E.
Robert Revis.
No D.
Parole is denied. For 290, Richard Tolbert.
Okay, Ms. Bill.
Thank you. Mr. Tolbert has maintained completely clear conduct throughout his incarceration, and he spent his time completing a number of programs, which include many to help with employment opportunities. These are Project Build, OSHA 30, forklift class, and forklift certification, Who Are You Substance Abuse, Computer Fundamentals Certification, Virtual Reality Forklift Training, and the Reentry Employment Preparation Training. He's also worked as a cook and in the education department. Mr. Tolbert currently works for Dorada Foods, and they have been really impressed with his work ethic and have offered him continued employment when he is released. Mr. Tolbert will live in Ponca City, where his employer is located, and Project Commutation will work with him to find housing if needed, as well as provide any additional resources that he may need. Given Mr. Tolbert's excellent conduct, the wealth of programs he has taken to help him in his future and for his reentry plan, I do ask the board to consider granting his parole.
Questions by the board? Discussion. Call for a vote.
Richard Miller,
No, D and E.
Kevin Buchanan,
I'm a yes with a condition of SAT and 12-month.
Calvin Prince,
I'm a yes with those conditions.
Ed Kenyachi, Robert Revis.
Yes, same.
Parole is granted with a substance abuse evaluation, follow those treatment recommendations, and 12 months of UAs. Docket number 49, Joshua Cloud.
Different docket.
Same, it's just with delegates now. Okay.
Hi.
Carter.
Yes, Project Commutation was not listed as his attorney on this. We were told he was two-stage and did not know that he had been docketed for nonviolent hearing today. His family is here and they do want to proceed. Up to the board, how you guys want to handle this. I'd be happy to read you the highlights or just sit here with his family and let them tell you the highlights. I just resolved this issue was texting Kyle about it, so I don't know if you want to pass it and talk to him first. We can come
Not here.
back.
Are you prepared to do it? I mean,
I'm going to
Well,
read off my phone.
Hold on, hold on. Want to pass it and come back to it until we
Yeah.
find out?
We're going to delay
Well,
you a couple
yeah.
of talk to our legal.
Thank you.
Thank you, though. We'll come back to him.
Docket number 91, Peyton Ford.
Linda Ford. You, Ms. Ford? Okay, have a seat. Thank you for being here. Here on Peyton.
Speaking on his behalf.
Okay. Tell us what you want us to know.
Okay, good afternoon, honorable members of the parole board. My name is Linda K. Ford, and I am the
Can you
mother.
speak into that mic? Pull it up close to you.
Close to you there.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
There we go.
Okay. Good afternoon, honorable members of the parole board. My name is Linda K. Ford, and I am the mother of Peyton Ford IV. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak today. For my son, I fully understand and acknowledge the gravity of my son's past actions. He made choices that led him here, and for that I make no excuses. However, I believe it's important to look at the whole person and the journey he has been on since then. During his time at the Northeast Oklahoma Community Correction Center, Peyton has demonstrated remarkable growth. He has taken responsibility for his actions and has engaged in every class available to him, parenting and anger management, to name a few. I've seen him transform into a more responsible and self-aware individual. He has learned valuable lessons that I believe will guide him moving forward. As his parent, I want to assure you that he has a strong support system waiting for him. Our family is committed to helping him reintegrate into society. Peyton has expressed a deep desire to turn his life around. He wants to contribute positively to society, support his family, and make amends for the past. I believe he is ready to take this step and prove that he can be a productive member of the community. In closing, I ask you to consider the progress my son has made and the potential he has for a positive future. I truly believe that with your support and granting him parole, Peyton will continue to grow and become the person he desires to be. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Any questions by the board?
Candidate, afternoon.
Good afternoon.
One of your son's prior cases and one that he is still on probation for is a domestic assault and battery. Do you know who the person was involved in that with him?
No, I don't.
A girlfriend or a wife or family member? An idea?
I don't really know for sure.
Thanks.
Other questions? Discussion. Call for a vote.
Richard Miller,
No, D.
Kevin Buchanan,
No E.
Calvin Prince,
No D and E.
Ed Konechny,
No E.
Robert Revis.
No D.
All is denied.
Thank you for being here.
Can I ask a question? What are the Ds and the Es? What do they mean?
D represents that he has had previous failures when he's been on community supervision. And the E is that he would continue to commit criminal acts if he were released.
Docket number 207, Samuel Norwood.
Good afternoon.
Hold on a second. That's fine. 207. Okay, go ahead and give us your name.
Jody Poplin.
Okay, thank you for being here. Tell us what you want us to know.
Hey, I'm the founder of the Freedom Foundation. I fight for rights of inmates. I'm Samuel. since he was a child. However, I haven't seen him in 16 years. And currently, he's being housed at McAllister. And he is locked up 24 hours a day. Even when he goes to the library, they lock him up in the library. So someone else has to type his paperwork. He did reach out to McLean County many times to try to get a writ to come back to McLean County because what his attorney told him was not true. He said if he pled guilty, he would serve no jail time. I personally myself saw one of his court minute notes, and it said that he escaped from DOC. He wasn't in DOC. But Sam is a completely different person for myself, for me to know now than he was as a teenager, than he was as a child. All of my children went to school with Samuel. But Samuel's due to, I believe, discharge in February. He would like to, get his parole. He has a daughter he's never seen. He has a 16-year-old daughter who's had 2 babies already. And he feels that if he was at home, that would not happen. Because he would be able to take care of his daughters. So he has 2 grandchildren as well. That he stays locked up all the time. And that court minute note from McLean County, it says that he escaped DOC and an attempted escape from McLean County. And Miss Klaus in McLean County, she left the gate open so he could go in the kitchen to get something to eat. And she let him know that she left it open. When they caught 2 other men doing that, they charged Sam with it. I mean, he's not no saint by no means. When you look through his record, he's not. I mean, when he was a teenager, I myself got into it with him. But he's a yes ma'am, yes sir kind of man now. He's grown. And he wants to come home and be with his family.
Anything else you want us to know? Okay, thank you for being here. Any questions by the board?
No, thank you.
Okay, discussion? He does have an active detainer. Call for a vote.
Richard Miller,
No DNF.
Kevin Buchanan,
No D.
Calvin Prince,
No D.
Ed Kenyachi,
No D.
Robert Revis,
No D.
Carlos denied.
Thank you for being here.
I heard you say as an active detainer. Can you tell me where that's from?
Doesn't say.
Doesn't say on our paperwork, and it doesn't look like an Oklahoma case.
Okay, that way I can let him know.
Okay.
Thank you.
At 49, Joshua Cloud.
Yeah, Mr. Bates is
I think the update memo reflects, Mr. Cloud did have a violent offense that required him to be on a two-stage process, but he was discharged violent. And he remained non-violent offense, which makes him eligible for this single-stage process and to have a delegate.
Okay. Go ahead and introduce who we have.
Thank you. These are his grandparents. This is, oh, sorry. This is his grandfather and this is his aunt.
Okay. Okay, thank you all for being here. Go ahead,
Okay.
Ms. L.
Thank you, Mr. Prince. Mr. Cloud was received into DOC in 2019. He's under that old trafficking statute, serving day for day, 100% of his time. He has never received a misconduct since his reception, and he has completed at least 6 college credit hours. He did that in 2023. He's also completed anger management, ideas for better communication, unlock your thinking, and building social networks. He does plan on living with his grandparents when he is released. If he is released, he's already secured employment. He'll be building fences in Oklahoma City. I want to point out to the board that he was in Lawton for, I don't know how long, but for a good portion of the first half of his incarceration. He was there all through COVID. I know that the investigator says they don't recommend parole because he hasn't enrolled in SAT, but SAT is non-existent at Lawton and was for quite a while. He is at Just Done now. He may have access to that program, but I just wanted to highlight that and bring it to the board's attention. I know that Mr. Cloud has a prior incarceration. He has failed community supervision in the past. However, he reported to us, and then I noticed in his hope questions in the investigative report, you know, he is pretty passionate about returning home so that he can be a better father to his children and maintaining his sobriety. He does have a sobriety plan in place. And again, his aunt and his grandfather are here if you guys do have any additional questions.
Okay, thank you. We have a little time if you all want to share a little bit. Your thoughts about him, your conversations with him here of
We
late.
communicate, sorry, my name is Terry Carty, granddad.
Thank you.
Since his incarceration, we've communicated with him on a regular basis. When he was first incarcerated, I don't know the name of the facility in Lawton. It was a very hardcore place, and thought it was really a bad place to send somebody for being in a fight. But I think that it probably turned out to be the best thing he could have done. Gosh, has seen the other side, doesn't want to be part of it. He's got a place to live, got a job. His kids certainly need him. He needs him as a family. He has a large family for support. He's wasn't able to get in a lot of classes when he was in Lawton, but he's taking a lot of classes since he's got to the other place. And again, he's never had a misconduct as far as we're aware, and certainly like to see him back.
Okay, thank you. Thank you all for being here. Any questions by the board? Discussion?
I'd like to help him. I think he's been in 4 or 5 years here, but I'd recommend.
I think we got to get SAT.
Stipulation?
And also
I
mental
don't,
health.
not stipulation.
Stipulation?
If he hadn't been able to get in it now, he may not be able to put it as a condition.
How about mental health evaluation? Two, along with this.
I'd go along.
That's my recommendation.
I mean, I was gonna be a no. There has been some work.
And he's getting close. He doesn't do any good to threaten people, but this is his opportunity to turn things around. He's been in 5 years. As you said, he's seen the other side. We're going to give him an opportunity, maybe do some drug rehab and maybe to talk to some counselors about, his depression and things. But this is getting close to the end for him. I mean, he's getting multiple felonies, and if he doesn't take this opportunity, it's not going to be very good for him next time.
Other discussion? Call for a vote.
Mr. Miller,
I'll say yes with us. Special youth treatment, addition, mental health treatment.
Kevin Buchanan,
No, C and D.
Calvin Prince,
I'm a yes with condition of that and mental health evaluation. Follow those recommendations. 12 months UAs.
Ed Konechny,
Yeah, same.
Robert Revis.
I'm a yes with those conditions.
Granted with a substance abuse and a mental health evaluation. Follow those treatment recommendations and 12 months of UAs.
Thank you all.
For 231, Derek Reed.
Ms. Driscoll, are you on with us? Are you muted? We can't hear you. Speak for us. Okay. Now, if you can just turn your volume up. Can you hear us okay? We can't hear you now.
Sorry.
Just barely. May have to get real close to your mic.
Hello?
Okay, you're getting better. Keep doing what you're doing.
Sorry about that. I guess that's that. Can you hear me better yet?
Yes, a little better.
Not
Okay,
sure.
you here to speak with us about Derek Reed?
Yes, I'm
Okay.
Derek.
Okay, go ahead and tell us what you want us to know.
I feel like that he kind of learned a lot. He had went to California to get sober, and that's where he was picked up. When he was picked up, court date, and we had encouraged him to go and get sober, not realizing the steps that we didn't take properly, getting it overseed, I guess. So therefore, they picked him up from California and brought him back during his rehab. And since he's been in jail and prison, he's reached out to other people about getting clean and getting their lives straight and everything. And he's done life skills, I believe, was what Deb wants in there. And I feel like that he's got so many plans to help those get on a better path, and he would be better able to do that with the town here and able to, go have to be around us, go to church with us, and you know, get back in one of those programs that he's affiliated with. So
Yeah. 2:30. Okay.
sorry, I guess I lost.
Yeah, we're still having a little difficulty hearing you, but what relation are you to him? Okay, we're going to go ahead and board members have any questions? Your discussion? All right. Okay, we're going to vote. Call for a vote.
Jude Miller,
Yes to detainer.
Kevin Buchanan,
Yes to detainer, valid, and condition of SAT 12 months a year.
I agree.
Calvin Prince,
Yes, same.
Ed Konechny,
Yes, same.
Robert Revis.
Yes, the same.
Parole is granted to the detainer if valid. If not, parole to the street with a substance abuse evaluation. Follow those treatment recommendations and 12 months of UA.
Did you get that?
What the
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's now 3:03 PM. We'll be in recess for 10 minutes.
Linda's blaming us being way behind on me.
Yeah, it's now 3:12 PM and we will reconvene the.
He hadn't
October
said anything,
meeting
but I
of
can
Parole
feel the
Board.
heat.
Right, where are we going?
Docket number 12, Marcela Arriaga.
Spoon and Diane Jackson. Anna. Is that you? Okay. Okay, Ms. Boone, whenever you're ready.
Thank you very
Introduce
much.
who you have.
I have his sister Diana Jackson, and this is his niece.
Thank you all for being here.
This is Miss Arriaga's first incarceration and her first felony convictions. She has maintained clear conduct for over a year, and she's only ever received one misconduct. She has spent her time wisely while she's been incarcerated and has completed over 20 programs, which include substance abuse education, anger management, Christians Against Substance Abuse, women in transition, transition to community, and more. She has also worked as an orderly and on the inside lawn crew. Upon her release, Ms. Arriaga plans to live with her mother in Oklahoma City. She does have work experience in warehouse work as a dental assistant and as a veterinary assistant, and she will seek employment upon release in one of those fields. She does plan to attend AA and NA meetings as well as attend church regularly so that she may maintain her sobriety. And Project Commutation, of course, will continue working with her and will provide any additional resources that she may need to be successful. I have her sister, Diana Jackson, here on her behalf today, who wants the board to know that she has noticed a lot of changes in her attitude and that her mindset has changed a lot. She's more open about how she's feeling and what she's struggling with, which has allowed her to get the help she's needed with her addiction. She has a large support system on the outside who will be there to support her when she is released. Ms. Jackson is available if the board has any questions for her. I do ask the board to follow the parole investigator's recommendation and grant parole for Ms. Arriaga. Thank you.
Okay, thank you all. Any questions by the board? Discussion? It's a condition or? Yeah.
I'd say if I have doubt stipulation.
The judge.
Stipulation for
She's done a lot, she's done a lot of programs inside.
She's done a lot of work, I think.
Sorry,
I
Ed.
can go with that.
I think she's done a tremendous amount of work inside. I think a condition and have her continue on the outside.
For SAT and CBT anyways.
Yep.
Okay.
Call for a vote.
Richard Miller.
Yes, with conditions she undergo CBT, subuse evaluation with her to follow recommendations and 12 months UAs.
Evan Buchanan.
Yes, same.
Alvin Prince.
Yes, same.
Ed Kenyachi.
Yes, same.
Robert Revis.
Yes, same.
Parole is granted with a substance abuse evaluation, follow those treatment recommendations, CBT, and 12 months of UA.
Look at that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you all for being here.
Docket number 142, Michael Johnson.
Okay, Ms. Boone, you got a lot at the table.
Yes, I have most of his family here. I do believe his father was going to be the delegate and he was going to be on Zoom. I've not heard from him though, and he did not give me a statement to read. I have another person running out to the car to get their statement for me to read. Do you have a statement that I could read? I have to read it. They can only ask questions of you. I'm so sorry.
If we have any questions for any of you all, we'll ask, okay? But she's here, she had permission to speak on you all's behalf. Go ahead, Ms. Boone.
Thank you very much. While Mr. Johnson has been incarcerated, he has completed in programs including Ideas for Better Communication, Building Social Networks, Unlock Your Thinking, HIV prevention, and he's also currently enrolled in Prison Fellowship Academy. He's kept himself busy by working in the labor pool and as a pod orderly. I do acknowledge that he does have one misconduct from last December, but he's pretty close to having a year of clear conduct, and I asked the board to possibly consider postdating his parole to allow him to be 1 year misconduct free. As the board can see, Mr. Johnson does have an extensive family support network that will be there for him on the outside, and when he's released, he has a great reentry plan. He does plan to immediately enroll in truck driving school so that he may get his CDL and start his own trucking company. He will also be living with his father in Edmond, Oklahoma, and he will again have great family support. And Project Commutation will also continue working with him and will make sure he has the resources that he needs to be successful. And if the board has any questions for me or any of the family, we'd be happy to help. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions by the board? He did. No questions? Discussion?
He's still using.
Okay, call for a vote.
Richard Miller,
No, B and D.
Kevin Buchanan, Calvin Prince,
No B and D.
Ed Kenyachi,
No BMD.
Robert Revis,
No B.
parole is denied.
Okay, thank you all for being here.
Number 65, Cameron Curry.
Okay, Mr. Doyle.
Yes.
Have, delegates here?
She had to leave about 10 minutes ago.
Want to proceed?
Yes, please.
Okay, all right. Go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Curry's mother was here until about 10 minutes ago. She had to leave for work training. But she was here this morning and was also here last year in December when this board paroled Mr. Curry to his CS case. Mr. Curry has been misconduct-free for over 3 years, and Mr. Curry has completed his VOTEC in information technology. Additionally, Mr. Curry has worked hard and completed Thinking for a Change, Anger Management, and Victim Impact. Further, Mr. Curry has been able to complete life skills and building social networks. Mr. Curry does have an 8-year CS case. However, he takes his reentry plan seriously and is already taking steps to create a plan so that he is ready for his release. Mr. Curry can rely on the support of his family when he is released, and he does plan on to stay working and stay busy so that he's not falling into the same traps that he had in the past. Mr. Curry will be able to work with his mother for his release. And his mother, Sonia, was here earlier today, had to leave for work. And she would like the board to know that Cameron has been able to change his way of thinking and has no intention of returning to any part of his old life. Cameron is a fun-loving person who loves to laugh and enjoy life. He is a hard worker and was intended to be an X-ray technician. He is ready for the challenge of coming out of prison and becoming productive in society. Cameron came back to the family home, and they are eager to assist him in finding employment. He does have that option with his mother, but he went to attend more technical school to get a career. Cameron was 20 when he entered into DOC custody, and now he is 4 years old. Families are ready to have him back for the gatherings, and him set up for success and enjoying it again. Mr. Curry's projected release date is next month before he can start his next CS case. And I do urge the board to grant Mr. Curry's parole to his CS case. He's worked hard to reconcile incarcerated, and he does have love and support his family that he will be able to lean on when he is eventually released. Thank you.
Any questions by the board? Discussion?
Yes,
Yes, that's just
the
But he showed misconduct, didn't he?
I did not see him.
Have him down.
Is, am I on the wrong guy?
We're on 35.
No, Tim Curry.
He's had 6 convicts.
There you
The last one was in 2021. And the detainer that shows on the docket is now yes to the instant.
Yeah, I think it was 67.
Right. So he'll go, regardless of what we do, he's gonna go. Just to see us or what?
I got you.
Richard Miller,
Yes to see yes.
Kevin Buchanan, Calvin Prince,
Yes, yes.
Becky
Yes to the CS.
Robert Revis.
Yes, to see us.
Parole is granted to the consecutive case.
Thank you.
Number 74, Joshua Dance.
Docket number 74. Okay, Ms. Boone, go ahead and enter you have it.
I have Mr. Dennis's fiance, Jessica Yo.
Thank you for being here. Again.
Thank you. Mr. Dennis has maintained completely clear conduct while he's been in DOC custody. He's taken advantage of every program opportunity possible. He's completed a recommended program, which include Cage Your Rage, Career Readiness, RDAP, Getting Motivated to Change, Unlock Thinking, and many more. Further, he's worked in the laundry, in program orientation, in the kitchen, and as a therapeutic community clerk. Once released, Mr. Dennis is to live with his fiance in Norman. He plans to attend truck driving school to get his CDL, but he also is looking into seeking employment through B&H Construction, Amazon, or as he already identified those as places that are felon friendly. He will attend AAMEs, and he will also attend a local church so that he maintains sobriety. Mr. Dennis does have a warrant from Texas for misdemeanor. They will not try and have made him aware of that warrant. And documentation, of course, will provide any resources that he may need. Mr. Dennis's fiance, Jessica DiPio, is here on behalf, and she wants to know that she and Joshua have created a 5-year plan together so he will be successful in his release. He's already secured job offers and taken steps to CDL. Before he came, he never had answered his life, but now he does, and it shows how far he has truly come. His family openly supports him anyway. They will attend his church, they'll also be helping him. And if the board has any questions for her, I do ask the board to follow the parole investigator's recommendation grant for Mr. Dennis. Thank you.
Ms. Boone. Any questions by the board? Discussion?
I've got.
Okay, call for vote.
Richard Miller,
Yes, detainer, 12 months.
Kevin Buchanan,
Yes,
Calvin Prince,
Yes, the same.
Ed Kenyachi,
Yes, ma'am.
Robert Revis.
Yes, thank you.
Parole is granted to the detainer if valid, not rolled to 12 months anyway.
Okay, thank you.
178, James Marshall,
78.
Marshall here. She on Zoom. Everybody Zoom. Either Tammy or Donna. Boone, Pal, you want to proceed?
That's fine with me. Thank you.
Okay, sorry about that.
Nope, you're fine.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Marshall is serving his first incarceration as well as this being his first felony convictions. He will discharge before another opportunity at parole. He has maintained completely clear conduct during this incarceration, and he has no documented violent behavior according to the investigative report. He was only 12 months ago, so he's not been able to access programs to meet his assessed needs, but he is part of Battle Buddies, which I've always really good things about. It's a veteran program side of DOC, and he is participating in Genesis 1, NA, and Celebrate Recovery every single week. He has worked in the food service since arriving at his facility. Upon release, Marshall will be living with his grandma in Wichita, Oklahoma. He is secured with Silver Star Construction, but he hopes to go in and obtain a CDL. He plans on asking the VA to assist him in making that dream a reality. He is United States Navy and received honorable discharge orders of service. I do find the recommendation a bit misleading for it's not his like 5th separate felony conviction. This is his first that has 5 counts, so he has 5 felony convictions. But I just want that to be clear in case it wasn't. He did it all of these at the same time. Second, I don't know that this investigator has trained to be making claims like patterns of behavior and that nonviolent substitute arrests are not convictions, should be presented nice parole. If a DA file or a case was dismissed, then that is just that, and it is not part of his criminal record. Again, he had no conduct. This is his first time incarcerated. He's active in programming a group church facility. He's a veteran, and the board made those things appropriately when considering reading this today. His grandmother planned on being here in San Antonio. She relies on him a lot. He will be living with her, and she has raised him and knows him to be a hard worker. It was her that talks to him frequently. She sees him every day. Depends on him heavily, and that I am done. And you guys have additional questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions by the board?
Who's going to be here too?
It was just his grandmother had confirmed being here on Zoom. I'm not sure about his mother.
Other questions?
What were the years? You know?
I do. No, I just have 4 years. Yes.
Discharge, Joyce?
That is what he reported us. Yes.
His period is April of 2000.
Yes, I believe so. He'll hit that 50% date.
'26.
I thought his, or his 50th date is April 17th, 25.
Now what you have to do for
For
PRD?
For 50%, for hitting that 50%, and I believe it should be just shortly after that that he's eligible to discharge.
The PRD, the PRD won't change. So.
Well, the reason why I was a no is because there hasn't been any time for treatment. But that can't be done as a condition.
He's going to be in.
Condition.
Did you call for?
Miller.
Say yes with a sub-use evaluation followed by recommendation.
Kevin Buchanan,
Same, yes.
Calvin Prince,
Yes, same.
Ed Kenyachi,
Yes, same.
Robert Revis.
Same.
Parole is granted with a substance abuse evaluation, follow those treatment recommendations, CBT, and 12 months of UA. For 179, Jesus Martinez.
Girl, I'm not gonna try to tackle names, so I'm gonna let you do that.
Yes,
Go ahead and introduce who you have.
I have Mr. Martinez's sister, Diana Garcia.
Okay. Thank okay. Thank you all for being here. May begin.
This is Mr. Martinez's first incarceration, and Mr. Martinez has 11 months of clear conduct. Mr. Martinez is currently enrolled in the GED program, and he is also housed in Lawton and has had difficulty getting into DOC programs there. Mr. Martinez is also employed. He is responsible for cleaning the case manager's offices and their work area. When released, Mr. Martinez plans to live with his sister in Oklahoma City. And Mr. Martinez's sister, Diana Garcia, is here to support her brother. She would like the board to know that in her and her family's opinion, her brother has had a drastic change in his attitude during his incarceration. His main focus now is his family, his kids, Maya, Jalen, Israel, Romeo, and Kendall. They are his entire life. Mr. Martinez's family believes that he has changed and he wants to better himself, and they would like to hold on to that hope. Mr. Martinez has plans to find employment and rejoin their church when he is released. Mr. Martinez's projected release date is in August of 2025, so this will likely be his last time to come in front of the board for parole consideration. I urge the board to grant Mr. Martinez's parole. He's working through his GED program, has a strong support system waiting for him on the outside, and has reflected and changed his attitude during his incarceration. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions by the board?
You know when he's gonna test for his GED?
He didn't give us a testing date.
Other questions?
He's got you said he's got 11 months of clear conduct. Is that right?
That's what I have.
Had him for misconduct. Okay, 12 months. Yeah, right. Okay. I'd like to help him.
So, looking at his drug use, I just want to bring y'all's attention. I mean, using fentanyl daily. So there has to be type of treatment. So I would willing to post date get a year of clear conduct.
What about testing for the GED, Cal?
There's no way to tell if he's.
How old is he now?
29.
Did you say he was in the GED program?
That's what he reported to us, yes.
His education says he's got a diploma.
Did he graduate high school?
Okay.
Cross that up there.
Post date.
Post date, no whatever.
Get that, Mr. Miller?
Yes.
Okay. Call for a vote.
Mr. Miller,
Yes, with post date to November 1st. Undergo substance abuse evaluation, follow treatment, prescribed, CBT, and 12 months UAs.
Kevin Buchanan, Calvin Prince,
Yes, same.
Ed Konieczny,
Yes, same.
Robert Revis,
Yes, the same.
post date to November 1st, 2024, then parole is granted to the street with a substance abuse evaluation. Follow those treatment recommendations, CBT, and 12 months of UA.
With that,
Thank you.
hey, thank you all for being here.
225, Keith Rainwater.
Okay, Ms. Boone, introduce who you have there.
I have Jacob. He is the manager of the Hope is Alive Sober Living. And then I have his mother, Paula Schultz, right here with us as well.
Okay, thank you all for being here. May I begin?
Thank you. This is Mr. Rainwater's first incarceration. He has maintained completely clear conduct throughout his entire time in DOC. He has also completed the RDAP drug program and has worked as a landscaper. Regarding the investigator's recommendation, I do believe it disregards Mr. Rainwater's situation. This is his first time in prison. I do understand his prior sentences were accelerated due to the new felony, but this was his punishment. It was being sent to prison, and he's done very well since he's come to prison. He has completed the RDAP program, a drug program. If you look at his priors, it looks like he did not get his first felony until a few years ago, in his early 40s. This is clearly a drug problem, and he took the RDAP program to address his drug issue. He stayed out of trouble. He hasn't had a misconduct. I feel like the parole investigator ignores this fact. For these reasons, I do ask the board to consider granting Mr. Rainwater's circumstances and grant his parole. Mr. Rainwater will have considerably more support when he is released this time, and he has made plans so he's able to comply with the terms of his supervision, which was a problem for him in the past. He's been accepted to the Hope is Alive Sober Living in Oklahoma City. He does have the option to live with his mother in Oklahoma City if he needs to. He does have a marketable trade to help him find employment, as he does have over 20 years of experience as a plumber and had a successful career prior to this. Of course, Project Commutation will be there to support Mr. Rainwater and will be able to provide any additional resources he may need, including helping him find employment if that's something necessary. We did speak to his mother, Paula Schultz, who wants the board to know that she knows Mr. Rainwater has a great place to go when he is released, and she thinks the sober living will be really good for him. He desperately wants to reunite with his children, and Keith has shown a lot of growth while he's been incarcerated. He's available if the board has any questions for her. And then Jacob from Hope is Alive is here. If the board has any questions for him, I do think he wouldn't mind saying a few words if they're interested in hearing from him.
Thank you. Questions?
Jacob, what's your relationship with this young man?
I've been talking to Keith Rainwater for the past few months, and I accepted him a couple months ago. What I see in Keith is different than what I see in any other addict, and I'm not coming with Hope is Alive as somebody who has lived in sobriety my whole life. I come from Hope is Alive from the experience of addiction, and I'm actually 21 months sober today, and can speak that we have men and women, because we have women as well, that come from many big different backgrounds as far as prison, homelessness, homelessness, many different backgrounds. I have seen we're an 18-month 3-days program, and we exist to change the lives of drug alcoholics and those that love them. And by doing this, it's very structured in its existence. We have to find employment, go to AA meetings every single day. Phase 1 consists of steps 1 to 7 in AA. We try all monthly at random, including nicotine tests. I can say that today that I'm alcohol drug free, nicotine free. I take absolutely no medication today, and that's all because of this program. It's very, very structured. We're also Christ-centered. I found my love reading. We read Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John throughout the Gospels. Go to church every Sunday. We not only we also work with a called Side by Side, which is kind of they bridge the gap between people who are coming from places that look like they're bigger than the future, and not knowing how to create a resume or be a good conduct an interview, proper how to dress, stuff like that. And I've almost had throughout the day, 18 months, and I would ask that the board grant him this and with him finishing the program, and I'll be with him along the way.
Thank you.
Just a clarification, he has not completed a portion of it, which is the interactive journal. So his full completion of RDAP will be in March 6 of 25. Yeah. The way they're doing it now, there's modules and it says RDAP complete, it'll say what portion it was, but his full completion will be in March next year. So you're aware of that.
Thanks for the little quick training. Count that.
Where's your facility?
We're all over. This is kind of the beehive in Oklahoma City. We have about 7 homes in the city, located in Colorado Springs, Kansas City, Wichita, Tulsa, Weatherford, Claremore, North Carolina, Texas, and they're actually starting a brand new treatment center called Healing Center in Oklahoma in January 25.
All right, thank you. Discussion.
Say yes upon completion of RDAP with the 12 months.
So
Want to add?
we can assure that if we say yes, that we'll complete that.
Yeah, yes, it's completed.
Because he's in it.
His thesis in
50% date is 17.
Okay. But he'll have plenty of time to complete RDAP.
Yeah, so I think where we are is complete RDAP and then 12 months of UAs, like with a program like yours. But we can't require that.
Okay, call for a vote.
Richard Miller,
Yes, upon completion of RDAP, then release 12 months of US. What,
I'm
Kevin?
thinking for a change.
Did complete that. Thank you for change.
Yes.
And completed.
And here recently, both of
Right.
those programs are done.
Right, last in June.
Like he's trying.
So I've got no D, and then I got yes, that 12 months UAs.
That's what I have down both the alternatives. Released in
Where's he going?
8 months.
McAllister to live with his son.
You know, guy looks like he kind of turned the corner at some point while he was down there. It's like you said, it's all been recent effort, recent accomplishments. But, you know, it's a borderline case. I mean, how old is he?
43.
43.
I'm going to give him a chance with your alternative.
That's that age in life where you might.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, I had the same thing the judge had, no D or.
Yes, with it's.
Yeah.
Call for a vote.
Richard Miller,
Say yes with substance evaluation, follow recommendations, 12 months UA.
Kevin Buchanan,
No D.
Calvin Prince,
Yes, condition is that. Val, 12 months UA.
Ed Konechny,
Yes, same.
Robert Revis.
Yes, the same.
Parole is granted with the substance abuse evaluation, follow those treatment recommendations, and 12 months of UAs. For 107, Ashley Gresham.
Anybody on Zoom?
No, sir.
Want to proceed?
Yes, please.
Okay, go ahead.
Ms. Gresham has maintained clear conduct since her reception into DOC. This is also Ms. Gresham's first incarceration. She's been able to complete an impressive number of programs and has completed helping women recover substance abuse treatment, anger management, ideas for better communication, getting motivated to change, seeking safety, transition to community, common sense ideas for HIV prevention, building social networks, unlock your thinking, open your mind, and also career readiness. Ms. Gresham has also maintained employment in the laundry and food service and also as a dorm orderly during her incarceration. When she's released, she plans to live with her husband in Broken Arrow. Ms. Gresham maintained her sobriety upon her release by participating in Women in Recovery Aftercare, which is a program also. She will also attend regular NA meetings. Ms. Gresham is actively taking advantage of all the resources at her disposal. Along with her sobriety plan, Ms. Gresham would like to enter the Muddy Paw program also for employment when she is released. Gresham's projected release date is in May of 2025, so this is her last time in front of the board for parole consideration. There's board to grant Gresham's parole. She has a strong reentry plan that uses established programs to put her in the best possible position to have a successful reentry. She's also completed all of her programmatic needs at VOC, and she has a completely clear conduct. Thank you.
Questions by the board? Discussion? Yes, Pat.
Miller?
Yes, with a SAP for months.
Yes, sir. You already put that.
Oh, she did?
It's in the wrong box.
Oh, I'm looking at I'm looking at the wrong, I'm looking.
They put it in reentry. She put trauma and
Completed that
They put it-
CB2 also?
They put it under program. Why don't you-
Yes, with 12 ways.
Kevin Buchanan? Calvin Prince?
Yes, 12 months.
Dick Mitchell?
Yes, same.
Robert Revis?
Yes, with 12 months, yes.
Granted the comments of UA?
Thank you.
148. No.
Okay.
Thank you,
Sadie?
Melinda. We can proceed.
Okay, go ahead.
Jones is serving 5 years for a charge that technically no longer exists, which is now be civil possession, and it would have a max of 1 year in county jail. He won't discharge this nonviolent drug crime until late 2025 or early 2026 years, and she has completed several programs, including management, criminal process, the basics for the future, OSHA, the resume class, Christians Against Substance Abuse, the Christian Women, Nurturing Parents, and Life Skills. There's several tablet courses that she did as well. She's currently enrolled in Rising Strong, which I'm not sure if I think maybe that program. She becomes a family friend in Oklahoma. She hopes to further her education on release, and we will do what we can to provide those injury support and resources to Ms. Jones in the Guthrie area. And that's her.
Any comment on her last year?
No, we don't have any additional information.
Question of the board? Yeah. Discussion?
No B and D.
Kevin Buchanan?
No B and D.
Calvin Prince?
No B and D.
Dick Mitchell? Robert Revis?
No B.
Carl Knight? Number 288, Curtis Sipton? Yes, sir.
Lomax?
Yes.
I can hear you, but I can't see you.
Let me see if I can get that going. Just a
Are you still there?
I'm here.
Okay.
It's just not putting me on. Huh.
Okay. We'll go ahead and proceed. I've got Ms. Hale here at the facility. Does she have permission to speak on your behalf?
Yes.
Okay. And if we have any questions, we'll come back to you, okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right, Ms. Hale.
Thank you. Mr. Tipton was received in 2018. He's serving a 10-year sentence for something that now is a misdemeanor and has a maximum of 1 year. He's maintained clear conduct for approximately 1.5 years at this time. He's completed numerous programs, including States for Success, social networks, unlocking open mind, impact ideas for better communication, financial literacy, OSHA, career readiness, and more. Additionally, he did complete the course for electrical work, worked at Just Done, yard crew, and then detailing DC cars. He's an outside defense job. This will be last option for parole. Mr. Tipton is going to discharge, it looks like, in May 25. He with his spouse today, Ms. Lomax, in Oklahoma, and already secure employment with a construction company. His spouse, Ms. Lomax, is here today, and she just wants to highlight work that Mr. Tipton has done. He's worked a lot on himself and been a lot of getting his certificate, completing programs, take accountability for his actions, something she's noticed since he's been inside, and has been working for things that can get a job when he is released, like the electrical tech that he took Again, Mr. Tim will be with her, and she and his other family are been offering support to Tennessee's reintegration. Recommendation will stay in contact and ensure he has full resources in the Winter area.
Any questions about board? Discussion? Call for a vote.
Richard Miller,
Say yes with,
Kevin Buchanan,
yes, same.
Alan Prince,
Yes.
Kenny Epstein,
The same.
Robert Revis.
Yes.
Parole is granted with a substance abuse evaluation. Follow those treatment recommendations and 12 months of UA.
So Max, did you get that?
Yes, thank you so much.
Okay, thanks for coming on.
Have a good day.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Number 297, Jen Valenzuela. The delegate is just a call-in.
Okay. Who is it?
Hello?
Have the phone number.
Lexus?
Esther? Yes, this is
Esther, okay. Okay, Esther. Got Mr. Dole here. Does he have permission to speak on you all's behalf?
Yeah, sorry, I'm currently at work, so been listening, but, not been fully paying attention. Is this for Christian Valenzuela?
Yes.
Hello?
Okay.
Yes? Hi.
So if we have any questions, we'll come back to you. But we're going to let Mr. Dole do you all's presentation.
Okay. Thank you so much.
This is Mr. Valenzuela's first incarceration, and he has maintained clear conduct since his reception into DOC. Mr. Valenzuela has completed all of his assessed programmatic needs inside DOC. He completed his pre-high school equivalency. He's currently enrolled in his GED program. He's taken career tech courses including forklift safety, OSHA certifications, and also career readiness. He's gone on to take courses including managing and other Bible study courses, and then he's also participated in Christians Against Substance Abuse. Mr. Valenzuela plans on returning to his family in California when he is from DOC, and he already has a job lead and plans to return to previous employment working for Marriott in California. Mr. Valenzuela's wife, Esther, is on Zoom to support her husband, and she would like to know that Mr. Valenzuela has made a lot of changes during his incarceration. His programs have helped him to reflect and completely understand his actions that led to incarceration. First, the board followed the parole investigator recommendation to grant Mr. Valenzuela's parole. He has maintained their conduct since reception, has completed all his assessed programmatic needs, and has taken additional programs that will help him reenter. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions by the board?
Hello?
Look at the offense.
Well, it was 14 to, it was 16 pounds.
It has previous arrest, position unknown.
But just point that out. Very, even if not.
Yes.
He's gonna be released to your. He is doing programs.
Done a bunch of them.
Shorten that.
I just didn't understand skip it. Oh, I still don't. I mean, you're obviously held 16 to 20 pounds. You're not just a minor player, but you only get 4 years, and then you get down there and you just really do everything right. He's been in every program he can get into, and he's been a model prisoner. Yes.
What about what stage is he on?
Let me check to see if you reported. I'm not sure when he would test for that, but he did complete the pre-high school equivalency, so I don't know if he would need to, how long that GED program would need to be for him.
What do you think, Spence?
I'm thinking, yes. We even have time for stipulate something, maybe a CDP program.
What about testing for GED?
Yes, 50% days, 10.
Not even a program like that.
CBC?
Yeah.
Okay, I got you. Well, and let's just do what we can on the ground and get him. But I mean, he's been in there, well, depends how you look at it, but as for me, he's been in there a year in December on a 4-year sentence. And 25% of his sentence. He's done good. He hasn't had any misconducts, has he?
That's correct.
What are you thinking, Ed?
Call for a vote.
Richard Miller,
Be yes, but it stipulates that he tests for GED, substance evaluation, recommendations.
Okay.
Kevin Buchanan, Alan Prince,
I guess, that. PT 12 months.
I agree with the C.
Ed Konieczny,
I'm a yes, that.
Robert Revis,
I'm a yes with substance abuse evaluation, 12 months of UAs. He's currently enrolled in GE classes, so
Same test.
can we require?
He's
Okay,
assessed. He was assessed for an education.
okay, so he's
Oh, he
completed.
did? I thought he. Currently enrolled.
Says he's required to program. It didn't say he was enrolled at GE.
Well,
No.
yeah, that's why I suggested that. That's what.
All right, I'm just keep it simple. 12 months of UAs and substance abuse evaluation.
parole is granted with a substance abuse evaluation, follow those treatment recommendations, and 12 months of UA.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
That all of those.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll turn it back over to Chairman.
Turn it back over to Melinda.
To the consecutive docket. Start one, John.
Which one?
Richard Miller,
No D.
Kevin Buchanan,
No D.
Calvin Prince,
No D.
Ed Konieczny,
No D.
Robert Revis.
No D.
Knight, number 3, Miguel Adams. Miller,
No D.
Ed Buchanan,
No E.
Calvin Prince,
No E.
Ed Konieczny,
No E.
Robert Revis.
No E.
Knight, number 8, John Anderson. Richard Miller, Kevin Buchanan,
No E.
Calvin Prince,
No A and E.
Ed Konieczny,
No E.
Robert Revis.
No D and E.
Denied. Number 26. D'Angelo Bond, Richard Miller,
No B and E.
Kevin Buchanan,
No B and D.
Calvin Prince,
No B.
Ed Konieczny,
No B.
Robert Revis.
No B.
Denied. 31, Joshua Brooker, Richard Miller,
No D and E.
Kevin Buchanan,
No B.
Calvin Prince,
No B.
Ed Konieczny,
No E.
Robert Revis.
No E.
Denied. 42, Luke Crisco, Richard Miller,
No C and D.
Kevin Buchanan,
Here.
Calvin Prince,
No C and D.
Ed Konieczny,
No D.
Robert Revis.
No D.
Denied. 44, Robert Clark, Richard Miller,
No D and E.
Kevin Buchanan,
Oh, excuse me. Yeah, yes to C, yes.
I'm yes to see.
Calvin Prince,
Yes to CS.
Ed Kenyachi?
Yes to CS.
Robert Revis?
Yes to CS.
Parole is granted to the consecutive case. 86, Jacob Farrer. Richard Miller.
No DNF.
Kevin Buchanan.
D&E.
Calvin Prince.
No.
Ed Kenyachi?
No E.
Robert Revis?
No D.
Parole is denied. Number 134, Jessica Huddleston, was passed to November. 184, Larry McCann.
134 is passed.
184.
Yes, sir. Richard Miller.
No D&E.
Kevin Buchanan.
No E.
Calvin Prince.
No D&E.
Ed Kenyachi?
No E.
Robert Revis?
No D.
Denied. 185, Charles McDaniel. One 195, Charles Melzer. Richard Miller.
No D&E.
Kevin Buchanan.
No C and D.
Calvin Prince.
No D.
Ed Kenyachi?
No C.
Robert Revis?
No C.
Denied. 200, Ronald Murphy. Richard Miller.
No B and D.
Kevin Buchanan.
No B and D.
Calvin Prince.
No B.
Ed Kenyachi?
No B.
Robert Revis?
No B.
Denied. 204, Hung Lin. Richard Miller.
No D.
Kevin Buchanan.
Yes, yes.
Calvin Prince.
No D.
Ed Kenyachi?
Yes C.
Robert Revis?
No D.
Both denied. 205, Tyler Neiman. Richard Miller.
No D&E.
Kevin Cannon.
No F.
Calvin Prince.
No D.
Ed Kenyachi?
No D.
Robert Revis?
No D and F.
Denied. 217, Joe Payne. Richard Miller.
Number 217? Yes. Yes upon completion of
RDAP.
He completed our gap and they said he's getting RTP. Is that correct, Roy?
Got declaration of June of 25.
I guess he'll be out by then.
He'll be out.
No, he's got a CS case. He's just telling me, he said.
Oh, yeah, about what?
That's right.
CS.
He's got, 3 years. But he's gonna go to his CS prior to completing RDAP.
What would simplify it?
I cannot tell him that.
I know.
I'll just say no.
There you go.
Well,
Well, if we say yes to the CS, are they gonna keep him in RDAP?
He'll stay in
Okay, let's just say.
But he
yes to
said he
CS.
cannot transfer RDAP. He won't, basically, he'll be RDAP and discharge to, and move over to the case early if he says.
But if we make a recommendation for that,
If you make a recommend he completes it,
yes.
he will not, he has to complete that case, but he will automatically.
Right, so if you make a
Basically, you're not-
recommendation that he complete it, they won't complete it. If you make the recommendation that you want, then they're more than complete it.
He can't hear you. Should we just say yes to CS during RDAP?
yeah.
Thank you.
Exactly.
Okay, yes to CS.
Kevin Buchanan.
Yes, yes.
Calvin Prince.
Yes. Yes.
Ed Kenyachi?
Yes to CS.
Robert Revis?
Yes, yes.
Parole is granted to the consecutive. 219, Terry. Richard Miller.
No AD.
Kevin Buchanan.
No D.
Calvin Prince.
No D and E.
Ed Kenyachi?
D&E.
Robert Revis?
No D.
Denied. 256, Tavius Rivers. Richard Miller.
No D&E.
Kevin Buchanan.
No F.
Calvin Prince,
Yes, yes.
Ed Yashni,
No D.
Robert Revis,
No D.
sorry, I didn't hear you.
No D.
Denied. 278, Charles Stewart. Richard Miller,
No D.
Kevin Buchanan,
Yes to see yes.
Prince,
No D.
Ed Kenyochny,
Yes to see yes. Yes to see.
Robert Revis.
Yes to see yes.
All is granted to the consecutive case. 300 Henry Washington. Richard Miller,
No C and D.
Kevin Buchanan,
No C and D.
Calvin Prince,
No D and E.
Ed Kenyochny,
No C.
Robert Revis.
No C.
Denied. Go to the medical doctor. Yes, the ballot reads that he was passed to January of 2025.
What number? For the medical account. Number was it?
Docket number 238. Number 25, Preston Black. Richard Miller,
No Wayne.
Kevin Buchanan, Calvin Prince,
No D and E.
Ed Kenyochny,
No.
Revis.
No.
Denied. Number 48, Joseph Glick. Richard Miller,
No C and D.
Kevin Buchanan,
No C and D.
Calvin Prince,
No C.
Ed Kenyochny,
No C.
Robert Revis.
No C and D.
Denied. Number 66, Jared Dale. Richard Miller,
Janet, which one, what number?
66.
Oh, 60. No C and D.
Again. Calvin Prince,
No D.
Ed Kenyochny,
No C and D.
Robert Revis.
No D.
159, Devin Kyle. Richard Miller,
No C and D.
Kevin Buchanan,
B and D.
Calvin Prince,
No B and C.
Ed Kenyochny,
No B.
Robert Revis.
No B and C.
Tonight. 230, Derek Reed. Richard Miller,
No B and D.
Kevin Buchanan,
No C.
Calvin Prince,
No D and E.
Ed Kenyochny,
No B.
Robert Revis.
No B.
Denied. 95, Russell Turner. Richard Miller,
No B and D.
Kevin Buchanan,
No B.
Calvin Prince,
No B.
Ed Kenyochny, Robert Revis.
No B.
Denied. What is the DA protest? Special review docket. Docket number 70, Jay Davis. Richard Miller,
And, yes, with, SAT evaluation. Addition.
Yeah.
Oh, mental health also.
Kevin Buchanan,
No A.
Calvin Prince,
I'm a yes with additions, eval, 12 months.
Ed Kenyochny,
Yes, same.
Robert Revis.
Same.
Parole is granted with a substance abuse and a mental health evaluation. Follow those treatment recommendations and 12 months UA. 111, Alfonso Gutierrez. Richard Miller.
Yes, with use evaluation. Condition. All the treatment.
Kevin Buchanan.
Yes, same.
Calvin Prince.
Yes, same.
Ed Konieczny.
Yes, same.
Robert Revis.
Yes, same.
Parole is granted with a substance abuse evaluation. Follow those treatment recommendations and 12 months of UA. 271, Brandy Stafford. Richard Miller.
Change, yes, with change, stipulation of SAT to condition. And, oh yeah, 12 UAs, thank you.
Kevin Buchanan. Calvin Prince.
Yes.
Konieczny.
Yes, same.
Robert Revis.
Yes, the same.
Parole is granted with a substance abuse evaluation. Follow those treatment recommendations and 12 months of UA. 73, Charles Stevens. Richard Miller.
Yes, change that to condition. 12 month UAs, and were there any other conditions we previously ordered?
Kevin Buchanan.
Yes.
Calvin Prince.
Yes, same.
Ed Konieczny.
Yes, same.
Robert Revis.
Same.
Parole is granted a substance abuse evaluation. Follow those treatment recommendations for 12 months of UA. Number 306, Adderall Williams. Richard Miller.
Yes, change substance of treatment to condition. Any previously ordered conditions? Well, 12 month UAs, do we need anything else? Or do we have anything else?
Kevin Buchanan.
Yes, condition SAT and 12 months.
Calvin Prince.
Yes, same.
Ed Konieczny.
Yes, same.
Robert Revis.
Same.
Parole is granted with a substance abuse evaluation. Follow those treatment recommendations and 12 months UA. Third docket.
Okay. Hear a motion to deny parole to those on this.
So moved.
Second, they call roll.
Richard Miller.
Yes.
Kevin Buchanan.
Yes.
Calvin Prince.
Yes.
Ed Konieczny.
Yes.
Robert Revis.
Yes.
Motion to deny parole to
The motion had been to grant for 2020 work. Adam.
Yes.
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 Nothing else for today. Okay, it is now 4:32 PM. We'll be recessed until 9 AM.